I'll press the button.
Let's do it.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite, the artist who's just enough, Adam Tindall.
What's up, everybody? And look, we've got two special guests here. We've got Brianna Wu, who wants to call Demon Mama a pedo, and we have I'm really important, who wants to call Hasan Anabi, Hamas Anabi, a terrorist sympathizer. So this should be an interesting show.
Hell yeah. Thanks for having me.
Excited to be here. Starting off with the most awkward intro imaginable.
That was the best intro imaginable.
That's really good stuff. I appreciate that.
Look, that was me. Okay, don't blame Brianna for that. Obviously, I'm a pot stirrer, an instigator here. So Brianna's innocent.
What's the drama? What is this drama, Demon Mama? I haven't been following any of this stuff.
So, look, my good friend Jenny put out a video examining some of Demon Mama's past statements and some of the statements that her partners have made. I'll let people watch it. They can make up their own mind on it. I was tremendously disturbed by it. So, yeah, there it is.
Jenny what?
Heterodox Takes on Twitter. She's amazing.
Okay.
She's a really good person. I like her a lot.
Wow, look at you being so diplomatic. Okay.
So what's
an accusation?
So, real stuff with Demon Mama. This is someone who she's been extraordinarily cruel to me, but I also know that she has trauma from, internet communities going after her, and I'm going to be the bigger person and not add to that. So there it is.
Wait, I have trauma too. Does that mean I get a get out of jail free card? Look, I want to be a dick to people.
Yeah. You just let me know. I'll let you have any drama you want. Just give me the token, just DM it to me and we'll move on.
Look, DGG keeps calling me a right winger. What do I get for that? What kind of what can I do? Who can I be mean to?
Uh-huh. So this
look, I'm gonna let it go. I obviously that's not a big deal. So
okay.
Yeah. So the video, you said it was disturbing. What is?
Yeah.
Like there's a car accident in it, or
there are some comments about, there are some comments about an acceptability level for anime depictions of sexualized children,
right?
And
ouch!
People being into this stuff, and I would just say if I had a partner that looked at that stuff, I would leave them that day. So
okay, yeah, I agree.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay.
I would call wood chippers are us, but myself. the thing is, a lot of people, they want to debate this topic. And they say, look, no one is harmed in here because it's a drawing. But what they don't realize is that possessing CP is illegal.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter where it came from. It doesn't matter if it's AI generated. It doesn't matter if it's a
That's
cartoon.
not true, though. That's just inaccurate. You can possess and draw child pornography if it's a cartoon.
Really?
Yes.
Why would you want it, though?
Are you certain about that?
That's a whole other question.
Are you certain about that? It is illegal
in America,
it is illegal to possess child pornography.
My understand. Well, listen, I've never done a deep dive in the legality of this because it's not a subject
okay. So you don't even know.
Me. But no, this is what I've heard from other people, like in the Destiny, conversations about legal CP and stuff. Is that if you take a picture of a child, obviously it's illegal. And it should be, and you're because you're harming an individual. That's like the thought process behind the law. But if it's a cartoon, I don't believe you're not harming an individual.
You don't believe.
Right?
So let's do a deep dive into this before.
Well, if you want to listen, if you want to Google search it, look it up and have that on your thing. You can
I love how I'm really important is smart enough to just shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying. My understanding is that that's legal. So
it's just.
I mean, it's gross,
it's all weird.
Yeah, it's all weird.
It's all weird. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Well, it should be illegal.
Okay,
and, and
maybe
it should
be.
it should be capital punishment for people who possess this stuff.
I think
there should be no
not,
trial. The police should just execute them on site.
I think
Right.
if you're in the business of being in politics and advocating for a political system, I think it's probably not smart to advocate for this kind of sexualized imagery of children while you're doing it. I think that's bad. I would not do that, especially if your shtick is moralizing and explaining to people how they failed your morality test. I don't think you should talk about this publicly.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's my position.
Well, Sitch will be doing that deep dive and then reporting back to us.
No. Someone else can do it. Listen, people in chat said I was right. Okay. That's all I need. That's all the confirmation I need.
Those people, feel free to ban them, mods. All of them.
No.
So,
okay.
So
anyway.
I guess we're moving on to Israel Palestine.
Yes.
You want to begin, Mr. Important, with, I guess I saw a dust up where it seemed like Hasan's Hamas Pikers fans were attacking you on Twitter.
Yeah, I just
give us the backstory.
Okay, I just saw Hasan trying to explain from the river to the sea is actually an aspirational thing, and he compared it to people saying Black Lives Matter, some nonsense, and I just wrote, what a fucking moron. Literally 4 words. Just tweeted him, wrote, what a fucking moron. No other input, nothing. And he decided that got to the top of Destiny subreddit. And so, of course, Hasan stalks the subreddit. And so he had to respond. It's kind of like a proxy war between him and Destiny. So he quote tweeted me and wrote a whole book report about these liberals. And, here's what it means. And at the end, he says, like, he kind of it doesn't excuse October 7th or whatever, but he just says, like, it was because of the mistreatment of the Palestinians, like explaining it. And so why he chose to respond to me, I don't know, but it just raised my profile to get quote tweeted by him because he has like 1.5 million followers, and it put me in that arena.
He did this to me, and it was not a good afternoon. I will just say.
So you got caught up in that as well, Brianna?
Yeah. Not related to what happened to I'm Really Important, but just separately, he tried to basically shoehorn me and get me to say that Israel was an apartheid state, right? Which, look, my public position is out there. I've been very, very clear on this. I do not support Netanyahu. I think anyone that looks into, his leadership can see he's a pretty corrupt guy. I think he's fairly analogous to Bush too, in the fact that he's used terrorism to keep himself in power very cynically. I think if you're noticing stories about him delivering, suitcases of cash to Hamas, I think for any reasonable person, this raises questions of him perhaps enabling Hamas for a deliberate opposition. So, I don't support Netanyahu, but I do also really not support anti-Semitism. And let's be really clear. The left in discussing this has lapsed again and again and again and again into the most anti-Semitic tropes that dehumanize, not Netanyahu, not Israeli foreign policy, which I don't support, but, American Jews that don't have anything to do with this. And, I've called that out, and I got to tell you, my social media has been a war for weeks now, and it's really, really discouraging.
Yeah, I saw you even went protected for a while, and I was wondering what was going on, but I want to give a fair warning because there is going to be a bit of I told you so in this live stream today.
Fair.
Yeah, so just to expect that. Look, I brought you both on because a lot of times our live streams end up becoming like a 2v1, and I figured, look, there's 2 of you, there's 2 of us, so we can dole out the I told you so's, and you guys can react.
Okay.
But
is there going to be a fight? Because every statement I have is going to be like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what there's to say.
I see where Adam's going. He's going to be like, this stuff's been present. You guys just haven't seen it. That kind of thing. Is that what's going on?
Maybe it's gonna
Yeah.
be a 3v1 against IRI.
Well, no, we'll see. I mean, listen, this is the first time I find myself criticizing some, not only people on the left. I'm shocked by the anti-Semitism. They're couching it, hiding behind anti-Zionism. And that's what got me to step into this. I stayed out of this for a couple of weeks because I'm like, no one's gonna like my takes. My family is from kibbutzes, right near with ones that were attacked. My opinion is very biased. It's not going to go over well. So I just kind of keep it to myself. But once I start seeing Hasan and others attacking Zionism, that pissed me off, because that just, you might as well say Jewish people, because what are you hiding behind Zionism? They don't know what any of that shit means.
Okay,
when someone says Zionism, you know you're in for a really shitty conversation. Like, you know, it's going to get kind of racist really quickly.
Well, so let's start there. You know, because I hear this very often. It's not people, you know, Hasan and other people who say they're not anti-Semitic, they're anti-Zionist. So why do you think that that's really anti-Semitic?
Well, I think they don't have an understanding of what Zionism is. And not that I'm an expert, but for me, Zionism is just the Jewish people having a state. It's not the exclusion of other people. It doesn't mean the destruction of other people. Are there extremist elements within Zionism? Of course. Are there people who have hijacked it and done crazy things with it? Sure. But for me, Zionism has always been, when people attack Zionism, it's always a way to attack Jewish people. So that's where I start.
You have a take, Brianna?
No, I agree with that. And it's not to say you can't have a nuanced discussion on, or a more academic discussion on, should Israel, like, what is the best solution for policy here? You know, I want to admit, I found this to be very laughable, but there is an ongoing discussion about like a one-state solution, where I suppose Israelis, like Joe Biden, calls up Netanyahu and says, Bibi, time to dissolve, to wrap the whole thing up. And he goes and dismantles all the borders, and you know, Palestinians just come in, and all the Jewish people that live in Israel that have memories of the Holocaust and move to Israel to all the hopes of having a safe state of their own. They just go, all right, that's fine, we'll deal with this. And then everybody lives side by side, and it's utopia. You know, that's a discussion that seems to be going on. And I guess you can have that discussion, but like, don't tell me with a lot of this, there's not this undercurrent when they say, you know, Zionists, they really want to say the Jews, or at least that's the impression I get. I mean, tell me if I'm crazy.
Well, I know it's weird. Like, I think there's a lot of people, especially like in the Middle East, and when you see a lot of these protests, and when you see a lot of people, unfortunately, of Middle Eastern descent, like in, you know, Australia, saying gas the Jews. I mean, obviously that's very anti-Semitic thought process there. And so I definitely think, from a global perspective, anti-Semitism definitely has a huge role in people not liking Israel.
Yeah.
But I think from a lot of the leftist American perspective, and even the leftist Canadian perspective, I don't know if it's so much anti-Semitism, if it's just this kind of lens, that what I would call brain rot lens, of looking at the world through the oppressor lens, and saying like, you know, they think, oh, you know, in their mind, Israelis are white Europeans, which is not true, but that's how they perceive it. You know, Israelis are white Europeans who came to a region of non-white people and colonized them. And I think that's how they view it, and that's why they have such a dumb take on it.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. I do just for balance want to say, you know, my good friend Dean Obadallah, who is a former Saturday Night Live writer, he has a show over on Sirius XM. Really great guy. And yeah, he's Palestinian. He has family that grew up there. And yeah, I was on his show last night, and he's talking with a lot of pain, frankly, about what it was like to grow up in the West Bank and have, you know, Israeli policy being like cut more into the border to deliberately settle there, you know, displace people. He actually had his grandmother that lost her home from this. And you know, just seeing this really hostile Israeli foreign policy year after year. And Dean is not anti-Semitic. He has condemned that regularly on the show for years, you know, but there's a lot of pain on his side over, you know, seeing Palestinian children without water and electricity. And he's coming at this in good faith. And I do think that is a foreign policy that is eminently fair to criticize. Where I really have to say this is not appropriate is when people on my own side are really just frankly being anti-Semitic to people like IRI, right? And just like there's no future for addressing this crisis that doesn't involve people like IRI, like working with the mainstream Democrats and kind of changing course on the foreign policy of our country. We have to be partners with everyone. And I just think there's this tendency to dismiss them, that it's just not anti-productive, it's anti-Semitic, I think.
Have people been saying explicitly, directly anti-Semitic things to you, IRI?
I mean, not the normal stuff, but call me a Nazi, saying my family are genociders and things like that. But I mean, I can just feel it. I've dealt with anti-Semitism my whole life, and I can just feel when people are not saying what they really want to say and just being nasty. But what the anti-Semitism for me is what I'm not hearing. And that is that the Jewish people have a right to live here side by side in peace with everybody. It's the dismantling of Israel, a nation that's been there 75 years. And it's just this pipe dream that these people are selling to their fan base. And it's also a distance from the Holocaust that a lot of these young people have, that they don't understand why Israel was founded in the first place.
Well, I agree that it's like this pipe dream, because we watched a bunch of Hasan content on this, and to me it is an absurd pipe dream that there'd be a one state that's like a secular state, because my understanding is that no one, either side, really wants that, so it's kind of silly to advocate for such something no one wants. But I'm curious, IRI, if theoretically, like there was, the majority of Palestinians were in favor of living in a secular Western liberal democracy, and with Israel is like one state, would you be in favor of that solution?
I don't think so, because for me, Israel is a place for Jewish people to be safe. I mean, Jewish people are treated like shit all over the world, even to this day. And there's got to be one place where Jewish people don't have to watch their back and can just be themselves. And so I just don't think it works. That's why I support a 2-state solution, or even a 3-state solution, whatever it takes. Not tomorrow. I think Israel could end their blockade. They could bring down the wall in Gaza. They could give people the right to return, whatever, all that, and they would still be slaughtered by Hamas. So it's not about the Palestinian cause when it comes to like Hamas. So for security reasons, it's just not feasible to have a 1-state solution, even if it's a secular state. It makes no sense.
Well, like I understand what you're saying. Like like this is all theoretical, obviously, because like if they integrated now, there'd be this massive like safety concern. But if, like, in some hypothetical scenario, the Palestinian population overall, was in favor of a secular Western democracy, I think that it could work. And I think Jews could be safe in Israel without it being explicitly a Jewish state. But I understand that this is all like highly hypothetical.
I don't know, man. Jews get shit on wherever they go. So I'm not very confident that like democratizing and like being secular is going to help them, just
to bring it back to the lens. So part of, I think, our position is that this oppressor oppressed dynamic is the lens of wokeness, something that we've talked about, and you guys have probably talked about but been in favor of. So I'm curious, Mr. Important, do you think these people are calling you a Nazi because you're Jewish, or do you think they're calling you a Nazi because you're a colonizer, an oppressor?
Well, probably more the oppressor. They think that I support the genocide of the Palestinians, which I disagree with the premise in the first place. I don't think they're being genocided, but that's their view, that I'm no better than Hitler and the Nazis trying to remove the Jews from the face of the earth. And so, it's the nastiest of insults they can call a Jewish person a Nazi.
Yeah, but has this changed your opinion on like leftism or wokeism or socialism at all?
I haven't thought about it like in that regard. Like, well,
you got to.
Well, look, the lens has been turned on you now. That's why we're asking.
Sure. No, but listen, here's the thing. These people have always hated me because I'm a liberal. I know you guys disagree with me taking that label, but
what do you mean we're liberals?
I know, but you say I'm not. You say I'm a progressive.
Right. Okay.
So,
Well, look,
but
it sounds like
you
you're
had,
taking steps towards being a liberal here. So I like that.
well, I've always been, this has always been my position. So these people have always hated me. I was just nice, so they couldn't do it openly. Now they have a reason to hate me openly
Yeah,
for
because
my
you're a
support.
colonizer. You're
Well,
And you're white.
here's what I think. I think a lot of these people are misguided. I think it comes down to distance from the Holocaust. A lot of these young people don't know about the Holocaust. They don't know why the Jewish people have Israel. And I do think there is this sort of black and white oppressor versus oppressee. I think TikTok plays a major role in this. People are not getting their news from watching TV or even lengthy YouTube videos. They are going on TikTok. And TikTok, what is China's goal with TikTok? It's in order to sow discord in the Western world. So I think a lot of these people are just being manipulated. And I don't know what the hell's going on in these college campuses, but I think it's a minority of the voices. I don't think it's a majority.
So
Brown.
I agree with that. I think you have two generations of Americans now that have no memory of any institution in this country functioning. I'm just old enough to remember, like the first Gulf War, right? It happened when I was very, very young, but I'm old enough to remember like Democrats and Republicans coming together. I'm old enough to remember foreign policy operations were genuinely done in the national interest. I'm old enough to remember when our left versus right politics ended at the United States border. I think what we have two generations of Americans now that believe is they've never thought really seriously about geostability. I think they take national security for granted, and I think they have this really erroneous paradigm in their mind that America is always the bad guy. Now, I want to be really clear. I protested George Bush II every single weekend for years for a reason. I didn't do that for fun. I did it because I thought he was the worst president we'd ever had, and I thought he was getting my friends killed in Iraq. But there was no point where, like, at the same time, I could point to you to 100 things the United States has done that has been tremendously good for the world, right? It's not just U.S. bad, like Hasan said today. There's a much more complicated calculus about how these things work. And I think Democrats have not done a very good job of telling that, helping educate younger people about this. And I think Republicans have also not done the same thing. So I don't think it should be surprising that we have two generations of America with a very simplistic analysis of how to evaluate our actions in the world. But I think this is a wake-up call that we need to have far more sophisticated discussions.
Well, this is the purpose of ideology, though. Ideology is designed to simplify the world, to create a stylized world where everybody is a oppressor or oppressed, so that people who are not very bright know how to behave in the world. They know who to hate and who to love. So, but this is my problem with ideology, and this is one of the critiques that we've had of this ideology for a long time. So I think it's been mischaracterized as like hating progressives or hating progressivism. I would call myself progressive in a different time, when there wasn't this simplistic ideology that was turning people into monsters.
Well, I think what Adam's getting at is that, we think or we feel, and I think this is very true, that this, whatever you want to call it, leftism, socialism, wokeism, this ideology of the oppressor versus the oppressed, this ideology of like, we need to deconstruct whiteness and all this, other stuff. Like, this ideology is toxic, and it's the ideology that led people down the pathway to have these takes on Israel and to say the things that they're saying about this. And I don't think it's just like, because it sounds kind of like IRI that you're saying that this is like a one-off thing, but I don't think it is. I think this is obviously where the ideology goes, and I think that the left broadly in America and in Canada needs to kind of push back against this and kind of expel these radical elements from the left.
Yeah, no, I see where you guys are coming from. I do think we've gotten into a world where things are binary and you're on one side or the other, and that does lead to where we're at right now, unfortunately. But I didn't see that in the past when it came to issues. I saw nuance within BLM or the COVID era, whatever. And I'm sure you guys disagree, but I saw nuance within the left on that. And on this issue, it seems like again, what got me into it, maybe it's personal and, maybe I'm waking up or something, but it doesn't change my opinion on the left or Biden or Democrats or woke culture or whatever. It doesn't change my opinion on any of that other stuff. It's just this one thing I feel is people falling victim to anti-Semitism without realizing. Yep. I mean, there's been a lot of anti-Semitism out there coming from the right. No offense to the righties out there, but you have to admit it's mostly been coming from those types. And I think that bleeds over a lot to people and they don't even realize it. And they take on a lot of this. It's kind of like in 2016 with the attacks on Hillary by the right, that bled over to the left and affected some of the Bernie people too. So that's kind of what I'm seeing, if that makes sense.
Well, you go, Brian.
No, I was gonna. I agree with IRI, or should I call you Mr. Important? Either one. No, but I've got an equally hard question for you. I mean, I hear you. I hear what you're saying about ideology, like breaking things down to a simplistic point of view, and I agree with you. But when I see this situation exactly like Mr. Important does, I see a confluence of a lot of different events. I see generations of Americans that are getting points of view that, let's be frank, have been underrepresented in media for most of my lifetime, like the plight of the Palestinians. I think we would all agree that CNN and the New York Times, they tend to not really cover these things accurately. But y'all's reaction to this is, aha, more evidence that wokeism is bad, which to me seems like kind of an equally simplistic analysis. I want to be really clear. I've been fighting with these people on Twitter for weeks now. I am far more black-pilled on areas of my movement than I was 2 weeks ago. And like Adam, you've told me repeatedly that these are some dangerous people that need to be called out. And I agree with your assessment there. But I think you're concluding that the entire movement is broken or corrupt. And I think it's just too far in my assessment.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that we're trying to differentiate. I mean, I know a lot of people don't do this.
Sure.
But me and Adam try to differentiate between, mainstream Democrats and liberals and like socialist leftists. Like these are different groups of people, even though I think very often the mainstream left, unfortunately, gets in bed with them for some reason. So I'm not trying to say like the entire left in America is broken, and I don't think that's what Adam's trying to say. But where I think it's important to understand is that this is not a one-off. And I understand that, like, I understand how you could see it that way. Either of you could see it that way, because it's like once the lens gets turned on you for the first time, it's like, wait, what the hell's going on here? Or maybe it's easier to not see it when it's not on you. Because like one of the comparisons I made, and obviously these are very extremely different in terms of levels of severity, but the same thought process, the same moral intuitions that kind of went behind a lot of these same people's take on the BLM stuff, like what you brought up earlier, IRI, is what's manifesting here in the Israel-Hamas situation. Because we saw the same people making excuses for shoplifting. We saw the same people making excuses for rioting and looting, saying, there are poor people, there are poor Black people that are being oppressed by a system, and therefore it's okay for them to go and, destroy private property, and do all these things that are against the law. And that's essentially the same argument they're making here. They're saying, well, the Palestinians are poor and they're being oppressed by Israel, so therefore, they're justified in fighting back. It's the same thought process, just to a more severe degree.
Oof. I see where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong, but I just think that, listen, I was making fun of those people too at the same time for those takes. You know what I mean? I never was like, yeah, shoplifting's based. Like that's idiotic, Well,
not just shoplifting, but also just this, like, let's not denounce people who are like looting and rioting and doing these things. Right. There was a lot of like
riots
are
the
voice
language.
of the unheard,
There you go.
So
the language of the oppressed.
I want this is an admission, and I think this is a fair criticism of me. I will completely cop to, I never said any of that garbage like, oh, it's great to go out and shoplift, or this doesn't matter. But when some of the BLM riots happened, I completely admit I looked at that news, I saw it on my news feed, and I said, I'm just not going to get involved with this. I knew it was wrong. but I did not speak out about that, right? And I think every single time on the left, we choose to kind of look the other way when it makes a point for us. I think it's corrupting our culture and our political movement. I do worry that we're becoming less capable of intellectual honesty and looking at our own side and holding our own side to the standards we expect of other people. I really struggle with this because we're here talking about this today. And, there's a story that just came out in Axios about, Donald Trump going through and basically pre-approving people that would serve in his cabinet and basically enact revenge on political opponents, right? So the stakes on the other side, in my view, is literally democracy or fascism. So I think it's hard because sometimes I want to focus on the truly terrifying existential threat to our country that I see, but I also see like this culture on my own side of not speaking up when things are wrong. And IRI would probably both agree. Like, my mentions have been a war zone for calling out the anti-Semitism on the left for weeks now. It's not pleasant to go through. I wish I did not have this kind of backlash, but I do think it's important that some part of what we advocate for is a leftism that's fundamentally honest.
You bring up an interesting point, because I did see that article about the right. The problem I see is there's two ideologies in conflict here. There's the oppressor-oppressed ideology, and there's the liberalism, individualism ideology. One is collectivism, collectivist by nature, and the other is individualist. And the right, exactly as you're saying, I mean, what allows them to say it's no big deal that Trump is doing this thing, which I admit is terrifying to me as well, is using the oppressor-oppressed lens. They're saying, listen, we're being oppressed by liberals now. We're being oppressed by the left. And therefore, we have to take power by any means necessary because we are the victims. We are in the victim role. And I mean, I'm sure both of you know, this is a lot of the Nazi arguments in favor of the Holocaust, as disgusting as it was they were being victimized by the wealthy Jews. So the danger of this ideology is something that I think it's easier if we focus on the fact that it is this ideology and that there are these two things in conflict. Go ahead, Mr. Important.
Well, I want to say I feel bad that Brianna is having such blowback. I've just been laughing at all of it. Maybe I'm a psychopath, but I just mute tweets and I just ignore if I get annoyed. But nothing these people have said have hurt me at all. I just it all water off a duck's back. I don't know. I just I think I've heard it all at this point. So it doesn't bother me to fight with them. And I don't really engage because that's what they want. They want some attention. And so most of them are sick people. I guess, Adam, the first thing that came to mind for me, I agree with the oppressor oppressed thing. And I do think that people are seeing stuff in black and white terms. And that is problematic. And perhaps this is the first time I've seen it, that it impacts me with anti-Semitism and makes my community less safe. So it bothers me. But I think when it comes to the right, they're trying to take away rights and justify that by saying that they're being oppressed. And it feels manufactured. It doesn't feel authentic. Whereas on the left, I've always felt that, okay, some people are soy and they're pushing things too far, but their heart's in the right place. And they are sticking up for people that are genuinely in need of a voice. For example, let's say the people that are stealing. Those are people who don't have a voice. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are suffering economically and they don't have a voice.
Look, you just a second ago said you weren't going to make excuses for shoplifting, and you've reversed your position on that pretty quickly here.
No. I'm just saying, I don't think the argument that people are making is correct. I don't think supporting people shoplifting is correct. And I'll laugh in their face at that in a second. But when I hear people complaining like, oh, look at all these locks I have to go through. I have to go get the cashier to open it up for me and stuff. I'm like, come on, man. Like, you're missing the whole problem. Why are people stealing in the first place? Let's have that conversation. Let's not talk about, oh, I'm inconvenienced because I have to go get
They're stealing because they can have excuses. They can claim that they're victims and that they're oppressed.
See, I just fundamentally disagree on that. I don't
think
you're
making the argument. Look, you're basically saying, I agree with you that we shouldn't use the oppressor-oppressed lens, but I really am oppressed. Like, that is the problem with the lens.
Not me. No, not me. I mean, maybe in this situation with the Israel and
The hypothetical
anti-Semitism,
me. Yeah.
but
Right.
Theoretical me. Well, like so with like the shoplifting thing, like well, I agree that things should be done. I think it's far more difficult to solve the widespread cultural systemic problem of, shoplifting and why certain areas of lower income places are going to have more shoplifting and all that stuff. I think we should be doing it. I just think it's a very long-term project where there's obviously very short-term things like, lowering or raising, I should say, raising the amount of things someone could steal before getting hit with felonies and all that stuff, which has a very short-term instant effect on increasing shoplifting because then people are not afraid to do it. And that's why all these stores are doing all this stuff. I mean, people just don't want to live in a society like that. And even, I mean, especially it's not just like, rich white people on Twitter complaining. Like if you're poor and black and you live in one of these areas in CVS where you have to like go to CVS and there's just picture frames of everything because this like shoplifting's so bad. I mean, like who wants to live like that?
Yeah.
sure.
No,
So-
I'm not. Well, two things. First, IRI. I've been dealing with a lot of efforts to sabotage me professionally in backchannel, like literally get me fired from some of
I
my
see.
positions. Like I can take heat on Twitter, but people are trying to. This is the irony to me. Like I'm literally trying to help Democrats win elections. Play a you more than probably anyone else in this space understand. On the ground field work is hard. Leading canvassing efforts is hard. Fundraising is hard. And this is what I spend at least 40 hours a week working on. And, I've got people that are trying to basically get me fired from them, which is tremendously frustrating. It's not the Twitter stuff that I care about. It's the attempts to like destroy my character. Secondly, like you're my friend, but I cannot excuse the shoplifting at all. I've looked into the psychology of this. I'm not convinced that it's usually to feed your family. I think a lot of people do it in the course of a moment because it's fun. I think we're seeing a scourge of organized crime. They exist to do smash mobs and go do these stores, and I think it's destructive to these communities. So, do I have compassion for the material conditions that could be adding to this? Of course, and that's a separate discussion. I have no issue at all saying shoplifting is wrong. This organized crime wave that's going on with stealing things from stores is wrong, and we just do not need to enable it on the left because it's not hurting corporations; it's hurting communities.
Yeah, look, I definitely don't support shoplifting in any way at all. It seems like a minor inconvenience for me compared to the bigger issue of why people would steal. And even I agree with you that there are mobs of kids that are organized that are shoplifting and taking stuff, and there's even organized gangs and such. And perhaps some progressive DAs have gone too far with lessening the punishment for shoplifting, and that seems to be something that's being discussed in a serious capacity. So I'm all ears for all that stuff. I would never make excuses for shoplifting in a heartbeat, but I'm always looking at why people commit crimes. Why would a bunch of kids get together and shoplift? What's going on with them? Because I wasn't interested in doing that when I was their age. So I'm just more interested in the why than the what.
Because you
that's
gave
fair.
an excuse.
Well, I think people are more, I think I give people more credit than that. Then just because you're not going to be punished means you're going to commit a crime. I could probably go push an old lady down and run into the mob and not get caught, but am I going to do it? No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would just say I wouldn't use the term like inconvenience because I understand that for you, and you said for you, yeah, it's an inconvenience maybe. But if someone lives in an area, maybe they don't have a car, and like the closest grocery store, CVS, like shuts down because shoplifting is so bad. I mean, that's like a huge problem for their life.
I agree. And if it does create like a food desert or something, that could be problematic for the community. I'm sure it does happen. But I feel like there were these talking points that a lot of these stores shut down and they blamed it on loss or whatever it was called. And pretty sure I saw an article not too long ago saying that's not the whole story there. And they kind of pointed a finger at shoplifting as an excuse to shut down stores. May not be the whole story.
Yeah, I saw that too. And that's really well said. I found that very convincing personally.
Well, Yeah, I mean, I've seen articles like that, but I would imagine that if there's a location and there's only one CVS or one grocery store, and if
Mhm.
there's not shoplifting, I would imagine that store would get a lot of business because it's the only one in like a few mile radius. So that makes me think that there has to be shoplifting has to play a big factor in why they would close down because otherwise they'd be making lots of money.
Well, I'm sure there are some stores that were just overrun with shoplifting and it wasn't worth it due to the safety of the customers and stuff like that. But I feel like it's probably a minor reason why
Well,
a store like CVS shuts down.
I don't know what the profit margins are for a CVS or for a grocery store. I mean, I'm guessing they're not massive. So even a spike in shoplifting that reduces their earnings by 5 or 7%. I mean that could just be enough to say, okay, this 5% is too much. Shut it down. I mean,
I'd
I
have to
don't.
look it up. I don't know. I
Right.
mean, businesses shut down for all sorts of reasons, and I feel like we're all kind of assuming here. It could be they
Okay.
overexpanded. They just it just wasn't a right
Well,
fit for the
regardless of
neighborhood.
yeah, so even if regardless of whether that's the only reason or not, I mean, we should all
Hmm.
not want to live in a society where you have to, pick up a picture frame of toilet paper because the shoplifting is so bad.
I agree.
Yeah. So, but I want to go back to something you said, Brianna, which I agree with, and I'm very happy that you said it, which is that, you know, and I said this a bunch, that if you ignore the extremists on your side, that just allows them to kind of grow out of control. And it kind of creates this idea that like, oh, well, everyone must agree because no one's kind of pushing back on the extremism. This is true on both the left and the right. And I was curious if you agree with that idea, IRI, that you be calling out the extremists on the left?
Well, just to be clear, and I'll let him answer. My statement
Yes.
was I really struggle with understanding what proportion is appropriate,
Sure.
because I think 0 is clearly not appropriate. But on the other side, you're literally talking about fascism, and as a public figure who's trying to provide to build coalitions in the party, I struggle every day with what my role is with that.
Well, before you answer, right, because you're kind of framing this a very interesting way, which I think is what everyone does, and is kind of why these extremists don't get called out, is that unfortunately, like the way it seems like a lot of politics works is that if you're on the right, you'll point to the left-wing extremist and you'll say, hey, this is the entire left. And you'll try to use this broad brush to paint everyone on the left as the extremist. And then the inverse of that is true. If you're on the left, you point to the extremist on the right. You say, hey, everyone on the right is one of these, fascist extremists. And you try to paint everyone like that. And so because that happens, it makes people on the left and the right gun shy to call out the extremists on their side because it just gets perceived as ammunition for the other side. We saw this a lot with Anna Kasparian, with her birthing person tweet, where like the number one complaint that I saw from people to the left wasn't necessarily her tweet. It was that, Ben Shapiro retweeted it. Like a right-wing person used this complaint as ammunition against my team. And so is there a way to like kind of call out people on your side without falling prey to this team playing attitude?
Well, I lean towards what Brianna said, where I feel the time's more valuable and leads to more results by trying to rally the troops and avoid punching people on my team and woke scolding.
Yeah.
So
Is that what
I'm
you were
more,
saying, Brad? That's not what I interpreted you saying.
Oh, it's I think that is I agree with you. That is the best course of action, is to not woke scold. I agree with that.
No,
yeah,
but
like
okay, but that's not. Wait, I thought you were saying, IRI, that you shouldn't. You should be spending like the majority of your time rallying the troops instead of calling out like the crazies on your side.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
because the crazies are just that. They're crazies. And so, why, do you argue with the guy standing in front of Subway pouring a 2-liter on his head, or you just keep
Yeah,
moving about it?
but if the guy at the corner of Subway pouring a 2 liter on his head has 44,000 live viewers, then yes,
Right.
you should be.
Well,
If he's
I don't know.
poisoning your entire movement, then yeah, you should be.
I mean, I don't see their impact as gigantic. I really don't. When I hear
Really?
like Hasan, yeah, this is something that I just Because if you go out in the real world and you ask people, do you know who Hasan Piker is? 99 out of 100 have no idea. No idea. And I used to do this on Omegle. I would ask people if they know who Hasan is, then no idea. And these are just randos on their phones, like going on the internet, messing around. So I think the vast majority of people that are involved in the political process are not influenced by people like Hasan. Now, you guys might disagree with me, but this is what the feeling I get watching the news, interacting with normies. And these are the people who vote. And also, I'd rather try to get
they're the people who vote now, though. Don't you think the young people who are watching Hasan are going to grow up and vote one day?
One day, but right now they're 15 years old and they're 3 years away from being able to vote. You know,
yeah, but we're shaping their morality for their entire lives.
Well, I maybe I'm more forgiving, but when I was 15, I thought some stupid things too, and I quickly grew up as time went on. So the people that had influence on me at that age didn't seem to stick with me my whole life. And I think you guys would probably agree your 15-year-old influences probably didn't have a lasting influence on you. Maybe I'm
yes, they did. Jesus was my 15-year-old influence, and I think it served me very well.
Well, it seemed to push you in the wrong in the other direction.
Look, I'm an atheist, but
okay. So Hasan is then that argument is then Hasan is pushing people in the exact opposite direction as they mature. Then.
No, I do think you
look. I do think you form your moral compass when you're young. Obviously, like I instinctively hate lying, and I know that I hate lying because I was raised religious and I felt it was a sin. So just intuitively, I feel strong discomfort about being dishonest, which I think is good. I want people to feel discomfort in being dishonest. You raise a generation of people who feel no discomfort at being dishonest, and all of a sudden society is falling apart. You raise a bunch of people who are not only not uncomfortable about being dishonest, but think shoplifting is great and they feel good about it. You're going to run into trouble.
Yeah, like I agree that internet politics and mainstream politics are not 100% aligned. I mean, we talked about this in terms of Bernie support, Vivek support, Yang support. But I think that's going to change over time because internet politics, I agree, is like still like the young people's game, and the young people are still not the primary voting base, but they will be.
Yeah.
And I think the Hasans of the world and the other political pundits in the world will become just as popular as Fox News or any of these other, or MSNBC or any of these other things going forward over the next 10, 20 years. I don't think that internet politics is going to stay detached forever. It's going to grow and grow and grow. And it does concern me that I think Hasan's like the biggest political streamer in the world. And the biggest political streamer in the world is a radical socialist and promoting these ideas. And we're seeing them manifest on college campuses. I mean, I went to a fairly liberal college, in the late 2000s. And like, I would never have seen any of this stuff, any of these like attitudes manifesting, this oppressee stuff manifesting on my college campuses. Everyone was still very much like a more classically liberal, pro free speech, kind of person. So I don't think you can just dismiss this as something that's just going to like go away on its own.
Look, and I think we might have had this conversation 6 months ago, and both of you might not have even acknowledged that the lens existed. Now I feel like we've made some. Look, we've had conversations like that. We've had these conversations before. So look, I want to bring in something else because you mentioned psychology, Brianna. Do you know about the locus of control, the internal or external locus of control?
Why don't you share it with me? This sounds amazing.
Okay. So look, there's two ways that you can look at life. You can look at life as you have it has an external locus of control over you, that things happen to you that you cannot get past, or you can have an internal locus of control. You feel like you control your destiny. You shape your life to some extent. I do feel like the oppressor-oppressed lens gives people the ability to adopt this external locus of control. Anything that they do is not going to affect their lives. They're powerless under a system of oppression. And I don't think even if that's true to some extent, and obviously I'm not Pollyanna about it, there is some level of oppression that goes on around us. I don't think it's helpful to teach people that there's no possible way that they can overcome that oppression.
Do you think people are teaching their daughters that there's, quote, no possible way to overcome, say, structural sexism?
Yes.
I think they do. I think you're a bit guilty of this yourself. I think you kind of inadvertently teach people that.
I don't agree with that. I think it's something that is there. It's a background radiation in your life, but life goes on. Like you have to keep going forward, and we all have to, like there was a phrase to come out of this Hamas Palestine horror that was in the John Oliver clip. It's like, we're all doomed to live together, which I think is pretty appropriate. Like we ultimately are all going to have to get along. From my point of view, respectfully, I see a thought process with y'all that I think consistently dismisses what everyone else goes through. And I'm not going to tell you there's not excesses on my own side. There are, but like I think your calculus makes you think there's no problem at all, or it's overstated, or the best course of action is to shut up about it. And I just don't agree with that.
No, look, I do see people further right than us obviously making that argument. Like they want to make the argument that it doesn't exist. I'm not one of those people. I think it does exist.
Or that
I
it
think,
should exist.
Oh yeah, exactly. Which is even worse. It's important that we know what the reality is, because if there is this structural sexism, and I'm just talking about sexism, but it could be racism or homophobia, any one of these things. If there is a certain amount that is insurmountable for the individual to overcome, and in our past there was, obviously women weren't even allowed in certain universities or professions, okay? So that's an insurmountable hurdle for them to overcome. It's important to know that if you believe it's an insurmountable hurdle and it's not an insurmountable hurdle, you're doing yourself a complete disservice, because if the hurdle is insurmountable, you're a fool to try and beat it. You should, the logical course of action is to hunker down and live with it. You want to respond?
No, I'd like to see you engage with my point, but I will engage with yours by saying, look, my own life, I've got a house, I've got a really nice car collection, I do very well for myself, I have a job I think matters, I'm in a good marriage, I feel like I was handed a pretty tough deck and I've made the most of it, right?
Sure.
So I don't think my own life has been insurmountable, and I would never say that to anyone else. I think one of the things I admire about Republicans, and one of the things that has really served me well in my career, is a good old sense of personal responsibility. That, look, I was handed a tough hand, but my destiny is in my own hands, and I've got to make the most of it and make the best decisions I can in a moment for that, right? So I don't think it's insurmountable. But I do, again, want to say, I see a pattern with both of you that I think you structurally downplay these systems. And I think your solution that you're consistently advocating is don't talk about it, or look at how crazy the people are that are advocating for this. And again,
my position is, just to interrupt, my position is to assess the problem for what it is, not to downplay it, but to accurately assess it. So that's something completely different.
I was going to say, I obviously agree. We need to assess the problem to figure out what it is. And I just saw, someone on Twitter posted there's massive meta-analysis that was even showing that, biases against women in hiring has basically dropped to zero, while biases for hiring men is basically just increased, supposedly. Now you can look at this. I don't know. I've been said there's a massive meta-analysis of this, of like 80 studies or something. But my position on how to, quote, fix the problem is that we need to be pushing for a a liberal version, a liberalism version of the, you know, race blind, gender blind society, where we say, okay, if you're a man or a woman, you can, you know, do whatever you want and be whatever you want, and your gender doesn't necessarily control you, and we shouldn't be advocating along the lines of gender or race. And I see like that used to be the left's position broadly. And that right now I see, and this is kind of like the Hasan camp, this is the kind of pro-Palestine Hamas camp, is this moving away from the race, gender blind liberal attitude to the leftist attitude of that stuff doesn't work. You know, liberalism doesn't work. We all need to align along identity politics and, you know, say, you know, we need to do specific things to make everything better for women at the cost of the male oppressors. And that's where I see like the difference here.
I hear you.
How are we downplaying?
Well, she's saying that we're downplaying it because like we had the conversation in the past about, you know, how much sexism
Yeah, that's also a
exists
really
or
good
not
example. The
in
video game
jobs. Yeah.
industry, which is one of the most hostile, like documentable, like clear hostile industries for women to work. Look, I don't think y'all are bad people, but I think walking into that conversation, it was again and again, you were convinced this was not a problem, right? You're convinced like it's overstated or you need examples. And I just
look,
think
you do need examples.
Sure,
you do need examples if you're going to assess it accurately.
I feel like we're going down a wrong tunnel. That's not a productive place to go. My assessment of who y'all are is I think you have a slight bias against seeing this stuff. No big deal. My own husband has this. Doesn't make you bad people. I just think y'all have this bias.
Well, the bias for the oppressor-oppressed lens is to see everyone as an oppressor or oppressed. That's the bias.
And I think that's fair. And I think one of the reasons I talk less about these issues today, and I certainly don't talk about it the way I did in the Gamergate era, is I am convinced that those tactics are not resulting in better public policy for anyone. I can see barely any evidence that anything we did in the Gamergate era made that industry better for women. So, yeah.
Well, Sitch has a meta-analysis that shows it got better. I mean,
okay.
Well,
he does.
I mean, yeah, but you shouldn't dismiss it offhand just because of your personal experiences.
You said it was on Twitter. I would need to look at this.
Okay,
I'll look at it. You can invite me back on the show.
If your whole goal was to improve the situation,
yes,
and Sitch has a meta-analysis that proves that the situation has improved,
yes.
Haven't you achieved your goal? Why aren't you happy about that?
You did it.
Twitter is not a reputable source. Okay. Show me the analysis.
Okay, I will
look at it and we will have another
conversation. But I want to say, so putting aside like, you know, how much sexism still exists, how much of a problem it is and all that stuff.
Sure.
You know, one of the, you know, the famous lines, I think it was pre-Gamergate, was, you know, Anita Sarkeesian saying, you know, everything is racist, everything is sexist, and it's your job to find it and point it out. I mean, would you agree that that attitude is a bad attitude to teach people? Because if you teach them that, they're just going to look for it regardless of whether it exists, and they'll find it regardless of whether it exists or not.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's not that I think you can't look at situations and see ways that it's problematic in a million different ways. It's that I think as a tactic to make the world better for women, I think that going to war on culture issue after culture issue after culture issue has not resulted in better public policy. And I think that if we'd used that same energy and pushed for, say, better like daycare subsidies for working moms, I think that would have been a much better use of our energy.
What I'm getting at is like, if you tell yourself that you're going to find something, if you tell yourself that sexism and racism exist everywhere, aren't you just setting yourself up to find it? Like regardless of whether it exists or not?
Yeah, but it's probably going to exist.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that you can't, like, the human brain is just a pattern recognition machine. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about like the Bible code, where they'll like look into the Bible and they'll apply some algorithm and they can say, oh, the Bible tells the future. And it's like, well, no, if you look at any pattern, if you look at an ink blot, a cloud, anything, the human brain will force it to make sense. So look at a pattern and derive whatever you want from it. And so if you tell yourself everything is sexist, everything is racist, then yeah, your brain will find it there, whether it's there or
this
not.
this is what fundamentally don't understand. And I don't mean to get spicy, but
Okay.
I debated John Doyle, who's
Yes.
a pretty far right figure, right?
He is sexist and racist, yes.
At the University of South Carolina a
Right.
few days ago. And I took his complaints seriously about men getting addicted to pornography and how it was hurting their lives. And I didn't sit there and go, because women have XYZ, this doesn't matter and this doesn't exist. I looked into those claims. There was science that backed them up, even though the numbers I think he's using are overstated. And if you watch that debate, I spent the majority of it agreeing that what he was talking about was a problem, and I heard it, and I gave him policy solutions I thought the left and the right could work on together to make men's lives better. Like, that's where I'm coming from this. I don't think for women to win, men need to lose. And I think that's one of the limits of Gamergate era feminism. I think what is frustrating from my end about this conversation is I don't feel that same respect. I feel like your tendency is to say this doesn't exist, this isn't a problem,
we're not saying that.
We
We
don't
never
need to
said
look
that.
at it from this lens, this is wrong, don't talk about it this way, this is not helpful.
Right. Well,
would it really kill you to just say, you know what, I think it's pretty clear the women in the game industry, like every one of them were telling them, like we're seeing reports, we're seeing studies, we can look at the hiring numbers, we can look at the rate at which they leave. Women in the game industry are probably not having a great time. That matters to me. Why can't you show women the same respect I showed John Doyle?
So, we just watched this conversation on Sunday between Hasan and Ethan. And a big part of the conversation was, which we point out many times, and I think part of why the conversation looks so bad for Hasan is that I feel like when we watched it, like Ethan is willing to basically compromise on a lot of issues or think about a lot of issues. And Hasan is like completely obstinate on everything. There's no bending. So I don't want to like fall into that.
That's how I feel right now.
Right. I understand that's how you feel. Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I brought it up. So because I hear you. Okay. Let me tap into my feminine energy. I hear you. I understand. Right. So I get it. I'm empathetic. So I don't want to like be in that camp. But I guess regarding what you're saying, I'm very untrusting of people's personal experiences. And I know that because we had this whole conversation about the sexism in industries and in the gaming industry specifically. And I believe basically what I said multiple times in that conversation is, I don't know the clear facts on that. I'd have to see data on it. I don't trust what people just say. And I've never done the deep dive into that area myself. So I don't feel like it's productive necessarily for me and you to argue about how much sexism exists in the video game area or these other areas, because and as I said, I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
So that's why I guess I'm trying to focus on like other things of, regardless of how much sexism there is, the psychology of how people perceive this is definitely an issue.
Right.
So
we determine the actual levels. Look, we wouldn't expect you to believe our assessment of the level of sexism, racism, or homophobia, which do exist, obviously.
Well, it's not even ours. Like, if, there are a lot of people, there's a lot of white people who say, oh, I've experienced tons of racial discrimination in job hiring. I've heard people I know who are like, oh, my boss told me that they wouldn't hire me or they wouldn't give me a raise because I'm white and they need, a black person or whatever. And does that mean that there's like the entire country is rooted in some sort of racism against white people? I don't think those personal stories on their own paint that picture. You need to have some kind of study or data to show that information, right?
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. And I think where we would probably agree is this oppression Olympics dynamic where you're trying to decide, like bringing it back to the Israel-Hamas war. Let's be really clear. Everyone is hurting in this situation. I have Palestinian American friends and they see this and their hearts are broken. I have progressive Jewish friends and they see this and their hearts are broken. They feel kind of betrayed by their own sides. Everyone is here and in pain. And I feel like one of the reasons this particular conversation is so hard to move forward on is because the other side won't acknowledge anyone else's humanity. What I see today, as far as advocating for women's rights, is the exact same thing. If you're not willing to look at the other side and look at the suicide stats that men are going through, or this pornography addiction thing, which is much worse than I would have guessed once I started looking into it. If we can't start seeing each other's humanity and trying to like come up with this playbook, which is, I'm hurt, I'm right, you should not exist, you should shut up and give me power, that's not going to get us anywhere. And it's not a formula for anything but internet bickering, which is why, to bring the conversation back to IRI, I think this is why both of us spend so much of our efforts on public policy and winning elections. This is a way to look at these issues and garner political power and get specific policies passed. This is a much better use of everyone's energy, and this is what is my professional goal.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, and you know, me and Adam obviously have different. You know, we're interested in different things. We're more interested in like the psychology and cultural aspects of these political situations. I think from the beginning, you know, we're not like big policy wonks, but you know, it's kind of like going back to sort of like the importance of calling out the bad actors. You know, we saw this on the right where, and I'm sure you guys have seen this, both of you guys have seen this a lot, which is, I don't think a lot of Republican politicians and a lot of Republican pundits, you know, they don't seem to like Trump, and yet they're afraid to call him out, and they're afraid to call it election denial stuff because they know that the Trump base is like so big, right? And when you don't call out these sorts of things, it seems like it just creates a snowball effect of it getting bigger and bigger until it dominates the movement. And I guess that's what I'm afraid of on the left, is that I know it's not quite there yet, but if there is this kind of attitude of like, the left can't get rid of its bigotry, you know, whether it's anti-Semitism or whether it's the oppressor-oppressed narrative or whatever, that will take over the left. And I feel like, you know, the right went through this historically. Obviously, I mean, I'm sure there'd be a disagreement about how effective they've been, but the right, because we used to live in a country where, you know, Black people were second-class citizens and racism was like so heavy on people's mind, you know, the right seems a lot more sensitive of like, okay, we need to, you know, kick out at least the explicit racist in our party. You know, maybe they'll use dog whistles or whatever, because that's so tip top in Americans' minds, where like America never had really a threat of socialist. And so because America's never had that threat, I don't feel like the left feels a need to kind of expel socialism and this toxicness out of the left-wing parties in America.
Yeah.
Well, can I just say, I just look at it from a bird's eye view. I don't think the responsibility is on you and I to call out people. I feel like that is a waste of time. For me, it's about what led people to this road. So like communism, socialism, these are kids who, as Brianna said, have grown up without a functioning government. We have a Congress that can't get anything done. They're at each other's throats. We have old laws dictating our southern border when it was single males coming across from Mexico looking for work. And we have a refugee crisis. We have an internet that's out of control with no regulation at all. AI is about to make it 100 times worse. And so for me, it's about, let's update the laws. Let's get Congress functioning. Let's get gerrymandering out so we get real people in Congress as examples of how to get along. That's why I don't spend my time trying to call people out. I don't ask the right to do that. I don't ask them. I don't expect it on the left. The only reason I got into it now is, number one, I can get some attention by leaning into it on Twitter, and these people already hate me, so I might as well just pound them hard and hit the hornet's nest and see what happens, to raise my voice, because my goal is always just to make this stuff more accessible. I don't want kids to get their news from TikTok, and nobody's watching CNN like me. It's all Medicare Advantage sign-up commercials and Viagra pills. So the goal for me, and I assume Brianna as well, is to make this stuff more accessible. And that's why she works with streamers, because we want people to get the news. Because like you guys, I feel that if you read an article or if you watch a 5-minute segment about a story, you're going to actually see a little nuance and maybe go on some research on your own and learn something. But if you just watch a 30-second TikTok video of Hasan saying Israel is committing genocide, then you're not going to get the news. So I don't mean to dismiss what you guys are saying, but for me, it's all a waste of time to try to call people out.
Well, yeah, like if that's not what you're interested in, that's fine. You know, I'll be honest, I haven't watched enough of your back catalog to be like, you've called out all the Republicans, blah, blah. I don't know the answer to that question, right? And I'll take your word for it. But
don't you think IRI, and this is so this is where I really struggle. And
well, wait, let me just finish.
Oh,
let me just
go
finish.
ahead. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is that, so, you know, so I'll definitely take your word for it that you're not out there, you know, demanding that people on the right call out the racists or the authoritarians or whatever. And I agree with you, because the way that I look at the world is that you have all these extremist forces at all times that are always trying to pull society in one extreme direction. And then there's some kind of environmental change that allows that extremist movement to like sink its hooks in. And so, yeah, like, you know, income problems, material problems, the fact that there is income inequality and inflation, and especially among young kids who don't feel like they can live the life that their parents lived, where they can, you know, get a job and get married and get a house and all this stuff. Like, all these problems create an environment that makes it ripe for extremists and any left or right wing bent to kind of like sink their hooks in and say, society sucks, society's falling apart, we need to have some kind of revolution to change everything. So I agree with you that you want to change those conditions to eliminate those problems. But do you agree that like that's a long-term thing, and that's going to take like years to change? And so we should be advocating and changing that, but you also need to have something that deals with like these extremist movements and these extreme groups short term. And one of the ways to deal with that is to be like, listen, we're not like these crazy people over here. They're not with us. They're not part of our movement, blah, 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 blah.
I just don't know how effective that is. And I think you're no match for the TikTok algorithm.
Well, part of that would be to, I mean, honestly, I'm in favor of just getting rid of TikTok. I mean, that'd be a short-term solution.
I understand. My argument would be to grow your voice instead of going after other people, which is what I rarely do. It's like more about, how do I grow my voice? How do I grow my influence? I feel is a better use of time than showing people that someone else is wrong. Perhaps we disagree. And I don't mean to give you the impression it's a waste of your time to do that. Like, if there's somebody making racist jokes in your office, then yeah, by all means, you should sit them down and say, hey, man, I don't know if you realize, but like, you're saying some racist shit, bro, and it's making everyone uncomfortable. But I think we have to take care of our own homes in that regard. Trying to influence society by calling out Hasan on his takes or something, I think the influence is minimal. And I don't kid myself that I'm having any influence in doing that. For me personally, I just had to say something. That's why.
Why is your name I'm really important if you don't think you have any influence? I don't agree with that.
I think it's
ironic. It's to make people drop their guard and like, well, think this guy doesn't take himself so seriously. So maybe I'll listen a little more to
regardless
him. Oh my goodness.
Of how influential Hasan is. You know, obviously there has been, and I would assume that you both agree, there has been some kind of political shift starting in the 2012, 2014, 2016, some time period. There has been some shift on the left and the left's ideology, at least on college campuses, at least on the internet, where it's moved from liberalism to, you know, whatever you want to call wokeism, whether you want to call it socialist or not. So something is occurring. And to me, I don't think and I understand you want to, you know, and that's fine. If your attitude is, I want to stop that by raising up my own voice, that's fine. But that's a little bit different than kind of the attitude of like, well, we just stick our head in the sand. It's not a big deal. Or it's not happening.
I don't disagree that it's happening. I think people are drawn to socialism and abandoning capitalism because they don't see any opportunity to own a home. They don't see any way to get out of debt from student loans. They've ran up all their credit cards, and they can't find love because they're on Instagram all day long and they don't talk to humans. So I think they're looking for excuses why. And they say, well, capitalism, man, you know, America bad, America's imperialism or whatever. So I don't disagree that that's happening. I just say you're not going to convince them, I think, by browbeating them or even confronting them on it. I think what you have to do is change their situation. You know, it's kind of like you get some change in their pocket and you get them out of debt. Next thing you know, they're like, you know, capitalism's not so bad.
I hear what you're saying. I think that's fair. I think what I would say to you is I would imagine if I
Say to
went
me or
through
say to IRI?
your yeah, IRI. I think IRI, if I went through your tweets from 2016, and I know if you went through my tweets for 2016, you would see a lot of scorn for the Republicans, like going, y'all got some real racists in your party. You deserve this. What's going on? Like, come on, grab them by the P word. I mean, like, what's going on? Why can't y'all? You deserve this. You never called out any of the own cancer in your own party. You look the other way towards anti-Muslim sentiment, the sexism, all of that. And this is what you get. Of course, you deserve that. And now I think we're in a situation where obviously it's nowhere near that bad. It's nowhere near that bad. But if we could go back in a time machine to the aftermath of Bush 2 and like look at the way the Republican Party was shaping itself, if they had been less interested in getting their own power and more interested in getting the right message together, like, oh, what's his name? Reince Priebus. You know, he had that really famous analysis of the Republican Party that he put together after John McCain lost. And it was this devastating document saying, look, the Republican Party has got to change course. We have way too much racism in our party. It's pushing out Latinos. If we don't move away from these culture issues, there's no real future to the party. How did the Republicans react to that? They fired everyone involved with that report. They marginalized the people involved with it. And now we have a party that is, in my view, more and more synonymous with white nationalism. Again, I'm not saying we have the same proportionality of problem, but we do have a problem. And I really struggle with what's the correct amount of my energy to call this stuff out. We both agree that showing a better way forward is the most effective way. We both agree that getting young people focused on real world politics is a better outlet of their energy. But there's got to be some proportion of what we do that when people are just being like blatantly anti-Semitic, I don't look the other way and say nothing because I want to win 2024. Do you know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. And I mean, I think speaking up is fine. I just, you know, Sitch, not to put words in your mouth, but I felt like you were saying that there needs to be a much bigger focus on pushing back on this stuff because it's going to become a poison that gets out of control. Whereas it sounds more like Brianna saying, listen, we have to speak up and once in a while and when something goes too far, but that's the exception and that's not the trend. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I mean, I would like
point.
an ideal world. This is obviously never going to happen. I mean, I would be totally fine with like both the left and the right spending 50% of the time advocating for things they want to advocate for and 50% of the time, you know, trying to expel the crazy extremists from their sides.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. These are fellow Americans, right? That's how
I'm
I
not saying put them in the gulag. I'm just saying,
I know.
Be
but
like,
I'm
these
saying,
people are not. You shouldn't be breaking bread with these people. We shouldn't be trying to create a coalition with these people.
What creates these extremists though? Such that's the.
Most of
I feel like
agree. It's the
right.
well, it's the material conditions plus they're being indoctrinated by fucking assholes in college campuses
Look,
and on Twitter.
Sure.
Hold on. Is it my question is always which is more prevalent? Because look, if the material conditions are horrible and everyone says that they are, but you know, I follow the financial press and stuff and they keep saying, well, material conditions are really not that bad at all. So it's tough because there's conflicting reports out there. So I don't know which is more prevalent, the ideology or the material conditions. Well, and I feel like there could be a doom cycle going here. Like it feels like we're all saying, and you probably will agree with this, like we have big problems, right? We have big problems to solve. And how do we solve those in liberal democracies, right? Through some sort of electoral process. Well, there are people who they're revolutionaries. They don't want to participate in the electoral process. So we either try to de-radicalize them so they're not revolutionaries and they join us in this project to help us solve these big problems. That would make it much easier. Just like if all the young people who could vote actually voted and voted for policies that we all agree would be good, then that would make things a lot easier. I feel like the radicalism is what's standing in the way. And part, whether it's ideology or whether it's material conditions, look, I think it's probably a bit of both. And I mean, you solve the material conditions by solving the radicalism, right?
Well, see, but I would disagree on the radicalism, because even on the right, I don't see it like that. I don't see people following Trump and MAGA because they're being radicalized and they're white supremacists or something. I think it's their material conditions. And maybe that's me distilling things too much. But I feel like most of our problems in this country stem from people's lack of access to things they want, you know, whether it's healthcare, mental health care, going to a therapist or doctor, or a little change in their pocket. I mean, people are so much happier when their material conditions are improved. And so maybe it's me belittling the problem, but I just don't feel like there's these influencers out there that are really riling people up and like getting them into something crazy. But obviously I disagree with you on that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd assume you'd agree that, well, first of all, it's not, to be like hyper specific, it's not quite the material conditions that creates this. It's people's anxieties and fears that create this. Now, people's anxieties and fears, obviously, if they have bad material conditions, that will definitely be a huge influence on that in the first place.
Right.
But I assume that you agree that regardless of what's causing it, that whatever allows this to happen, whether it's the material conditions or not, that just makes people ripe for being picked off by these ideologies. Right.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
so,
it sets them up to fall into
like
the
it sets them up for these ideologies.
especially
I agree.
specifically the oppressor-oppressed ideology.
Right.
Well,
No, but
they're
okay.
looking
So
for easy answers. They're looking for an easy someone to blame, not in the mirror. For sure.
It sounded like you both were against the idea of banning TikTok.
No. Oh, against the idea of banning it?
Yeah. Like I'm in favor of banning it. Sounds like you guys are against it.
I think
I
it's a
didn't
tool
say
that's
that.
being used.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wait. So both of you tell me your
go
position.
ahead. IRI, please go first.
Well, I think it's a tool being used by China to manipulate discourse quietly and slowly. And you're seeing that with the Hamas conflict right now, where there's data out there that Hamas posts are getting promoted. They have like 40 times the posts and the reach than a Stand with Israel post or something like that. And so I think it's just a tool that's being used to manipulate. And don't get it twisted. I think that our domestic social media is used to manipulate us in other ways, whether it's to like the new Jeep Wrangler or to hate Joe Biden. I mean, all these tools are being used to manipulate us for one reason or another. But I don't know about banning it, because I feel like we can regulate these things. People love TikTok and it's a wonderful tool, but it's being manipulated.
That's exactly my view. Word for word, have almost nothing to add. I would say, I would say that as someone who is pretty serious about national security, I think we've been far too laissez-faire about controlling our own information space in this country. I think you are a fool if you don't realize that ByteDance is absolutely synonymous by the PRC. And yes, Facebook has done horrible things for this country. I've been talking about them on my own show, Rocket, which is about to celebrate its 500th episode for a decade now. But the thought of the Chinese government having a direct pipeline into what our youngest Americans are seeing and hearing, any reasonable person should have extreme reservations about that. And it speaks to our own utter unwillingness to regulate the tech industry, because the boomers that are in charge of these committees, they're completely unqualified. There was a woman that my mom went to for home economics class in Laurel, Mississippi, that made it to Congress. And she was on the tech regulation committee, like ruling over a whole bunch of this stuff, wholly unqualified, utterly stupid statements on this. So I think technology, like regulation, people always think it means like we're going to hamper the technology industry. No, regulatory clarity can actually aid these industries. You can play a role in making sure it's competitive and everyone has a fair shot to get their products to market. We've just completely forfeited this to big tech, and I think the results have been disastrous.
Well, like the way that I look at it is, when you have Twitter or X and, Facebook and all these other, companies, like these are American companies who generally their motivation is to make money. And that can lead them down doing things that are bad for our society, obviously, if you're just driven by profit. And I do feel confident that in America, we can regulate American businesses in such a fashion to prevent, these kinds of abuses, or to fix problems maybe that are cropping up in social media. But when you have TikTok, which, as you said, is basically just an arm of like the Chinese Communist government, I mean, I don't see why I would trust regulations to have any impact on any of that stuff when they're not even motivated by making money. They're motivated by hurting America. And I don't know why we should allow that.
Yeah.
Well, we can regulate who controls the information within America. I mean,
can we? I mean, look at like Twitter's a very interesting example because Elon Musk, he buys the entire company, and for like even like years after him buying it, the algorithm is such this black box of like tangled yarn that years later there's still like things that are going on in the algorithm that he's like, oh, I didn't even know that this was happening, right? And so like on one level I'd be like, yeah, like if we could somehow extract TikTok from Chinese hands and give it to an American company, if that would even be legal, maybe. But at the other hand, do I trust the algorithms? Even if we did that, there's going to be so much stuff inherent in it that's going to be toxic.
well, I mean, that's what was good. Trump was offering, I think, Oracle, Larry Ellison to my TikTok, if I'm not incorrect. But I mean, I think if you sell it to an American company and force the American operations to go through an American company, then there's got to be ways to keep it. But I think if you ban it, people aren't going to understand why. Like they're trying to ban it in certain states right now, and it doesn't seem to be going very well. So I just don't think it's a real solution. For me, it's more about just regulating the internet in general. It's just a wild west, man. I fight with my chat all the time about this. Like anonymity on the internet is insane. Like I think our grandkids will look at this period of time and be like, holy shit, man, you had like middle schoolers killing themselves and you guys were just like, yeah, it's worth it for me being able to shit post on Twitter or something. I think this is just kind of the Wild West right now.
I mean, without getting into a big question about anonymity and being anonymous on the internet, you would be in favor of forcing TikTok to be sold to an American company and be completely detached? Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Should have happened already.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah, don't you know though, IRI, it's all everyone that uses anonymity on the internet, every one of them. These are just young, closeted LGBT kids that are just using the anonymous accounts because they're afraid to be themselves.
You're being sarcastic, right? Sounds like
no.
Well, that is an argument you hear for sure.
It is an argument, and there's some proportion
what do you think of
it. I think it's true to some degree, but I think, look, let's be honest. A lot of people online are, they're assholes, and their psychological motivation for being anonymous is they want to engage in asymmetric warfare where they are attacking your reputation and you cannot attack theirs. And it's fun for them. They're hunting you like it's a World of Warcraft monster that they're trying to level up and take down. That's their motivation. So I think it's sometimes true, but I don't think it's the majority case.
I 100% agree. It's about reputation destruction. That's what it is. And when you're anonymous, you don't have a reputation to destroy. So you're you're a kamikaze suicide bomber.
I just think it brings out the worst in us. Like it's kind of like having an invisibility cloak. A lot of people would do shitty things if they could be invisible. It just being anonymous just kind of brings out the worst in society, I think, in general. Because
we'll keep going.
The ring of Gyges.
That's it.
Well, look, I agree conceptually with everything you're saying. I mean, obviously that's being anonymous is what kind of helps people engage in this behavior. But in terms of like getting rid of that anonymity, I would be more confident and safe and feel better to do that if we lived in a society that was like really heavily rooted culturally in protecting free speech and liberal principles. And the fact that we had this kind of radical shift in the cancel culture, to me, makes me like, oh, well, I definitely don't want to change, the ability to be anonymous on the internet because of this cultural shift.
Yeah, I feel you. There is a concern right now when it comes to free speech and the protection of that. I just, to counteract Brianna's argument that, and I do hear this argument that it does provide a platform and a space for people to be themselves who otherwise can't be that person in real life. I just think it would bring down the temperature in general. And so perhaps trans people would be more accepted in society if people weren't just complete assholes on the internet 8 hours a day. And then they go into the real world and it's hard for them to shake that. You know what I mean? And they don't see terrible things. I also think like this conflict right now is made worse in Israel and Gaza because of anonymity on the internet. And who knows who the hell these bots are that are spreading all this info and all these crazy videos and stuff and just inflaming tensions. I think if everybody had to stand up and say what they thought with their identity, probably the temperature would be way lower right now.
As a cartoon character, I agree with you that the temperature would be lower, but well, actually, I don't agree. The temperature would be lower for certain views. I don't think, I do think we've kind of gone past peak wokeness, and I'm hoping it will just continue declining. But in that time period of, peak wokeness, a few years ago, I don't think, if everyone had their name attached to their account, I don't think any of that would be different. I think it'd be exactly the same because the temperature would only go down on, opinions that are deemed socially not acceptable. There'd still be mobs of people trying to get you canceled for saying something that, goes against, someone's cultural norm. And if the cultural norm is to basically capitulate to a mob of people calling for your head, I think that's completely inappropriate.
I don't know.
Well,
go ahead. IRI. No.
Well, I just think that when out in public, people are pretty nice to each other in general. They're like, hey, man. I just think in face to face, we're all so much nicer to each other and we're more understanding. We're able to listen more.
They don't want to get punched. It's a threat of physical violence.
Maybe that's a good thing, right? And that doesn't seem to exist on the internet.
Yeah, but that's not going to exist on the internet, even if you're not anonymous, because you're still, thousands.
To some degree, it will, though.
I mean, to some degree, I guess, but not really.
I don't think that people facing consequences for their positions is the worst thing in the entire world, right? I've said stupid stuff. I've certainly, had to apologize for it. Adam, I apologized to you publicly just it was a few months ago, right? I don't think that's bad for the soul or your character to do that. I think that if this were a world where people had to stand by with their reputation, the shit that they're saying online, I think in a lot of ways it would be better. I know that there is I don't mean to dismiss what you're saying, Sitch, but
I can dismiss it.
I think that there is a tendency with some people to feel like they're truly victimized. And I've never heard you say anything on this show when I've been on here that I thought would get you fired or truly get a mob after you. I don't hear you doing that. I think you could show your face very proudly on this show. So I
look, but our disagreement though, and I don't like to bring it up, but it was people were coming after me in a mob-like fashion over a miscommunication. It wasn't. That's right. Yeah. So I mean, you can get a mob coming. You,
which I said, and to be fair to me, I did genuinely misunderstand you. True, you believe that.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Look, I think most of this. Look, my definition of cancel culture is people drumming up a mob to cancel somebody over something that didn't actually happen. It's basically people seeing something in the worst possible light and assuming racism, sexism, or homophobia, which is exactly what happened with us when it was not, that wasn't my intent. That's not what I meant. That's the problem.
I hear what you're saying, but we are public figures and we get criticized for the things that we say. Set
that aside though. It's a miscommunication. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I've got
even
your number now, and I'll call you next time if that happens. But I hear you.
even putting like miscommunications aside, which I do think is a lot of times what happens in these situations. I don't have a problem with people being held accountable for what they're saying. Like
For what they actually say, though.
Right. I'm actually completely fine with the students who, wrote that. Like, I don't think everyone that was involved with some group, should be held responsible. But for the students that wrote that letter at, I forget where it was, Harvard or Princeton or one of the Ivy League schools, that was basically just blaming Israel for the Hamas attack, like the day after it happened or whatever, and there was a person that had like the billboard with their faces, and, some of the companies were like, tell us who these students are because we don't want to hire them. I'm actually totally fine with that, happening there. My issue is when you're talking about like people should be accountable for what they're saying, it's what is the Overton window of acceptable things. Like supporting or defending, Hamas killing 1,400 people, that should not be acceptable, right? But if you have like a disagreement about, whether trans women should play in cis women's sports, or you have a disagreement about how like we should deal with CRT and systemic racism, or you have a disagreement about, George Floyd or the Auburn Arbery case or Ahmed Arbery case, or you have a disagreement about Kyle Rittenhouse. Like there's a lot of things that you could have a disagreement on that if you did, people would try to get you fired and would very often get you fired just because companies are so cowardly that they don't actually care. If there's a big complaint about something, they'll just get rid of it.
Okay, but my pushback, Sitch, would be, have you heard of this in real life? Like, it's so rare for people to have a conversation with somebody in real life and be like, oh my God, your takes are so shitty. I'm going to now reach out to your work and try to get you fired.
I mean, Brianna just said
happens all the time. What do you
it was
mean?
happening to her recently.
I'm off the internet. I'm talking like somebody said something to you in person.
Well, I don't know. Okay. We're not talking about what happens like two coworkers having a conversation and then, I don't know, they get, first of all, I'm sure that does. I actually heard lots of stories. People say like, oh, I had a conversation and the person, ratted me out to HR or something. So I think that does happen. Okay. Number one. But number two, we were talking about whether, the problems of being anonymous on the internet. So yeah, I'm talking about like if someone says something and they either say on the internet or someone posts it on the internet and then they get slammed on it on the internet. And this does happen all the time. People get dragged all the time on the internet.
I mean, it just happened to me.
Yeah, that's what you just said at the beginning of this conversation. Yeah, people were trying to get you fired from your Democrat gig.
I don't deny it. It happens in this environment, in this culture online. I'm just saying, if the online was more like the real world, I think it'd be happening much less. That's my point. Maybe I'm living in a fantasy world. Maybe you're right. Maybe every time.
Thank you.
Well, look, maybe every time someone expresses their support of Kyle Rittenhouse, they're instantly fired from their job. But I haven't heard a lot of instances of this, and maybe I'm blind to it. Maybe I'm not looking for it. But I don't hear about this a lot in the real world. I feel like people, when they talk in person, they express things a little more calmly, a little more chill, and they're a little more understanding of someone having an opinion, unless they just flat out say like a slur.
Look, we should read some super chats. I want to ask one thing before we move on to super chats.
Before we move on, there is this tendency for mobs to form. I mean, and we've seen this offline. I mean, obviously, even before like woke stuff was like a big thing, there was the whole Duke lacrosse scandal, which was just this massive mob forming. And, there was, more recently, there was, I forget the guy's name, who was saying like, listen, it was during the BLM stuff, which people like literally lost their minds during the BLM stuff. There was a guy who was like, listen, we should, we should be trying to get people to not riot, because if you riot, that will basically let the Republicans win elections. And that guy got fired from his job for saying that. And so I just, I don't think you're taking this seriously if you're just going to like dismiss this as like, that's not a thing that happens.
I'm not saying it's not a thing that happens. I'm certainly not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're more
but
open to it. I think IRI was going to dismiss.
Well, but I think your example is like going back to like the mid 2000s or whatever when that Duke.
Well, that was you were asking about something that happened in real life. I mean, obviously, there's this whole scandal of
he dismisses cancel culture as bad as we dismiss sexism. Sitch, this is like what's going on here.
I mean, there you go.
My whole argument is I think cancel culture is much less prevalent in the real world than it is on the internet, which obviously goes into the real world too. I get that.
But we're
but I'm just
talking,
saying,
I know, but we were talking about whether people should be anonymous on the internet. So like,
Right.
that's what matters, right?
Well, and that's my point, is that cancel culture is much less prevalent in real life, like one-on-one in your community, the way people interact. And if the internet was more like that, by
Mhm.
losing anonymity on the internet, I feel, and the temperature was brought down online, that there would be much less cancel culture.
So are you saying if you think that if no one could be anonymous on the internet, that the people
Mhm.
calling for the people to be canceled wouldn't be calling for them to be canceled because they're not anonymous? Is that what
That
you're
would be
arguing?
part of it too, because there are repercussions for like false allegations and being hyperbolic and
I mean, are
trying to get
there?
someone screwed and having a paper trail.
Don't people have motivations to cancel people outside of them saying bad things? Like if somebody has a big platform and people feel they're influential in getting Republicans elected, aren't they going to be interested in deplatforming that person regardless of what they say?
Mm,
I mean, they'll be motivated. The question is, will they be
my
successful?
mind goes to Trump right now, where I think one of the reasons Biden is losing in the polls is, I just want to admit, I was one of these people that said over and over the media should not cover every single stupid statement that Trump makes. We should not like make him the center of every news cycle. I said that a million times from 2016 to 2020. And you look at the news cycle now, Trump is saying absolutely unhinged stuff over on Truth Social, that in my view is openly fascist, calling for the end of democracy, the political destruction of his enemies, and it's barely in the news. And I was flat out wrong about that. So I think in some cases, I think my view has shifted that it's actually important to give those people a mic.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I'm just
Okay.
saying there are people that do believe they want to take political actors off the field. So they're motivated to misrepresent what they're saying in order to do that. And I feel like that's primarily
What's
what
an
cancel
example of
culture
that
is.
happening?
I think he would say like Trump being removed from the ballot due to the 14th Amendment. Would that be fair, Adam?
No,
Like
look,
insurrection?
no.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I was reading something.
I'm talking about. Look, the Gina Carano is like a perfect example. Like obviously, neither Sitch nor I believe what she said was anti-Semitic. We feel people made her out to be anti-Semitic because she was getting political, and they wanted to basically deplatform her for her politics. So, but she's a small example. Obviously, there are bigger examples. Like Ben Shapiro is a giant target. They would love to take Ben Shapiro out. So Candace Owens is a target. So she says
what
something.
is an example? How could we take out Ben Shapiro? I see someone that says some stuff and gets blood. Like I would actually say that him deliberately provoking the left with outrageous statements is his literal business plan, right? Which is why he does this all the time. And as a result of that, Daily Wire is massive.
Well, I think that's why you had Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, when they would say their kind of extreme statements, they kind of use very careful, like vague language that it's like, okay, it sounds to me like he's like advocating for white nationalism, or he's advocating, that, we should get rid of anyone who's trans or something. But that it's like couched in such a way that people can kind of interpret it one way or the other. Like I don't think I think if one of them explicitly called for this, like an extreme position like that, there'd be a massive pressure on the Daily Wire to get rid of them. I don't know if they would, but I think it would definitely change the calculation.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that the Daily Wire could have someone on staff that's just like an open white nationalist?
Do I think so?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Do you think
it'd be interesting. I'm not sure they could.
The point that I'm making is, and look, do you feel people are mischaracterizing your positions now? Like what argument are they making to get you fired at this very moment?
So they are trying to, despite a literal, like over a decade of strongly advocating for Palestinian people and openly saying that I think Israeli foreign policy is on the wrong track and is leading to humanitarian abuses, a stance which, by the way, did not help my congressional campaign very much when I ran, right? So despite all of that, they're reaching out to back channel contacts. They're saying like, Brianna is Islamophobic. Look at what she's saying here.
Okay. So this is look, this is
right.
a perfect example. Okay.
Sure.
They see you as well, look, I don't know if they're trying to take you off the field politically, because I think they agree with you politically. I mean, they might be trying to take you off the field because they're jealous of your platform and they want to replace you, but they are, I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you're probably not Islamophobic.
No.
So that's a lie. They're mischaracterizing you as Islamophobic.
It would lead to some trouble working with Cenk if I were. So there we go.
Well, yes. But this is the exact point that I'm making. I'm saying cancel culture for me, I always define it this way, and Sitch doesn't agree with me, but I define it as mischaracterizing someone's position to make them out to be sexist, racist, or homophobic or transphobic, even though they're not, and try to get them fired. That's exactly what's happening to you. When they're actually a racist piece of shit and they should be fired, that's accountability culture. But obviously people do dog whistle and people do say things that it's obvious that they are racist, but there's not enough there to convict them on. But what's going on with you, it's completely made up. It's fictitious.
I do think something I would really encourage more people on my own side to develop is a little bit more of a thick skin and ability to have your own people like criticized, right? I'll give you a really good example. You brought up Gina Carano.
Well, look, that's not going to change the fact that people are lying about you.
Sure, 100%.
I mean, you can have the thickest skin in the world, and if people are lying about you, that's not.
Look, I completely
acceptable.
agree. This is a terrible tactic, and it's the exact same thing Gamergate did. I am of the opinion that the Gamergate playbook, the progressive movement, has adopted this enthusiastically, and we use this playbook all the time. I think that something we need to do on the left is develop a thicker skin about having sexist jokes or transphobic jokes, right? Like we can't go DEFCON 4 every single time that this happens. A really good example, Bill Burr has said stuff I find a billion times more objectionable than Gina Carano. And I like his stuff. He's a good comedian, but he's also a Mandalorian. He has made some jokes I think are really just outright sexist, right? But you will never find a tweet of me out there calling for him to be fired from the Mandalorian, because that would be beyond out of proportion to the issues at hand. I think that one of the things the progressive movement would be very well to develop is more of a sense of proportionality, because I just think everything can't be a crisis. Every single statement can't be a moral failure. Every single tweet cannot be the summation of your entire life and your entire viewpoint. This is a crazy way to evaluate people, and it's not getting us anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I agree. Look, a thicker skin would be helpful, because then they wouldn't see innocuous things as slights and insults. Also, just having a little bit more charity for what people are saying, I think would cause the two parties to kind of meet in the middle, because I do think a lot of things are being characterized as transphobia or sexism or homophobia when they aren't intended that way in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So, but okay, there's super chats to read, but I just
super chat.
No, I want you to steal,
okay.
man. Look, this keeps coming up every time you come on, Brianna.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you are accusing us of downplaying sexism. Okay, look, I have experience. Look, I've experienced sexism myself on the show many times. Sitch has experienced
directed at you. What do you mean?
Sitch has experienced it. We have Sammy G constantly making sexist comics of Sitch. Look, I have a lot of female friends who've experienced sexual advances in the workplace that have been uncomfortable, that is just bullshit. They shouldn't have to deal with that nonsense. So I mean, I feel like we think sexism is like non-existent or something, when that is so far from my position. So I want you to steel man our position here. So going forth in the world, if you decide to make a Reddit post later, you correctly assess our position.
Sure. I think that both of you are generally very suspicious of the way that movements for equality have been operating, including racial equality, women's equality, trans equality, gay equality. I think that you feel it's
you're
anti-democratic.
way off. Okay, look, I don't
finish.
condone any of this that you're saying.
I'm not saying you condone it. I'm saying that you feel that the tactics that are being used are fundamentally dangerous for democracy, and I think it's in this category.
You're not. You don't know our
maybe
position.
I'm missing it.
Look, the
Please.
whole steel manning a position is you're supposed to be able to articulate my position so that I would say, yes, that is my position.
And I'm trying to do that. Yes.
Yeah, but everything you've said is not even close to my position. Like to the point where I have to speak up and say, no, 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 that's not my position. No, no, no.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
Sure. I think that both
Take
of you
two. Try again.
It's a little obnoxious. Let's be honest. I think that
we've had this conversation. Look, hold on. I want to diffuse the tension here. Okay.
There's no tension. I just,
you said,
tension coming from Adam.
Look, you're saying, she said I'm being obnoxious. Look,
you are being obnoxious, but listen, why don't you state your position, Adam?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be easy.
You've been on our stream 3, maybe 4 times. If you've articulated a position to me 4 times,
sure,
and I can't articulate that position, I would expect you to be a little disgruntled about it. Like what? Why wouldn't why wouldn't you be disgruntled if I was mischaracterizing your position so badly?
I think that there's part of your psychology that it really hurts you when people don't see you the way that you see yourself. I think that's really clear to me. And, so I think that directionally, if you look at your comments, I think that you truly believe that identity politics and what you call wokeism is illiberal. And I think that you feel that it is driving us towards extremes. And I think that you feel that it is not constructive for the overall dialogue. And it's something you are asking people on the left to have more awareness about.
There you go. I like that. That's pretty accurate. Right?
That's your position, Sitch?
I mean, that's part of my position. I don't know what the position that we're looking for specifically is, because I didn't really hear the question. But.
Just your position on sexism.
Oh, my position on sexism? No, but that's my position overall in terms of like the dangers of wokeness and the liberalism and stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
I mean, my position on sexism is bad, and I think wokeness, illiberal leftist policies regarding sex, will only make sexism worse. And I think what we're seeing is sort of evidence of that.
Look, I think obviously sexism is bad. And if people are being discriminated against, treated unfairly, I think that we should do something about it. I think we should be wary of negative stereotypes. I've said it 1,000 times on the show.
Sure.
I do think we need to understand how bad the sexism is. We have to have an accurate depiction of the world around us, that we have to, use empiricism, science to get to some concrete understanding of the world that's accurate. I didn't hear any of that in her assessment. And what I think you think sexism is at a certain level, and that we are just supposed to accept that level. And since we aren't accepting that level, we think sexism is non-existent. I think that's what you think our position is, even though it's not even close to that position.
I don't think that. And you can go back and rewind the tape. I'm not even sure I used the word sexism. I think that my position is, when I'm on the show, I think there is a tendency to minimize the struggle that marginalized people are going through. And I've said this repeatedly. I don't think it makes you bad people. I think there are any number of people in streaming, on the right and the left that also have this. Like, let's be clear, there are not a lot of women in streaming, and the most successful ones, like Pokimane, don't talk about politics. I don't think that's a coincidence. So I think that when you look at the entire tsunami of issues facing America, I think you look at this and decide that what you call wokeness is one of the top priorities that you want to focus on professionally. I don't share that assessment. I agree with you. It's a problem. I point out many ways we agree on this show today. I just think that you are overstating the case, and I think you're minimizing some of the reasons that might be a popular solution.
I think the problem, I wouldn't use the word minimize.
Yeah, let me respond.
Let me just talk about this word minimize, because I think this could be just a mistake or miscommunication. Because to me, when I hear minimize, that means that a person agrees or acknowledges something exists at some level, and they're making a conscious decision to not talk about it or to downplay it. That's how I read the word minimize, where I think, for us, we have a disagreement on what the facts are.
Yes.
And how to solve that problem. So I wouldn't say that we're minimizing it. We just disagree on like the level of sexism that exists.
Yes, we would never minimize the struggle of oppressed people. Like, it's one of the central things that animates me, and I'm sure animates Sitch, is the struggle. People have struggles, and we want to fight against those struggles. The thing that we're disagreeing on is the facts. So you're basically saying we're minimizing their plight because you're setting their plight at some level that we don't see tangible evidence of.
Well, let me give you a really concrete example here, and maybe this can help. Sitch, you sent me a link of the meta story study you were mentioning earlier in the show today, and basically, like, we saw this on Twitter, and you're like, "Oh my goodness, here it is! Evidence that gender bias is solved." I'm going to bring this up. Hold on. So, and you go and you look at this, and let's really dig into this. So this is it's a Substack by a psychologist. I'm on the show, I'm trying to be present, so I can't really vet him, but this is a Substack by someone who claims to be a Darwinian psychologist that looked at a bunch of studies here. And what is he measuring? As far as I can tell briefly, like looking at this while the show was going on, he's looking at hiring. Right. Hiring. One of the things that we know over and over and over again is this is true. Women do not face as much bias in the hiring decisions because of things like formal HR practices. I actually said this to you the very first time I came on the show, that one of the ways that structural sexism rears its head in the game industry is the rate at which people are promoted, the resources that you get once you become a parent, because there's so many forces that very subtly show you the door, which is why women leave the game industry at a rate of 3 times that of men. So, like, when I say minimize, I have to seeing this study and going, let's talk about it on the show. It just feels like you're reaching for the conclusion you want to believe it.
So I agree that, like, I should have said it was about hiring, because that didn't occur to me, because I didn't realize, I didn't remember that you had a take that we talked about where you're like, oh yeah, hiring is not like an issue, right? So in my mind, I'm just lumping it all together as like one general topic.
Sure.
Right. And so that's fine. And to say, yeah, okay, this is about hiring. It's not about, doing raises. It's not about work culture behavior, which I agree. Those are all things that have to be looked at independently, because there could be different issues there. Right. But again, so that's fine. It's a completely fair point to bring up. But I just want to say, like, do you agree that, like, the term minimize requires intention? And I read it as intention to dishonesty.
No. Oh God. No. Oh gosh. I would never want to imply that. So when I think about minimize, I'm specifically thinking about this from my experience with addiction, which is when I've been sober for 20 years. And one of the things they teach you in rehab is to look at your behavior and kind of think through this tendency we all have to go, this isn't a problem. Maybe I don't need to think about this that much. It's kind of an unconscious process to kind of not face things that are easier to ignore. That's all.
Yeah, but down, even using the term downplay is talking past the sale. You're basically saying this exists, and you are trying to ignore the fact that it exists when we're arguing over whether or not it actually exists.
I think the fact that we've discussed this for like so much of the show tonight really indicates how sensitive y'all are about this.
Yeah, I wanted to
Well,
ask-
I
it's a
mean, you're the
stray
one that brought it
comment,
up, so it's probably you're
Yeah.
sensitive about it.
No,
Well,
you're the one that keeps
I
coming
ask-
back here, man.
in the end, Adam, what does it matter if she thinks you're sexist or not?
Wait,
I'm not
wait,
I
saying
don't
she
think
does.
he's sexist.
I
did
know, I'm not
say
saying you
that.
do.
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm not
Well,
saying
it
you do. I'm just
matters.
saying,
It
what
just-
would it matter anyways if she did?
Wait. Why does it matter if we're sensitive to the topic? Like, why is it a bad thing?
Because it
What-
shuts down conversation. It makes
Well, no,
it really
but-
hard
but-
to talk about these issues.
Well,
Yeah.
If we're saying that, like, okay, again, and I mean, I don't know, it doesn't seem like usually when if you said, listen, Sitch, my position is this, and this is, and I don't like this word you're using, I'd be like, okay, I mean, that's
Right.
fine, I guess. Like, I mean, I understand that, in your mind, minimize means something different, but I agree with Adam that I think minimize does have an element of talking past the sale and assuming that the disagreement, that whatever we're disagreeing about, there is some that exists, and whether we're intentionally or unconsciously downplaying it, like that's not our position.
But this is what's going to happen, y'all, because you've made the editorial decision to focus on this so much in the show. What's going to happen
You
is your
brought it
audience,
up. We did not
your
plan on talking about
audience-
this. You
your-
literally brought this up. We are addressing
I
it
made
because
a stray
you brought it up.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Yes, but look, don't mischaracterize this as if we are obsessed with it. You brought it up. You cannot accuse us of things and not expect us to respond. That's just normal, okay? If you make accusations, we're going to respond. If we make accusations about you, I would expect you to respond. You should respond.
This is out of proportion. This is comically ridiculous, man. Okay, so I'm going to finish what I was saying. What is going to happen, because the show is focused so much on a stray comment that I don't think is unreasonable. I think I've shown evidence of why I believe this. I think it's a reasonable position to have. I've tried to state it in a way that's open. It's not direct. It's not insulting. But because you've focused so much on this, your audience is going to scream at me from the hills.
Look,
This is,
don't
hold
do
on,
that.
I'm
Yeah.
going to finish.
Look,
This is
you're
why.
you're making you're still making accusations.
Adam, this is why it is so hard for this topic to be talked about and to be solved, because there's a tremendous resistance to hear any kind of voice that's saying this is an issue. And it just leads to blowback. It's never a good experience.
We are not resistant at all.
Let me interject here. First of all, I want to say
Sure.
to everyone, obviously,
Yeah, don't attack Brianna.
don't attack
obviously.
Brianna or leave angry comments. I mean, we say this about everyone. It's completely not conducive to us to be able to talk to people, whatsoever, or to book guests. And I also think it's just an immoral thing to do. You could disagree with someone if so they say something and you're just disagreeing with them in some sort of like normal way, but don't, like attack someone. Okay. So that's number one. But number two, I mean, I agree. And, that, Adam is more annoyed by mischaracterizations than I am. We all have the things that bother us and things of that nature. And so, yeah, like that's fine to bring that up. And if it doesn't bother you to that extent, that's fine.
Well,
I don't
look,
think
I
it's-
can
but
mischaracterize her in plenty of ways that I'm sure would bother her.
Wait. But I don't think it's fair, Brianna, to kind of turn this around the way that you're doing, where you're saying like, well, now that we're talking about this, like we're changing, the tone of the show and the subject of the show and leading this thing, because I mean, I still haven't heard you to even acknowledge the point about just the whole minimizing thing in something to that effect, and just say, okay, like maybe I won't use that term. We just disagree about the facts, because it still seems like to me that would just be simple, and then the conversation could just like end and we could move on.
So you want me to say, I don't think you two have a structural, like a kind of tendency to, what is a word I can even say here? Downplay, like the problems.
I want you to say that we just disagree on the level of sexism that exists in society.
I don't know that we do. That's
okay.
not
Well,
my
then I guess
criticism.
okay. Then I don't understand. That's the hang up. You understand? That's the hang up.
Okay. Same thing I said at the beginning. Say it
Okay.
again. Okay. I think that a criticism I would have for your analysis, the lens
Yeah.
at which you view the world, is I think you structurally and consistently downplay the impact that structural sexism, structural racism, and structural transphobia. I think you tend to downplay these effects, and I think that you tend to believe that the solution, the medicine, is worse than the cure.
Look, you're just
the medicine
completely
is
straw man.
position, but
You're
that's not-
completely straw manning our
listen,
position. This is the
that's
whole
not
reason
our
why we
position.
wanted to
Right.
do the thing.
Okay.
But look, you're just. I want to
I'm
make it
telling
clear.
you it honestly.
You are,
That's-
yeah, but you are incapable of articulating our position. Okay,
Which
that's
is-
just
listen,
the facts.
No, I'm not. Sitch just said it summarized how he felt. You're not telling
Well,
the
no,
truth
no,
now.
no. That what you just said now does not summarize what I feel.
You said earlier, you said
yeah, but that was about
actually
general-
captures part of it. Yeah.
yeah, that is part of it. Yeah, but I mean, we don't. Again, we don't agree on the level of sexism. That is our opinion. I mean, I don't know if you
Okay.
don't believe us, that's fine. We can move on. I'm just saying that's our take.
Okay.
Because I want to move on. And read.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
let's read
too.
some.
It's
Let's
very
read some
bad.
super chats. Okay.
JMac, our circuit father, thanks so much for the very generous $300. Thank you, Jesus.
Damn.
Says, we
Wow.
need to. I know. JMac is our executive producer.
Yes. Yeah.
He says we need to establish terms here. When Brianna Wu says white nationalism, what does she mean? Shapiro said time and time again that someone with those views would not be welcomed as a host because it goes beyond the pale. You're trying to have a conversation, but I can't take it seriously if you believe that Ben Shapiro
If she
would allow
truly
that.
believes this,
Yeah.
yeah.
If I truly believe, can you repeat that last part?
That Ben Shapiro would allow like a white nationalist on the Daily Wire.
I guess I would probably admit I don't read enough Daily Wire to have strong views about that.
Mhm.
But it seems to me that a lot of Republican media outlets do tend to air voices that are increasingly friendly towards white nationalism. So maybe Daily Wire is not one of them, but I think maybe you can't see it in your own party. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Cameraman 502 says the left and the Democratic Party are only about 5 years behind the Republican and the right. I would hope this has been shown in the last few weeks. How do you guys
Yeah.
feel about that?
I kind of agree.
Oh, interesting. Okay. How do you feel about
This
that?
is
Brian?
why I'm saying, like, we got to call it out to some
I
extent.
agree. I agree.
Behind on what?
Based.
Calling out extreme elements within our party?
Well, do you think that the left and the Democratic Party are only about 5 years behind the Republican and the right in terms of like becoming extreme or whatever?
Oh, no, I don't think that this is an indicator of what's to come. I really disagree on that point in general. I think this is a blip. I think these people will forget about this Israel issue in 4 weeks and they'll move on to the next thing, but it won't.
But isn't that
it
a
won't be
problem?
as-
Isn't that a bad thing?
It's not a, I don't think it's a problem on the left, which probably a lot of people disagree with, but I don't think that this extremism element is a problem on the left. I think it's more, like I said, more about people getting their news from TikTok and other things like that.
Okay. I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll just say without rehashing, because we talked about this earlier. Yeah, that's our primary disagreement is that I think that the attitude that leads people to have this position on Israel is going to lead them to have and has led them to have other bad positions on other things. I don't think it's like a one-off. But
Fair. I just don't think it's going to have as much of an impact on our politics as well. I mean, you look at Tuesday's results from last week, Israel didn't have any impact on Democrats winning and our policies advancing.
Sure. Well, not specifically. I don't disagree. Jonathan Rosler says, I might be misremembering, but wasn't Zionism considered to be an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory like 10 years ago? I mean, I guess it depends how you define Zionism, right? 'Cause I mean, Zionism on its own is just that you believe there should be a Jewish state, right?
Right. That's how I see it. I look back to, Herzl back in the founding of Israel and all that, and the reason behind Israel. And I look more to that. I don't believe in like forever expanding Israel or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Mithram6 says, it's just this quote, it's just this one issue sounds awfully like, I don't like this one because it makes my side look bad. The same principles that are driving this one issue drove most of the other issues Sitch and Adam mentioned. Yeah, which we talked about, you disagree with. But Ghost Dong says, for Brianna Wu, terrible plot aside, what are your thoughts on Third Birthday's gameplay? and
Oh my
PE1
God.
and PE2.
I love this game. I listen to the soundtrack all the time. I've beaten it so many times. Yes, the plot is terrible, but I love this game.
Third Birthday? I haven't even heard of this.
It's the third sequel to Parasite Eve, and
okay.
oh
Gotcha.
boy, it is. So if you look over here, you can see my original Parasite Eve poster from Japan, which
Right.
cost me an absurd amount of money. I love that game a lot.
Okay, there you go. Let's see. Toxic Mix for $50. Thank you so much. Says, while the effort to call out problems on your own side is commendable, when that is immediately followed up with something the right, though, you lose me. Is there a real problem, or are you just concerned with it being used against you?
Well, I have not brought up, at least I don't think I brought up tonight, and I don't think I've done in general on this topic, for example, but the right's doing this, that's so much worse. I have not even engaged in that on the Israel topic. I've been happy to call out the bad actors on our side and the thinly veiled anti-Semitism. So yeah, that's
Commendable.
my thought. Yeah, like I called out Jamal Bowman, Democratic lawmaker, for his bullshit about Israel launching a missile that killed somebody near a press tent, and he had to delete it because it could have been a Hamas commander for all we know. Right. I called out Rashida Tlaib for her bullshit on From the River to the Sea, give me a break. And I did not say, but on the other hand, look at these Republicans.
Right. I think when it comes to sort of like saying, like, I think the problem is if it's only if it's used as like a whataboutism, if it's like, oh yeah, that's bad, but the Republicans did a bad thing too. I think that's the problem.
Sure.
Oftentimes I notice that people confuse that with if you're trying to like give a little bit, a spoonful of medicine to your side, you got to put a little bit of sugar in it, right? So you could say like, oh yeah, like, you know, my team who's primarily left, like, we're doing something wrong. Don't worry, the right's also doing something wrong too. Here's a little bit of sugar to put in the medicine, but you know, we shouldn't stray down that path, right? So, you know, I think that's appropriate
exactly
for using
what's
it in that
happening.
context. So
can we I don't mean to derail the show, but can we talk about From the River to the Sea really quickly?
Sure,
because
sure.
I'm really upset about this. I don't, you know, IRI, I don't mean to speak for you, but what I don't understand is it seems to me I have updated my language so many times over my life because groups of people have told me that this is offensive to them or it's not something they want me to say, right? Like it used to be you couldn't say fat and then you're supposed to say person of size, and then the fat community reclaimed it and you're supposed to call them fat again. Like,
really?
You know,
I missed that one.
As I understand it, this is correct. And I do my best, genuinely, no snark. It is my always attempt to talk to people with respect. What I don't understand about the left right now is I hear and I understand the academic argument for From the River to the Sea. I understand this, but it seems to me every single Jewish person I personally know and am friends with is telling me, Brie, this really seems like it's invoking the Holocaust and it makes me uncomfortable. And I don't understand why Jewish people are the ones that have to sit down and take it and feel like dehumanized or not valued because we can't hear them on this one thing. Like a slogan that's obviously a little bit edgy, right?
Right.
I don't understand why we can't show Jewish people the same respect we tend to show everyone else. It does not make sense to me.
Well, didn't you listen to Hasan? He told you the answer to this question.
Right, of course.
Because the Jews are more privileged and powerful than the Palestinians, so they get to pound sand.
Yeah, I agree, Brianna. I thought we listened to the group that's harmed by the messaging and how to use the messaging. And if somebody claims, hey, this is very offensive and harmful, I thought we on the left especially care about that. And that's who we listen to, but not when it comes to Jews, I guess. And that's basically where I start to say, hey, we got some anti-Semitism problems here.
Well, not when it comes to oppressors, though. That's the lens. It's not the Jewish thing, it's the oppressor thing.
I couldn't agree more. Can I be honest with you, IRI? 5 years ago, when Jewish people said stuff like that, I secretly in the back of my mind thought, that's a little hyperbolic, but I'll go with it. And I see it now, and I'm like, yeah, I really agree with that. Like, we tend to, everyone else gets it except with the Jews. And I think you're right there.
Well, I used to not talk about being Jewish as a marginalized group because I thought we're the least oppressed group out of everybody, but nowadays we're under grave threat. I mean, it's dangerous out there for Jewish people. So I think it's time to speak up and start pushing back. But I agree with you.
It depends.
What do you think, Adam?
It depends.
Look, it's the lens is the problem. It's the lens
The oppressor,
is the
oppressee.
problem. Yeah, because you're saying, look, you basically just said, look, I didn't think we were oppressed, but now I do think we're oppressed.
No. I maybe that's how it came off, but I've always thought Jewish people are not oppressed, but a marginalized group. And there is
we on the Sunday show, we listened to Hasan and Ethan fighting about this. And Hasan understands this oppressor-oppressed dynamic so much. Ethan comes out and he says, listen, he basically gave the same speech that Brianna just gave. He said, look, on the left, we've always looked at marginalized people and we've said, we should take their feelings into account. And if they ask us to change our language, we're going to change it, right? And he tells this to Hasan and he says, look, I'm Jewish. There's anti-Semitism is on the rise. I'm asking you to change your language. Why can't you change your language? And Hasan says, because you're the oppressor in this situation.
Well, I just think he's twisted himself into oppressal to try to justify the actions here.
But is the lens, could we live without this lens?
Okay.
Is the lens totally necessary?
Well,
I mean, it is obviously if we're in a situation where people are literally oppressed, but
my
is that the
pushback would be,
situation?
this is the only instance I've ever seen of this oppressor being brought up, and it just happens to be with Jewish people. So that's where I start to get bothered.
With white people.
No, I know if in general it gets brought up, but I'm just saying right now, like Hasan, I don't think Hasan would say that about trans people, or anything like. It's just when it comes to Jewish people, for some reason, he's got this strange idea that he's going to have to justify anything against them.
Well, I think he brought it up. I'm 100% on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if, there was the whole cracker discourse about whether it was okay to call white people crackers.
Sure.
And that was another common argument was, well, white people are not oppressed, so therefore you can be racist against them. I mean, that's literally, power plus privilege equals racism, kind of trying to rebrand racism that way under that theory.
Right. And I understood the argument there with white versus everyone else, but I don't think that they're like white people are a marginalized group. And I know that's going to hit a hornet's nest in your chat, but
no white people are marginalized. There's no marginalized people don't.
He's saying it's a group. But see, that's my problem.
That's the problem, Sitch.
The problem, I know. I'm saying the problem is like that idea shouldn't even really
be
exist.
an idea. Yeah.
Because
you sure?
Do you agree with it?
Well, I think it's hard to see through someone else's shoes if you're not part of that group.
Mm-hmm.
And
but I'm saying like there's no. It doesn't seem like it makes sense that there should be a lens in which racism is basically allowed publicly allowed as long as it's the majority group. That doesn't seem to make sense to me.
It's not allowed. Hasan was suspended from the platform for using that term, which I found ridiculous.
He was.
But it was.
I thought he was suspended for doing something else.
No, he was suspended.
For
saying calling someone a cracker.
Look, there is no.
Don't use the C word. You'll get this.
No. But like you, I assume you agree that being racist against white people far more allowed than anything.
Yeah, there's no social prohibition on that. You can go on Twitter right now and say whatever you want.
Yeah, the New York Times lady, was saying very anti-white things, and they didn't fire her for that. They ended up firing her later for something completely different. There was an incident that we covered a couple years ago, which was, I don't know if you remember, Nick Cannon was talking to someone from Public Enemy, and they had this very long podcast, and then through it, he kind of goes through the whole, I don't know how much you know about like the Nation of Islam founding myth about like Yaqub and how white people were genetically engineered to be evil and all this stuff. It's like this crazy conspiracy theory about history. And they're kind of going through all this stuff. And the thing that kind of really struck me listening to this that annoyed me as a white Jew is that all the media did when they covered that story was criticize Nick Cannon for anti-Semitism and criticize the podcast for anti-Semitism. I didn't see a single article criticize him for just how racist against white people everything they were saying was.
Yeah.
Well, look, I don't think racism is acceptable in any capacity. My argument previously with like the Scott Adams stuff, not to rehash that, but that's the most recent one that we had, or a discussion on it, was it's not as prevalent. It doesn't seem to be have as much of an impact on society. Now we could debate that, of course, but that's pretty much where I'm coming from. But in general, I don't think racism is acceptable in any capacity.
Okay, good. Well, I just want to go back to from the river to the sea thing real quick, because that's kind of what started the sidetrack. Because yeah, obviously, you know, the thing that annoys me is that when I hear people talk about this, I just feel like it's not an intelligent conversation. Because number one, obviously, if it wasn't about getting rid of Israel, the phrase would be, you know, from the river to the sea, Palestinians would be free, not Palestine, the country. Like, and the fact that that linguistic distinction exists should tell you something about what the phrase is calling for, number one. And then number two, it annoys me because there's like this hiding where, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who use the phrase, especially in Western countries, who don't mean it to mean like to genocide Jews or whatever, but that's kind of irrelevant. Whether they mean it that way or not, if that's the origin of the phrase and that's kind of what the literal interpretation of the phrase means, you know, just because other people use it in some way that's like more innocuous, why should that provide cover for using this phrase in the first place?
Yeah, to me, it comes down to how do the majority of people perceive that phrase? Like, how do they take it? And is it worth fighting? Is it worth dying on that hill? I don't understand why these people are dying on the hill. Like, just accept that a lot of people don't like it and say free Palestine, but they refuse. And I don't know what's behind that except for just a hatred of Jewish people. I don't know how else to put it.
It's like
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll just say it's like defund the police. It's because there are these phrases that mean something to the extremists that create them, and then they try to trick a bunch of normies into repeating them. And that's why they'll never get rid of it, because there are a lot of bad actors who do mean the phrase in the most extreme sense, and they'll fight to protect it.
Yeah, I think that's well said.
A fan sent us the original Arabic, and the original Arabic means from water to water, Palestine will be Arab, which has a completely different context.
Different context, yeah.
It's just, I don't know how any plain reading of this does not sound like it's invoking.
Horrible. Yeah.
Just a plain reading of the phrase. And look, Cenk has called our own side out about this, right? Where there's something about the left where we enjoy taking the edgiest, most unappealing phrases possible, like defund the police, and just daring any of those moral monsters to disagree with us, because we'll let you know just how stupid you are in the smuggest way possible. We do that. I 100% agree that we do that. And, you know, it's not productive here. I just think, like, listen to the phrase, how it sounds, think about the Holocaust, and then maybe workshop it some, you know, like free Palestine. That's fine. I've got no issue with that.
Same.
Yeah. But you're appealing to like your intuitions, which I agree with. But if they disagree with it, they're just going to dismiss you. That's kind of the problem with the conversation. So
we got to wrap things up, sis. So
yeah. Okay. Anyway,
but if you want to say, you have a final thought, Mr. Important, I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, final thought is it just seems like it's a distraction from their real cause. And I just don't get why they continue to go down that road.
Right. Eric C says, I appreciated Brianna on Leo Laporte's show and glad to see her on here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it. I really, you know, Adam, it hurts me so much when we don't get along or have conflict. It really does. I really like you. I consider you a friend, and I hate to have conflict with you.
What's the big deal? Like, we have to argue it out. The reason why we like building relationships with people is so that we can be a little more forceful with our opinions.
I get it.
You're wrong, okay? Look, sooner or later, You're going to come to that realization. It's not going to be on the show. You're going to be sitting at home. You're going to be thinking, that's what he means.
There you go.
It's not something I think is a unique thing that you're dealing with. I could name you people all across the streaming space that I believe have the same tendency. And it's if I'm phrasing stuff in a way that feels disrespectful to you, that hurts me. It's truly not my intent. I'm trying to use my free speech and tell you what my perspective is as someone that has dealt with these forces for my entire career. And I'm in my 40s now.
No, I understand that. Look, I don't want to rehash
Adam, we gotta
it.
move on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark Twain's Revenge says, question for the guests. What is your opinion on Islam and its integration viability with Western culture? Do you believe Muslims should be allowed to emulate Muhammad and follow his teachings, or do you believe Islam needs a substantial reform?
Oh, boy.
That's a big question.
I'm completely unqualified to have any opinion on that whatsoever. I don't.
It feels like a bit of a trap with the Muhammad reference there to like some specific things that Muhammad is referenced to doing. That being said, I think we can live in a world where Islam is fully integrated, and it is in many parts of the world. And I think it, like any religion, it can be modernized and grow with the people and the times.
Yeah, I think I don't know the specifics about Islam to say, but I think any religion, well, maybe not any religion, but I think obviously there's a lot of people that do it. I think you can reform most religions to exist in a liberal society, and there needs to be that reformation process and that assimilation process. And I think some countries have done a very poor job assimilating, immigrants and immigrant populations. And they just kind of just like this idea that, people just come to your country and they'll just magically assimilate, when that's really not the case, especially if there's not an effort to do so. So
couldn't agree more.
JMac says Brianna Wu doesn't know Sitch's take on chopsticks.
What is your take on chopsticks?
Chopsticks are terrible. They should be destroyed.
I love them.
No, his take is terrible. Your take is terrible. These are sticks.
Listen, we live in modern times. Okay. We have these things called utensils made out of metal. We don't need wooden sticks like we're cavemen. All right.
No, this is exactly like a manual transmission car. So y'all know I love classic Porsches.
Yes.
There is something like a classic experience. Friction.
There is. Yeah.
Friction in an experience increases the pleasure of an experience. One of the reasons listen, I don't mean it like that. I mean that's friction true. As far as
I see what
but I mean like that is true. I mean,
here's a good example. So I have a Leica camera. I just got the Leica Q3. This is a camera you have to slow down. You have to manually focus it. I can take a picture that's great on my iPhone, but slowing down, thinking about my ISO, thinking about all these things makes that experience mean more to me. It's the exact same thing with chopsticks.
Well, as long as you're acknowledging that chopsticks are a hassle and like it adds
they're obviously inferior, but it's a tactile experience.
Okay, fair enough. Dr. Diller says, IRI, would you have the same charity if righties ignored the alt-right and rally the troops, or do they have a responsibility to disavow vocal crazies?
What was the first part? It kind of melded together.
Would you have the same charity if righties ignored the alt-right and rallied the troops? Or do they have the responsibility to disavow vocal crazies?
I just think, look, you can spend some time on calling out bad actors, but the majority of your time should be spent on standing up for what you believe in and not trying to scold those. I just think that you drown their voice out as you grow. But yeah, I mean, I think you should always call out terrible things. That's why I stepped up when I saw, okay, there's some anti-Semitism here, but there just happens to be a lot more hateful people on the right, man. I know, I'm sorry. I know you guys, maybe not, people disagree, but you know, it's like the saying.
You think even after this, you'd say there's more hateful people on the right?
Yeah,
All the Hamas
I
stuff?
still I think this is a minority. I know people disagree with me, but I think that this is a
agree.
very, very vocal minority. I mean, we had 100,000 people in DC today for Israel. These people couldn't muster up a crowd like that in America.
Okay. Rosie McRose has 2 questions. They said, number 1, what are the chances we can get Brianna on EFAP? I want to see her interact with Rags.
I don't know what that is.
There's a show, Every Frame of Pause, Mahler, Rags, and Fringy. They do a lot of like media content. You know how like we'll watch like a video and pause it every 2 seconds to comment on it. They do that with like media videos.
I invited
movie.
Brianna on the 300 show when Mahler, Rags, and Frankie
I'm
were
so
on.
sorry I couldn't be
Yeah.
there.
It's okay.
Well, look, you were doing a debate against John Doyle, right?
That's
You were
right.
out of town. Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Oh, was that at the modern day debate thing?
No, it was a different
No,
thing.
no,
Oh,
it was
so
America
just
Uncensored.
coincidence. Oh,
But
okay.
I mean, we've done 500 episodes almost on Rockets. I know just how hard it is to produce 300 episodes of a show. You should be very proud of that.
Thank you. Rosie also McRose says, ask Brianna about the backlash and harassment sex positive feminists like Liana Kersner got during Gamergate for criticizing how sex negative feminist frequency was.
I think it's fair criticism. It's been 10 years, so I can say this. There was a lot of discussions behind the scenes with Anita about the sex negative takes, and it's not my view.
Why don't you get
Really?
us Anita Sarkeesian on the show, Brianna?
That's an interesting.
She has really taken a step back from public life, and I understand why. So
look, we'll be nice. You can come on and
let's hang out. We'll have a good time.
We'll be perfect. We'll be perfect angels.
Oh, if you don't like the way I say stuff, you're really not gonna like the way she says it.
It'll be fun. Look, I'm sure our fans would love it. You came on. We have had some contentious dialogues, but I think it's all in good fun.
Mm-hmm. Your fans have been pretty mean to me, I have to say.
Well,
guys,
knock
nice
it off,
Brianna.
guys. Why are you doing that?
We're all friends here.
Yeah.
I do. I genuinely do consider both of you friends. I do genuinely like both of you. And if you were in jail, you called me up, you said, Brianna, please come bail me out. I would put my own money on the line to get
really?
you out of jail.
Wow.
100%.
Okay. I mean, listen, I don't
Sitch
know if
might
I'd bail you out
need
of
it.
jail.
I'm a good boy. Yeah, exactly.
But okay.
Okay, let's say you're stranded at the airport in Boston. I would drive to Boston, let y'all crash at my house.
Wow.
Wow.
Listen, you guys got to be nice.
I wouldn't even
I
wouldn't even do that for Sitch.
I know.
Brianna.
Listen,
What are you
she's
doing?
a far kinder soul than either me or Adam. So you guys need to be nice to her, right? That's impressive.
Yes.
PC says CVS stores, their margins are 5%, but they get 80% from the pharmacy. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
Okay. So I guess it's all from the pharmacy then. Let's see. CT, our editor, for $5 says, I know someone personally who was jokingly flirting with his male friends at work, and a third party went to HR and they were fired, even though their friend defended them.
Jeez.
Wow. Speaking of CT, can you guys say, clip it, CT? Can you just say that phrase for us?
Hold on. You got to tell which one to go first. Brianna, do you want to do it first? Is it
To
possible?
say that?
Yeah,
Clip it,
clip it.
CT.
Yeah, clip it,
Clip
CT.
it, CT.
Yeah, but say it like excited.
Clip it, CT.
Thank you.
That was awesome. So on the show when we do a clip or something, or we say something that's based and awesome, a lot of times people say clip it, CT. So she's
There we go.
collecting it. Yeah.
Yeah, we want like all the guests to say it.
When Anna was on the 300 show, she said it just unprompted, and I think it really shocked everyone. Anna's like a super fan of the show. Not many people.
They do.
That's
get
cool.
That. Yeah.
IRI, can we get a clip it, CT?
Yeah. Clip it, CT.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that with a point.
Thank you. Yeah. So I saw you had a conversation with Dev recently, Brown.
Yeah, it was a really good time.
Good. That was on Wick's show, right?
It was on Wick's show. Dev is someone who, again, I know it's going to piss people off. I like Dev a lot. We disagree on a lot of things, but I think his positions are well thought through. I think
where's the
I
butt?
just like him as a person. I like him as a person. I think he has the same I think he has the same tendency that y'all do to a certain extent. So that's where I disagree. But there it is.
I mean, you shouldn't like Dev because he's an awful person, but
he's not an awful person. He loves his girlfriend a lot, and I think he's a very genuine
Hitler loved
person.
his girlfriend, right?
He's very sweet with Naomi. It
I know,
really
I like that,
warms
but
my heart. He's a good person.
Look, there's
messing with
no
you.
but. There was no but. That was
Right.
awesome.
There's a question.
Was it as contentious as this conversation?
No, not even remotely.
Really?
Wow.
Boring.
3
don't be a
hours
pussy.
of friendly chat.
Boring.
Boring.
Dev, you got to up your game, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
There's an accusation about a Steam account that you were logged into. Do you know what that's about?
Oh God, have we not addressed this a million times? I'm gonna say this. Look, I'm looking at the camera right now.
Yeah.
Y'all, you're reading the worst possible thing into something. You're completely making up a lie about me. The lie that's been going around for 10 years is that Brianna Wu harassed herself. She didn't realize that she was logged into Steam under her own account and made a harassing post. I didn't need to make harassing posts about myself. What happened is my game was on Steam, and Gamergate and 4chan were avalanching the launch page and making it impossible for me to talk to any of the shit my team had spent a year working on. Improved lighting, improved frame rate, new scenes, all new costumes, like higher res textures, all this stuff. I can't talk about any of it because everything in the forums is Gamergate, 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 Gamergate. So I tried to make one thing that's going to be at the top of it because the actual game creator is saying it, and I make a forum post. It's called, "Is Brianna Wu, head of development at GSX, and a horrible person?" And then I go, "Knock yourself out." And then I went and made a second post talking about the new features of my game. And everyone interpreted this sarcastic post as me somehow harassing myself. I'm so sick of this fucking lie. It is nothing but a lie. And it gets me so angry.
There you go, cancel culture.
Yeah.
It's people that want to believe the worst thing about someone. If you look at it, it is so obviously sarcastic. Anyone that knows me knows that that's my voice. And another thing, I don't have alts. I don't have one alt. The closest thing I have to an alt is the Twitter account for my show Rocket. I don't use sock puppets because I enjoy interacting with the world as myself. And I really take offense that people think I'm like harassing myself. I don't have to. Like, just look at the comments of this show. It will be there.
You know, I brought up the screenshot, and you're right. And I never noticed this because it says, yeah, as it actually makes sense what you're saying, because it says, is GSX head of development and noted feminist Brianna Wu a terrible person? And then under it is a subtext that says 8chan, Gamergate, and Kotaku in action, knock yourselves out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so okay. I mean, that makes sense.
So it was a deliberate post you made.
Yeah, it was to say, like, you guys want to talk about this, talk about it here. It wasn't like you
talk about it in one thread instead of every thread.
Right. It's been characterized like you were trying to make it seem like someone else was creating the
Oh my
thread.
God. Yeah. It's such a lie.
Okay. That makes sense. There you go. Well, there you go, guys. Put the rumor to rest. I mean, it probably won't, but what can you do? Dr.
You can't. It's the storyline gets out there, and it's been going for a decade, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Dr. Diller says, I think IRI is on the verge of understanding, but his moral intuition is that people would only do things like theft if they were forced to. I'm reading The Narrow Corridor now, and combined with The Righteous Mind, it makes it really hard to square the idea that people are naturally good. Evidence seems to be mounting that society tames us, which is probably too pessimistic for people like IRI to accept.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm guilty of believing in my fellow man then, because I just don't think people will steal if they have no reason to. I don't think people steal for fun or because of a lack of discipline. I've walked by bikes standing in the park before that nobody was around. I've walked by things that fell on the ground, and I'm like, I'm not going to pick that up. It's not mine, and I don't want it. So maybe I'm a dreamer, and maybe I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, but you have been raised with a set of moral principles that would lead you to act in that way, right? Like, you don't think people, I mean, I guess the question is, do you think people are born morally pure and good and society corrupts them? Or do you think people are born like selfish animals and society tames them?
Well, I think that people are born pure in the sense that they learn as they go, right? Like little kids will do mean things to each other and then they'll be corrected and they won't do it anymore. So I don't think like if you just grew up without any discipline or direction that you would be perfect. But I feel like most people grow up in a decent way. I just feel like most people are decent. I don't know. It sounds like a very pessimistic view of the world from that guy who super chatted that. I don't know. It's kind of depressing.
I mean,
okay. So let me play devil's advocate here.
Go for
If
it.
you look at the standard of living, even since the 1950s in the United States, the level of material things that we have access to is through the charts. My grandfather, when he was serving in World War II, he would tell stories about people in his hometown in Mississippi that went and volunteered to go fight in World War II because it's not that they had actual meat for lunch every day. They had it twice a day. Holy moly. So you look at the degree to which our like material standards have risen over just the last 50, 60, 70 years, but the level of crime has gone up and down, but there's certainly consistent crime. I think that is strong evidence that there's not a theoretical future that we can go to where crime is going to disappear. I think there are other things that are causing crime.
Okay. I mean, I don't think crime is ever going to like disappear, right?
Right.
But obviously there are reasons for why it goes up and down. But kind of going back to the question, the original question, it seems to me that the moral intuition for people on the left generally is that people are born pure and good, and that when they act poorly, it's because society has foisted something bad upon them. And people on the right have the exact opposite intuition, that they think people are born selfish and sinful, and that society, if it's a just or moral society, will foist upon them some sort of moral set of principles that they kind of interact with. And I think that this worldview difference is kind of what leads a lot of the disagreement on the left and the right when it comes to dealing with crime and things of that nature.
Yeah, people are born civilized instead of being civilized.
I mean, for example, like kids are not racist by their nature. I don't think. Maybe people disagree, but I mean, you put a bunch of little kids in a room and they're not going to point out like that they're not going to hate each other for being different.
They are tribal though.
Tribal, but not based on their characteristics.
Yeah, but like the software, or I'd say the hardware for children is to be incredibly tribal. Racism is a type of tribalism. And then I think it's very easy for someone, like, I think if you have a bunch of kids in a room and say like, there's a white kid who picks on like a black kid, right? And the black kid, doesn't, and it's like, they're like 3 or something, and say like, this is like the only experience that the black kid has experienced with a white kid. I think naturally their mind will be like, oh, white kids are like bad. Like that's the natural human like idea to extrapolate from that. And you have to kind of teach people like, no, just because one person who had some trait did something to you doesn't mean everyone that shares that trait did something to you.
I mean, I got bit by a dog when I was a little kid and I didn't think all dogs are bad. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure you had positive experiences with dogs at the same time.
Not really. When I grew up, dogs like chase you around the backyard and stuff.
Well, listen, maybe you're just
maybe
one of those special people.
Maybe the tribalism is broken.
Yeah, maybe you're just you don't have that tribal mechanism in your brain, which is some people don't.
Again, I just think it's a depressing view of the world that we're born as like wild, just angry animals, and we need to be like
civilized,
sculpted and to be civilized. Like I just have more faith in humanity, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, okay, it's just it. What was the name of the experiment, Adam, with the
blue eyes and the brown eyes?
No, not that one. That is one of them. But the
Robber's
the kids,
Cave.
Yeah, the kids. They would get these two groups of kids to basically create tribes, even though they never met the other group of kids, and they would get them to like trash other groups, stuff. And I mean, it seems to me like me and Adam generally look at things from an evolutionary perspective, and it just makes too much sense, and definitely seems to be hardwired into us to create little tribes from a hunter-gatherer perspective for our own
survival.
This is why
people enjoy politics, because this is why people enjoy sports.
Yes.
It allows them to feel those good tribal feelings in a safe and productive way. Well,
Right.
is it productive?
Right.
Sometimes maybe not.
Maybe
but
not productive, but
depends.
anyway.
So
is there
anyways.
anything else, Adam?
No, thanks for coming on, guys. Do you want any like final thoughts, or did we miss
Oh, wait,
anything?
one final question. Soto says, where does IRI think racism comes from?
Well, I think racism comes from ignorance, number one, not having experience with people that are different than you. And so you generalize. I think that perhaps you see some negative things like on the internet and you therefore generalize. And I think it comes from a place of hurt as well, that something's wrong in your life and you're looking for someone to blame. And it's an easy answer to a problem. It's a boogeyman. And so my ultimate answer is it comes from pain within.
You basically laid out the same scenario that Sitch did with the 3-year-old black kid that was harassed by the 3-year-old white kid and had no experience with white people being nice.
I would go further. I'd say that kid would not become racist if his life wasn't messed up. If that kid had a great life and loving parents and he was kicking ass, then he probably wouldn't be like, damn, fuck white people. He'd be like, okay, right, that was a little dickhead, but my life's chill. So that's why I'm so all about improving people's lives, because I feel if your life is good, there's less room for hatred to creep in.
But I just bring it up because you said people who don't have experience, like good, positive experiences with people of other races, which right, I mean, I agree to some extent.
But you also have to have a bad life too. Something right, hurt, something wrong. I'd never met a racist person that's like happy-go-lucky and like kicking ass at life. I'm never. I've met some.
I have.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Like,
really?
Yeah.
I always see a pain. I always feel a hurt inside them. Even if they're like successful in life, I still see like a damaged child within. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not my assessment at all.
Yeah, I think like the damage you're talking about is what, like how someone would manifest their racism or their bigotry in a destructive way or like a tear down society way, where if they haven't had that pain and they're just successful, I mean, they'll still be racist or sexist, but it just might not, they just don't care about like bringing it up or tearing down society because they don't need to.
Well, then how
I think
would they
humans have
act
been
on it?
slaughtering each other for resources since time immemorial. And I think it's very much in our nature to have in-groups and out-groups. And, sometimes it's at the nation level. Sometimes it's at the regional level. A really good example is the chants I heard growing up of go to hell Yankees, like talking about people that lived up north, which is this very amorphous evil thing.
Say Yankees or Yankees?
In Mississippi.
Yankees.
Yankees.
Yeah.
Damn Yankees.
Yeah.
I think it is in our nature to be tribal, but I also think we can get over that programming. So I think that I think it takes work. I think national unity takes work, and I think it's really important for a society to have messages baked into it that bring people together and remind them of a common mission. And I think that's something we're very much missing in America.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Name and loss for €2 says much respect for Brianna. Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you,
Thanks for the
IRI,
invite.
Yeah,
this is much more friendly conversation than last time. So
what happened last time?
Last time we fought over the speaker drama. They said that Democrats are to blame, and we had a contentious
Democrats are to blame for the speaker drama.
Well,
what?
That's not what I said.
Democrats had a missed opportunity.
How do you like your new speaker? Yeah, we never. How do you like your new speaker?
Mike Johnson?
Yeah.
Well, he's continued Nancy Pelosi's budget up and through January now, probably.
Oh, okay.
So
We'll
he's
see.
continuing our budget. So far, so good.
You think we're going to have a government shutdown?
No, they just passed a bill while we were talking to keep it going in the House. Now it's got to go to the Senate.
Nice. Okay, good.
More Democrats. Yeah.
Good. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming on. I guess we have more super chats to read, right?
We do, yeah.
Okay. We'll say goodbye to you guys. Thanks for coming on.
Right.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Amazing. Thanks for having us. I'm going to go cook dinner.
Nice. Okay.
What's up?
Okay.
Clip it, CT.
There you go.
Look,
Look, we talk for 3 hours. I can't ask them every super chat we had, guys. Okay. Sorry.
I did. Look, I didn't. I don't feel like I was getting triggered. So people in the chat were saying I was getting triggered, but I don't know.
You always get triggered when you feel like people are mischaracterizing you, which is fine. I mean, it's one of your trigger things, but
right. You're just
and
like,
there was
people...
mischaracterizization going on, so I understand.
Tons of it. What are you talking about?
Sure.
I think it's, yeah, I don't know. It feels, it does feel condescending to me, but whatever. Who cares? I need to be more Zen like you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there is an idea of like, you bring it up. This is the only thing I'll say about this. We can move on. And we both do this. And everyone does this on the internet. You don't want to get walked into this cycle of just like repeating, where it's like, you say your point, they say their point, there's a disagreement, you say, okay, we disagree, we have to move on, as opposed to just repeating and getting stuck in the mud, because that makes for boring content anyway. So
yeah, I don't think that happened, but
it happened a little bit. But it's okay. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5. Oh, so were there any story? So we're gonna read super chats, but there are other stories you want to talk about this week? Because there's some things I want to talk about.
Okay.
So
what is
we'll have some other clips. Well, let me read the $20 and up super chats I haven't read yet.
Are we gonna set this stream to unlisted or members
I don't know.
Or...
I guess we'll figure that out. So
we had like a little production meeting. So we're talking about setting the Tuesday stream to members only and releasing the content. Like that would be like a 2-hour thing. We got to get shorter though. It was close to 3 hours.
It was 3 hours.
Yeah. It's better if it was 2 hours, but whatever.
3 hours is 3 hours.
Yeah.
I read that one.
Maybe I'll put a poll up and see what
we're not putting up a poll. We're going to do it.
Okay. You don't want to see what the blowback is going to be? Let people complain.
No.
Get a feel for it.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $20. Thank you so much. Says, in general, I don't think I've observed a single leftist YouTuber that actually has a solid grasp of the issues underlying our poorest urban areas or urban neighborhoods. There you go. I agree.
I do. Yeah, I agree.
JMac, our circuit father, thank you so much, Daddy JMac, for the 50 gifted members.
Yeah, look at that. All those new members. So you'll be able to save the link and watch the stream.
Right. Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian says, when the war is over and there's no more battles to be fought, what is the Ronin to do with his sword? He targets bystanders at the street. When you've won your battle, to maintain relevancy, you fight shadows. Oh,
yeah.
Like that's cool.
Fighting shadows. Oh, so bad.
Right.
We're not fighting shadows, right?
No. I mean, I am a personal shadow, but
right.
Joe the Make for $20 says, insane. The left overly castigated Romney as sexist and McCain as racist, and they built their entire campaign on these attacks. Yeah, I mean, I would say entirely, but yeah, there was massive campaigns against Romney and McCain for those reasons.
Yeah, women full of binders.
Right. And the woman full of binders thing was
cancel
very
culture.
Dishonest.
Yeah.
In terms of how it was framed. So
I always question whether or not I should keep my notes. The little notes that I jot out when I have this file.
You write them?
No, I type them out.
Oh yeah, I keep
them
them
all in a big file.
Yeah, I've never look at them ever again, but who knows?
Well, they're all in one file. This file must be like 30 it's like 48 pages.
See, I used to do that, and it got too obnoxious if I needed to find something. So I don't do it. I just have independent individual
you just
files.
Do a search. Search for a keyword.
I don't like it. I have individual files for everything. So, Bricknose for $50. Thank you so much, Bricknose. Says, I'm skeptical about banning TikTok. Banning a product for being psychologically dangerous seems like the same censorious mentality that drives banning porn or violent games. Even if the US owned it, it would still promote triggering content. X and Facebook do. So my issue is not my only issue with banning TikTok is that it's controlled or making it sold out of Chinese hands. It's owned and operated by a foreign country that wants to harm us and destroy us. That's so wildly different than Facebook or X or any of these other platforms, or that's not the express goal. And I don't believe that if a company or a product is intentionally being sold to Americans with the intentional express purpose to harm not only the customers, but the country as a whole, I don't believe that should be allowed. There's nothing, that's what's motivating me. It's not about the content itself. It's about what the intention of the content is. That's the issue.
Yeah. If it has a power to change the outcome of elections, and it's in the Chinese Communist Party's hands, which I think there's a lot of evidence to point to the possibility that it does, at least the possibility. Don't you think we should be skeptical of letting them have that power?
Of course, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely. Okay. Well, I guess we could just not talk about other things if you don't want to. We just clip this and just be its own thing. Maybe we'll talk about other things during the week or not.
Oh, so you want to wrap up?
I will. You seem like you want to wrap up.
No, I was like, when did I say that?
Okay.
I've been talking to Think Before You Sleep. He's given me like a bunch of pointers on how we can do better
Right.
content and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can talk about that. We can talk about the story. You want to talk about a story or something? We can watch the Jank video if you want to watch that. That's always that's definitely guaranteed to get views.
Well, so we could talk about there's
we're here for the views, right?
There's a Jenna Ellis clip that came out today that everyone's talking about.
That one Ethan clip that you didn't even want to watch. You're like, maybe we'll clip it. Maybe we won't. I think it got like 100,000 views.
What Ethan? What?
It was Ethan get like crying on Hasan's shoulder or something. I can't remember what it was. Okay.
We can watch that. We can watch.
It didn't get 100,000 views, but it did.
We can listen. How about this? First, let's bring up the baby clip. Okay. I want to bring up the baby clip. Should we clip us reacting to the Hasan Settler baby clip? Because there was some. I made a comment.
Yeah, I was right. I was correct. You were
correct. Yeah. So we can bring this up. We can clip it. Okay. Bring it up. We'll react to it. We'll clip it.
Okay.
Okay. You can say you're right. So it's all good.
Yeah. Look, I was totally right.
There you go.
I remembered seeing that.
There you go.
Hasan calling settlers babies enemy combatants. That's the kind of thing you don't forget.
The real Holtzinator for $20 says, why does the trans-Saharan slave trade never get brought up when talking about racial issues? Those horrors never get brought up only when Western civilization is done wrong. It's because the answer to the question is because almost always the people bringing up this stuff are trying to use it in a way to promote a leftist agenda. And the goal of leftism, which is socialism, is to destroy Western liberalism. So that's why that stuff gets pushed. Where, what you're talking about wouldn't really have that. It wouldn't solve that problem that they want to solve. So that's why they don't care about it at all. So, and it's messed up. Let me know when you have it up. We'll do a 3, 2, 1 thing. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, great stream, guys. Sitch should be called the Elephant Whisperer for dealing with 3 women on stream.
Hilarious. Very, very funny. Being spirited is, that's an asset.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if you saw Majin drew a picture of me holding back a shirtless Adam. That looks more like I'm like tweaking his nipples.
I think the reason why Adam gets mischaracterized a lot more than Sitch does is because Sitch doesn't go on camera. I think that's.
I get mischaracterized all the time. What are you talking about?
No, you don't.
She's mischaracterizing both our views in that conversation. It wasn't just your
Yeah,
view,
but she's not going to Reddit to post about you.
Well, that's because of the tweet interaction that you had, right? I didn't have a tweet interaction with Brianna about the subject.
Sure.
I don't think I've ever. I'm sure I have at some point. I don't usually have Twitter interactions with Brianna, so. But whatever.
Where's the? Did you send it to me in the DMs? Oh yeah.
You sent it to me.
I did. Yeah, I remember now.
It's like the thing right before the Zoom link, like literally.
It is.
Okay. Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships, even though you're a dirty sticker.
Mm-hmm.
Fondue for $2 says, the dog that bit IRI just happened to be Republican.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
There you go.
That's exactly what happened, right?
It was a Republican dog, yeah. Probably. At least had a Republican owner. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, every generation, Western civilization is invaded by barbarians. We call them children. Hannah Arendent. Well, that's a good quote. I love that.
It's a great quote.
I never heard that before.
I love the idea that
Children are barbarians.
Civilized and civilization are both locked together.
True. Squeeze Louise for $10 says, people aren't naturally good or bad, they're just naturally self-interested. I agree with that. But usually and you've brought up this point, Adam, a lot, that like kind of the root of badness in most moral systems is selfishness.
Selfishness, yeah, exactly.
Right. So I agree with what you're saying, but we generally define self-interest, extreme self-interest, as a negative moral quality.
Immoral, yeah. Even any self-interest. I mean, selflessness is considered to be the highest moral good.
Well, in Christianity, right? In those, quote, slave moralities, right? The non-slave moralities, they don't.
You're right.
They lionize selfishness.
You're right. Yeah.
So that's a key difference.
And that's why those moralities
suck.
Have been outcompeted by the slave morality. Isn't it interesting that Jesus said the slave will be the master and the master will be the slave?
He was right. Look at that.
He was totally right.
He knew it. He called it.
He knew it. He did. Or that's just the way things evolved and everyone remembers that quote because it turned out to be correct.
Selection bias or survivor's bias, yeah. 100%.
Of course. That's exactly
Palestinians, and this is going to sound very...
Okay, here it is. So on the Sunday show, I had said, no, fuck Hasan. Hasan said even
Wait, stop. We can't have a clip if you say fuck in the first 10 seconds of the clip, Adam.
Oh, I forgot. We're doing a clip. Never mind. Stop. Rewind. Don't clip it, CT.
Okay, now clip it.
Okay, right here. So on the Sunday show, just to give the backstory here, on the Sunday show, I said, F Hasan. He can suck my toe.
Uh-huh.
He, because I had remembered that Hasan had basically said that all settlers, everyone in Israel is an enemy combatant. Even babies are enemy combatants as far as the Palestinian perspective goes. And Sitch stopped me and said, did he really say that? And it made me question. Maybe I was misremembering things. Mm-hmm. But it turns out I wasn't.
It's such an outlandish statement to make.
Right, yeah. But it turns out I was correct.
Mm-hmm.
And he did say it. So here's the clip of him saying it.
Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we established that, hold on. Now that we established that, Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter.
Okay, repeated.
I mean, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad comment for him to make. And he's quoting the person that he was reading, that he brought up the tweet.
Yeah.
That's Second Thought. He brought up Second Thought's tweet. Second Thought is the guy that we watched, who him and his friends in a stream that Hasan was at least watching part of. I don't know if he saw this part, but Second Thought is the guy who his friends were. Actually, no, Second Thought himself was the one that made this exact point. He said that everyone in Israel is a settler and a colonizer. And he was using that directly to justify any level of violence against anyone living in Israel.
Right. And here you have Hasan defending that take.
Yes, which is completely disgusting and completely insane.
You wanted him to disown Second Thought. You wanted Hasan to disown Second Thought.
The day before,
he's backing him up. He's saying, look, the guy has a good argument here.
Yes. The day before,
he's saying that Hasan is saying these babies had it coming.
I know, it's wild. Okay. First, it's like totally disgusting and despicable. And I don't know how anyone could have a moral system where they're just saying like, oh yeah, it's totally justifiable to murder babies. Like, why would, like, how can anyone,
sick.
Like, I just want everyone to remember this when Hasan tries to moralize or call anyone like a bad person. Like, he has no moral capital or moral weight to make any of these claims or arguments going forward, right? But
yeah,
the day before the attack on October 6th, he was watching a Second Thought video on his stream. So he's like constantly promoting Second Thought. He was in his chat helping, they literally in the stream that Second Thought says that it's okay to kill everyone in Israel, in the stream where Second Thought and his friends all cheer on the attack on October 7th. Hasan is in the chat and they even comment, oh, we have like really high numbers today. I wonder why that is. Oh, it's because Hasan's in our chat. So Hasan needs to 100%, if he does not want to be associated with this kind of violent rhetoric and he wants to not be a pansy, which he is, he would actually denounce publicly Second Thought and apologize for helping platform this guy and helping grow his audience. But I don't think he ever will.
Instead, he's going to use his arguments and promote them on leftovers.
Yes, to a larger audience again.
Right, yeah.
No, it's despicable. That's totally despicable. And that's why people call you Hamas Piker.
Right. I hope that sticks. I really do.
Yep.
All right. Anything else?
Clip it, CT.
Damn it. You got it before me.
Snuck it in there. Okay. So there you go. You got it right.
Yeah.
Peace for you.
If you want to edit in the fuck Hasan at the end there.
That'd be a funny outro. Why? There's no cursing.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
No cursing. No cursing. Okay. I don't know if you want.
What's going on here?
Is it? I don't know. What are you looking at?
Maj.
Oh, that picture?
Yeah.
That picture
So
where
bad.
I'm groping Adam's breasts.
Adam, no. Control yourself.
And then I say something in Japanese.
Get my position right. Oh, that's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Guys are bad. Look, I'm sending this to Brianna to show me being sexually harassed.
There you go. Do it. She's not going to take that well.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
not
you
gonna
deserve
count.
this level of sexual harassment, Adam. You are asking for it. Okay. Not wearing your shirt like that.
She's going to say, look, you're a straight white male. You can't be sexually harassed.
That's not what
You're the oppressor.
That's not what she's going to say. But... Okay. Let's talk about the Jenna Ellis thing real quick. Some people are going to get triggered by this, maybe. Where's that video? Jenna Ellis. There was a Jenna Ellis testimony video that has been going around. It was reported on the news, and everyone's talking about it. Is it
Oh,
a big
wow.
deal?
Wow.
Is it not a big deal?
I'm so stoked we're going to watch this.
I can't tell if you're being serious
So,
or not.
no, I am. Jenna.
Oh,
So
okay.
Jenna Ellis actually testified and it was recorded? Is that what happened?
Well, yes, but we've only seen like a 1-minute clip of it. So,
Okay.
you know, I am very curious to see the whole testimony, obviously.
Like, could be totally out of context.
Well, I just sent you a link to it. It's not that it could be out of context.
Put it in
it's
the
that
watch together. What do you...
it's on Twitter.
Oh, damn it.
It's a 1-minute clip. It's not like a whole thing. But
Again?
I know, it's so rough. It's not that they could be out of context. It's that, like, you know, they try to choose when the news like gets like, I don't know if the news just got this clip or if they had the whole interview and they just chose this clip to show. Because if this is the only thing, like, because honestly, if this is the only thing that they derive from her interview that's like really bad, I think that actually helps Trump's case. Because I'll say, spoiler warning, I don't think this clip is as bad for Trump that people are making it out to be. But we'll see. Because I don't know, it sounds like you haven't heard this, what she's about to say.
Is this part of the clip or not that we're making right now?
Yes, this is all
okay.
right.
So we've started recording the clip, and
we're in the realm of the clip.
Okay, so give me the backstory.
Okay,
What are you looking at?
Okay. So actually, maybe we should just start the clip.
Well, I feel like you said some important things, but you weren't quite thinking, okay, this is part of the clip yet. You're just kind of like
just going off. Okay.
Start at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys know, there's this lawsuit that's going on in Georgia, and it's the lawsuit about the quote fake/alternative electors stuff. And you know, there's the RICO charge that's hitting Trump and Jenna Ellis and Rudy Giuliani and all these other people, you know, for creating the fake/alternative electors, trying to get the state legislatures to overthrow the votes, you know, blah 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 blah. Like that. This is a big case that's going on right now. Jenna Ellis and some other very big key people involved who supposedly did very potentially illegal things have taken plea deals where they will testify, presumably, against Donald Trump to some capacity in order to, you know, get a lesser or no charge. And so this is a clip from some of her testimony that ABC News has reported.
Okay.
Okay. And we'll see, she's going to say some stuff. A lot of people on the left are saying, oh my God, this spells doom for Donald Trump. A lot of people on the right are saying this isn't a big deal. So I'm curious to get your take on it. We'll listen to it. And I'm curious to what your take right off the bat is when you listen to it.
Why aren't people on the left saying it's not a big deal and people on the right are saying this is devastating? Why is it the way it is?
Because people on the left want it to be a big deal to destroy Donald Trump.
Okay.
And people on the right don't want it to be a big deal to
okay.
Trump.
So it's some kind of bias going on then.
Yes, obviously. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, we're unbiased here. We're just gonna look at it and
of course
see what happens.
Of course. Yeah.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. And at the time period where we're going to start to discuss, what was Dan Scavino's role?
At the time, I believe his title was social media director for the White House. It became deputy chief of staff at the time that the conversation in question took place.
Okay, and when was that?
The conversation was around December 19th of 2020 at the White House Christmas party. And I emphasized to him, I thought that the claims and the ability to challenge the election results was essentially over, because he said to me in a kind of excited tone, well, we don't care and we're not going to leave. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, the boss, meaning President Trump, and everyone understood the boss, that's what we all called him. He said the boss is not going to leave under any circumstances. We are just going to stay in power. And I said to him, well, it doesn't quite work that way, you realize. And he said, we don't care.
Okay. And
so
okay. So how do you
first
feel about
thing
it?
is, I do think calling him the boss is kind of cool. Can you call me the boss now, Sitch? I think that would be a good title for me.
Yeah, but that would be dishonest.
The boss?
Because you're not the boss.
Look, I do everything. Well, I guess,
How does
look,
it make you the boss?
look, I guess maybe you're the boss of the
That
Sunday
makes you the
show.
slave. What do you mean?
You do more. You do more than me.
Listen, I'm the listen, like all the socialists say, I'm the boss who sits up here in my high tower doing nothing and making all the workers work beneath me. Okay.
This does seem kind of devastating to me on first blush.
Why do you say that?
Well, isn't she talking about Trump's chief of staff?
Deputy chief of staff, yeah.
Yeah, deputy chief of Scaramucci is his name, I believe, or something like that. Something to that effect. She's saying that they don't care. They're going to stay in power. They don't care about the rules of the election.
Dan Scavino, I believe.
Oh, Scavino?
Yeah.
Thanks for looking it up.
Yeah.
Boss.
Say, there it is.
Anyway,
okay.
What do you? Yeah, I mean, you've had time to reflect on it. I mean, look, I know why it's going around on Twitter. Definitely.
Oh yeah, sure. And I know why they chose this clip to go up, because it sounds really bad. Because you have someone essentially saying, the deputy chief for Trump saying that they don't really care what's going on, and that he's going to makes a declaration that they're going to stay in power regardless of whether it's legal or not, which is obviously a very incendiary thing to say.
I don't know that it affects the case though, because isn't a component of the case that Trump had to know that he lost the election and didn't care whether or not he lost the election? This clip doesn't really weigh in on that particular claim.
So no. So that's a component of a different case. That's a component of the January 6th federal case.
Okay.
Would be,
this is the state case.
This is the electors case. Yeah. That'd be a component of the federal case is, did Trump know he won the election? Because they're charging him with committing fraud against voters or something. And so in order to defraud the voters, you have to know you're committing fraud.
Right.
So with this case, well, obviously if they could prove, or they had some evidence that Trump knew if they had evidence that Trump knew he lost the election, then that would be devastating in the Georgia case, obviously. It'd be devastating in any case. But it's not necessary because the electors case, regardless of whether he thought he won or lost the election, he would still know that creating fake electors is not legal.
Right.
And trying to pass them off to the Pence and to try to get Pence to accept them. You can make the argument, as the people on the right have, is that, Pence had the power to do this action to, throw out the votes and all that stuff. And so you can kind of make a legal argument. Well, that wasn't illegal, or he wouldn't think it was illegal because he was told that, there's some weird legal theory that's fine. But even if that element, you make that argument, you can't really, I don't know how you make the argument that creating a document that says, I have the legal authority of the state, when you don't. Everyone knows that that's not true. Everyone knows that that's illegal. You can't write on you can't write on a document, I have the legal authority of the state of Georgia, and then try to do something with that document when you don't have the legal authority of the state of Georgia. Everyone knows that. That's not, so to me, the intention there is so clear that, I don't know how you can argue against that.
Right. So who is it? Is this devastating?
Okay. So for this clip, this clip is going to make the rounds publicly. It's going to create a lot of public energy about it, especially on the left. I agree with you. I don't think it's actually that devastating to the case. It's devastating to the case in terms of, if you play this for a jury, it will affect them emotionally. But in terms of the actual legality of what's going on here, I don't think this matters so much in terms of getting Trump. It might matter in terms of getting the other people to say there was an atmosphere cultivating of Trump was going to retain the presidency regardless of what was legal or not. But in terms of what Trump's intentions are, or what his motivations are, this video alone, I don't think establishes that, because he didn't say Trump said this. He just said,
right, the chief of staff said it.
The deputy chief of staff just made this declaration. He didn't say that Trump, the boss, said this.
Right.
And there's also an interesting thing in this clip where there's a hard cut, which I don't know why there's like that hard cut in the middle of what she's saying.
Right.
So there could be some context there. I'm
That's
assuming
where she said Trump didn't know any of this.
Yeah, there you go. I'm assuming what she was going to say was something about how because I'm assuming that part of her defense will be that, I was going around trying to get the state legislatures to overturn the votes. I was trying to get these electors to do the fake electors thing, but this was all in service of if there was a recount or we won a lawsuit. I'm assuming that's what her defense is going to be. And she's going to say once the deadline came in December, okay, the safe harbor deadline was passed, and we sent the electors, to DC. I was saying, oh, well, it's over. And here's the deputy chief saying, no, we're going to keep doing something. And she's going to try to absolve herself from like the second part of the elector scheme, which was to try to pass them off to Mike Pence. That'd be my guess is what she's going to
She took a plea deal, though. She has immunity, so she can say whatever. She doesn't have to. She can look as bad as she wants, as she would look.
No, right. But I'm saying, but that was probably her argument to get the plea deal also in the first place. So just kind of safe, to say why she should get the lower end plea deal. Because I'm assuming she's going to get some slap on the wrist for this.
Should we, can we watch it one more time?
Sure.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. And at the time period where they were going to start to discuss, what was Dan Scavino's role?
At the time, I believe his title was social media director for the White House. It became deputy chief of staff at the time that the conversation in question took place.
Okay, and when was that?
The conversation was around December 19th of 2020 at the White House Christmas party. And I emphasized him. I thought that the claims and the ability to challenge the election results was essentially over, because he said to me in a kind of excited tone, well, we don't care and we're not going to leave. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, the boss, meaning President Trump, and everyone understood the boss, that's what we all called him. He said the boss is not going to leave under any circumstances. We are just going to stay in power. And I said to him, well, it doesn't quite work that way, you realize. And he said, we don't care.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's nothing about the claim of whether or not they won or lost the election. So Trump could still be thinking he won the election, and there's no way he's going to leave because the election was stolen from him.
Yeah, but that is removed from the claim. Like, even if Trump honestly believes that he won the election, that doesn't give him the legal ability to break the law to stay in office.
No, I agree,
Right.
but I'm just looking for the component on the other case. They're looking for some piece of evidence that Trump knew he lost the election. And I thought that this might be a piece of evidence, but it doesn't seem to be.
No,
obviously,
but see,
I would like to see the whole thing.
Right, I agree. Yeah, no, it doesn't. But if Trump said, or they had evidence or someone testifying that Trump said, no matter what, I will not leave office, right? That would harm him in these cases.
Correct.
Definitely. Because then it's like there's a new thing, obviously, because it's not legal to. Now, he did leave office, so that would help him, because he'd say, well, even if he said that, he left office, right? So anyway, the whole point is, this is a clip. It sounds really bad, obviously, because what the guy said was really bad. But I don't think that it's going to have a huge impact on the Georgia case or the federal case, unless there's something else that goes with this that we haven't seen yet that ties that statement into Trump making it himself.
Yeah.
So.
Well, interesting development. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Clip it, CT.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. What?
Walking Tin Can for 11 months says, for Adam to read. You want to read that membership?
What's it say?
We got
Maybe
read
I don't.
You should read it. It says for Adam to read.
For Adam to read.
Yeah. You got to read it. It's there. You have to read this.
Oh, Sitchy, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Sitchy. Hey, Sitchy. Clip it, CT. There you go.
You got to say it with some enthusiasm.
Done.
Okay? You got to say it with some energy, Adam. And some enthusiasm.
Done. Look at that.
Say
Look
it.
at
Say
you.
it like you mean it. All right. Say it like you mean it.
Should we bring up the meow thing?
Sure.
Sammy
yeah, you
G's and
you should bring up
Sammy G's
meow.
latest troll.
Sammy G's latest horrible creation. Yeah.
Look, she didn't clip me out of context.
I know. What's up with that, Sammy? Listen, what's up, Sammy? What's up with that? Okay. Only I get this treatment. Jeez.
Look, I didn't say it. That's why I didn't say it.
You did meow. What do you mean? You
I
totally
know. I
meowed.
know. What are you talking about?
Listen to this. He's trying to gaslight. Okay, everyone, you hear this? You hear this?
She would have clipped it, obviously, if that happened. Go back to the stream.
Chat. What's going on here? Okay.
Everyone knows.
Everyone remembers Adam meowing. Okay.
They were desperate for it, but it never happened.
It happens. Chat. You got my back, right? Adam totally meowed on Sunday.
Look at you.
Yeah, see, we know. There it is. Adam totally meowed. Look, everyone in the chat saying Adam totally meowed. Just nothing but a wall saying Adam meowed.
Okay.
I mean, the chat didn't actually say that yet because I'm ahead of everyone, but I'm priming them to say that.
Clip it, CT. Clip it.
There you go. Micro Omega said Adam meowed. Knew it. Adam meowed said Equal Shitox.
Go ahead.
We did get Adam meow said Lucy Lemonbug. See, there it is. The meowverse. Okay, you got this horrible thing up.
Everyone's delusional. Etiquette says you got.
You got it up, Adam?
I do. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Etiquette said you got to learn it.
Etiquette. When a girl meows at you, you meow back. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like the hot guy saying meow, and the girl's like meow, and then the ugly guy's like meow, and she's like human resources. This is inappropriate.
Etiquette said you got to learn. That's so good. That's so good.
I like that. The ugly guy is just my avatar. And the hot guy is like Sammy G's hot version of my avatar. It's like a furry with fucking ears and a tail. It's awful.
Does this count towards my sexism quota so I can be mean to people online? Actually, I think it counts towards your sexism quota, right?
How am I being sexist in that clip?
No,
it's just
Sammy G's being sexist to you.
Sammy G is being sexist to me. That's true.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a sexist attack on me. That's
it's
100% true.
It's a sexist attack on you. Therefore, you get to be mean to people on the internet.
Yeah, there it is. You're marginalized. Listen, I'm part
That's
of
how it works.
Marginalized
right?
community. Okay.
Look, you've officially been oppressed.
Sammy says it never crossed my mind to draw Sitch as a cat, but here we are. Yeah, right. You know that Sammy had like that cat drawing just ready.
Oh hell yeah!
Like a year ago, she drew that Sitch cat. She's just like, I gotta wait for the right time.
50 cat Sitch sketches in her sketchbook, ready to just develop, waiting for the perfect opportunity.
And then when that conversation happened Sunday, she was like, finally, my time to shine.
Been waiting for this.
I've been waiting for this moment.
for all my life. That's right.
Oh, she had another video underneath it. I don't know if you saw.
Really?
Yes. Another degenerate video. Okay.
More than one video?
Yes. I know.
Can't imagine such a thing.
Terrible. Sammy G says it's okay to harass Sitch though, Adam. There it is.
It is. He's sexist. He deserves it.
Listen, it's true. It is okay for the ladies to harass me. I'll take it. Listen, like Jesus, I'll take all the females harassing me. I'll put it on my back and I'll carry this weight, this burden through my life.
Let's see. What's this other one?
Now, this harassment, I don't stand by. The second clip.
Here we go. It's got kitty emojis and it says
Yes.
PSA Sitch. Ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go. Are you the top meow or are you the bottom meow? There?
Obviously, I'm the top meow. Obviously,
Right.
yeah.
Of
You say
course.
such a thing, of course. Meow.
Are you?
Terrible.
I think there's
Terrible.
I think there's some editing that went on there. I don't remember that being the conversation.
You don't remember
verbatim.
that being the conversation? Okay.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow. That's definitely counts towards your sexism. People being sexist towards you. You've got a lot of backbiting
Mhm.
coming your way
Mhm.
after these.
Backbiting?
What are you going to do? Yeah. Yeah, don't you
Like-
know people are mean to you and then you're mean to people beneath you? That's how the world works.
Oh, I thought you meant like
Backbiting.
I thought you meant like girls are gonna be trying to like bite my back, like literally.
No, you're going to be doing the backbiting.
Oh, I'm gonna be biting their back to show
Yeah.
that I'm really on top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully that's-
Interesting. Anyways, so some other things that we're gonna talk about. Should we talk about Loki or anything? We didn't end up watching the Marvels because neither of us gave a shit enough to do it. I don't think people will care enough to do it. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine.
do you think should I talk about Loki? Does that matter? Does anyone care?
You can if you want. I don't.
Okay, we can make a Loki club.
If you think it's the right thing to do. I don't
But I
know
gotta
how
go to the
much.
bathroom first.
Okay, do that.
You read a super chat or something.
I'll find one. I'll find a very special super chat just to read to our fans. Whose super chat should I read? Let's see. Oh man, I hope it has big words in it so I can stumble. PC is a member for 14 months says, I was starting to come around to Brianna, but I can't abide this. Chopsticks are inferior language. Oh, but I can't abide this. Chopsticks are inferior language. They offer so much utility and you only need one hand. Well, PC, if you're using both hands for your fork, I think you may be having trouble. Normally forks only require one hand too. So, but chopsticks, yes, I like chopsticks, and chopsticks have a disposable component that's even cooler.
That's bad. It's bad for the environment. Just throwing them away.
I mean, they're just sticks. What do you mean?
They're just sticks. Okay.
You've been on a hike before, right? You pick up a stick, you're like, I own
That's
this
littering.
for a while.
If you pick up a stick and you throw it back on the ground, that's littering. Okay. I don't know
No,
if you
it's
know that.
not.
Yeah.
The Real Holtzinator for $1.99 says better channels are covering the Marvels anyway. Wow.
Wow. Hurtful.
That's painful.
I think he's saying that because he was the one that wanted us to have a take on it. So,
Oh, really?
but regarding what you said about using a fork with two hands.
You've done that?
Okay. No, I've never seen anyone do that. I have a question. Do you so you hold your fork in your left hand and then you have your knife and you're like cutting a steak or something? Do you cut it and you hold the knife in your right hand, right? And you're cutting like your little steak?
Yeah. Right hand steak knife, left hand fork.
Right. And then when you're done cutting it, do you put your knife down, switch the fork to your right hand, and then eat with your right hand?
Yeah.
Or do you just use your left hand to eat?
I switch hands. I use my dominant hand for the forking.
Interest for the forking.
Yeah. I fork that steak good with my dominant hand.
Okay. Interesting.
What do you do?
I leave it in my left hand.
So do you do this with soup too? Do you? Well, I guess soup doesn't
You're
have
not
the
cutting
both
anything in
hands
soup.
component.
If you're cutting your soup, there's a problem.
Right. You use your right hand for soup, right?
Yes.
Right.
I only do this. I only use a fork in my left hand if I'm cutting something with a knife.
Right.
It's just so much extra. Like, why are we expelling all this extra energy to like pick up a knife, cut something, put the knife down, switch hands, put the food in my mouth. Like, no, just listen. I'm efficient, okay? I'm cutting, I'm putting the food in my mouth, my left hand, cutting again. Like, it's just so much faster. I can really just shovel the food down quickly.
Yeah. I'm one of those people that cuts all my steak up at once.
Oh,
and I think
okay.
there is an
Well, if
efficiency component to it,
right.
where
Yeah.
I'm trying to minimize that step you're talking about. Some people do cut one piece at a time, and I think they do keep the fork in their left hand.
Yeah. Well, so I do cut one piece at a time, or a couple pieces at a time, and I'll keep the fork in my left hand. If I did what you were doing, if I cut everything first, then I would probably switch hands afterwards, because I had no reason to hold the knife at that point. Yeah.
This is why I like chopsticks and Chinese food. The whole purpose behind chopsticks and Chinese food is that the chef does all the cutting for you. It's really, as Americans, it's like you got to cut your own stuff up. The chef's supposed to do that. Everything in Chinese food is supposed to be bite size.
Why can't the chef cut it up for me?
Yeah.
Like my mommy.
Look, the chef is the servant here. Got to cut look, it's so self-serve. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. True.
It's annoying when sometimes you do get Chinese food that the chef doesn't. They've kind of like not done their full responsibility, and you get pieces that are too big for your mouth. You're like, what's going on here? What the fuck?
That's why chopsticks suck, because like sometimes the pieces are too big, and you're like, I have nothing to cut with. I just have these 2 pieces of sticks. Okay.
You gotta bite it in half.
Right. Sammy says peasants cut their own food. Okay, listen, I'm not so rich and fancy that every restaurant I go to, I have like my butler come out and they cut all my food for me. Adam's wife cuts his food. Does your wife do this for you? Does she like cut your food for you?
Not generally. She doesn't do a good job, so I'm like, give it here.
Oh. So she's done it. Right. So she's done it before, but you're like, oh, she just sucks at it.
Being in a relationship, I'm sure you understand this, right? Being in a relationship, everything is kind of just intuitively who's going to do what, right?
Yeah.
There are certain limitations.
No. Listen, when you start dating someone or marry someone, you put up a chart, okay, on like the wall on the fridge, and you say like duty roster, and you spell it out very clearly.
Maybe people can make that work. I'm not one of those. I couldn't make that work. And I'm skeptical that anyone can make that work. I think that marriage that's like a 6 months to a year marriage, right? I mean, it's not gonna be a long-term thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
If your marriage devolves into a chore chart, you're fucked. Well, I don't know. Look, maybe you can make it work. I don't want to demoralize people. So right now, someone's listening to this live stream and staring at the chore chart.
And they're like, oh.
Exactly.
Well, I think it depends on what, like, so a friend of mine, they have a bunch of kids, so they have like 3 kids. And they have a chore chart, but it has like everyone in the family's name on it.
Oh, the kids, by all means, get the chore chart
Right.
out.
But like
they're the slave labor.
Yes, but the parents' names aren't it too. But I think that makes sense, because you have to signal to the kids that like everyone's doing something. You don't want just the kids' name on the chore chart.
Yeah.
So,
but then they realize Daddy never does his chores, and
I would say it's a little weird if it's just, you have no kids and it's just, husband wife husband combination. I mean, why would you need a chore chart at that point? Like you might need a chart to like remind you to do things. Like that's different. Right, like, oh yeah, I gotta do this, right? That's different than like, well, I guess maybe that's all the chore chart is. It's just to remind you to do the thing, right? So maybe it makes sense. I don't know.
You put on the chore chart for you,
right?
Beat the kids for not doing their chores.
There you go. Exactly.
Look, as long as they do their chores, you're chore free.
Cutting the steak in 1 or 2 pieces maintains the juice, has become the night. Yeah, that's why I don't cut it all at once. The only time I cut everything at once is if I like to eat everything. I like when I was young, I was very much like, okay, here's my plate of food. I need walls and borders that protect every element of the meal. Okay. I got my main dish, my meat course. Maybe I got some like side dishes or some rice and some vegetables. Everything needs to be like carefully segmented. I was a kid. I wanted that, the plates that have like the little pockets for each thing,
Terrible.
each food. I was super like, everything's got to be segmented. And then as I got older and I realized I should eat like healthy things that I don't want to eat with my food, I was like, well, it tastes better if I take the things I don't want to eat, like the vegetables, and I just mix them with the things I do want to eat. It makes it like tolerable to eat. And so I just got in a habit now where I like to like mix everything together, and try to get like my bite to have literally every object on the plate in the bite. So depending on what it is, like I'll cut everything up just because I want to mix it all together at once.
Yeah, I enjoy that.
Cool. So
That's my style all the way.
there you go.
Mix it all together.
Yeah. Fried broccoli with bacon. That sounds disgusting.
So guess who we have on the schedule for next Tuesday?
Who's on for next Tuesday?
Local Distance.
Oh, cool. I like that guy.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Week after that, we have Eudaimonia.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because we didn't get to talk to them before.
That's right.
There you go.
Yes. We can ask him if his wife cuts his food for him. We're not actually going to ask that, but
We are going to ask that.
I did see Shu in the chat earlier, so
Does June cut your food for you?
we can just ask June
As a
directly.
good TradCon wife, does June cut your food for you? I mean, because she
Right.
should, right? She should.
How come you guys are making it so it is the TradCon position for the wife to cut the steak? Because you guys were making it seem like I was a big baby if my wife cuts the steak for me.
You can argue in either way, because on one hand you could say, like, oh, what you're too like you need your mother to cut your food for you, right? Like you can make that position, or you can make the position that like, well, my wife is like subservient to me and I work hard all day, so she should like expel the energy to cut the food, right? You can argue in either position.
Right.
Yeah. So when we're talking about you, we're gonna say it's a baby thing, but that's how this works. All right.
I got it. I figured.
Yeah. Majin drew another horrible picture.
Look, we didn't show the first one. Why are we going to show the second one?
Oh, I thought you did show it. You talked about it.
Yeah, look, I didn't show it.
Right.
That degenerate picture. Why would
This
we show
picture doesn't
that
make
thing?
any sense, Majin. It's the other way around. In the picture, it's a little chibi me pushing a giant like atom bomb that says aggressive gay art. And I'm pushing it and I go next. And then he shoots me a little pea shooter that says straight pairing. And he says, guys, this is too much. Oh, I see. Well, no, listen, I'm all for the straight pairings. I just don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable. Okay. I know Adam doesn't feel, well, actually, I know Adam does feel uncomfortable with our gay pairings, but the way Adam feels about it, I don't care. It's funny that he's uncomfortable by it. So I don't want any of our guests to feel uncomfortable. Right.
Look, you guys get off on my discomfort, which is just,
literally.
Yeah.
Metaphorically. Yeah. I don't want any of our guests to feel uncomfortable. Okay.
It's
that was my only concern.
It's not too bad, so I accept it.
Right. Oh, did you see? Oh, okay. Wait, there's another thing that we got to bring. Oh, there's another video we got to bring up. Another short clip. Maybe.
Do you want to do the jank video? I mean, people wanted us to do it on the Sunday show.
Isn't it like 30 minutes long?
We just jump to the end where they fight.
Okay. I didn't watch the whole thing, so we can do the video.
You didn't?
Yeah, but before we do that, we'll bring up.
How did you not watch the whole video? I sent it to you, and you were like, "This is insane."
Because it was getting like really aggressive and mean,
and you turned it off.
Turned it off because I was
really
like, oh, it's making me sad.
Look at you pansy.
Yeah, I guess so.
Can't even take it.
I sent you a video. This will be a clip.
Oh, okay.
Watch it.
Another clip.
It said, "Well, it has to do with fighting." Okay.
No,
a fight almost broke out in the Senate chambers, Adam. I don't know if you know about this.
I'm down.
Okay.
I like fighting.
I know you do. MPreg is like a file format, like the MPG4 format. It's like a different file format. So, okay, we'll do the jank video afterwards.
Of course. Look, people want the jank video badly. And why don't it's so easy? Just give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want.
This was so I was talking to. This is not part of the clip, by the way, CT. So I was talking to Think Before You Sleep, who's super smart, by the way, and was giving me tips on how to improve our channel. And he was like, here's a list of 5 things to think about. And I wrote this list down. I'm like, I'm going to think about them with you. And the first one, like, I don't even really have a good answer for. It's, what do my regular viewers want? I don't know.
I know what they want.
What do they
mean?
want?
No, they want us dunking on leftists is what they want.
Is it?
Of course.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. You think
I know that's
our,
depressing
our,
to you, but that's what
our
they
core?
want. Listen, chat.
No, I think
just
they
spoke
want
for you, and I broke Adam's heart.
They want MMT streams. What are you talking about? They want to learn about economics.
Let's see. They want the chat saying we want comedy show. Sitch getting mad is pretty popular. Well, thank you.
Yeah, we should do a poll.
Thursday streams. We want fights. Dumb conversations.
I think his name's Sean. Think Before You Sleep is Sean.
His name is Sean, yes.
I told Sean, look, I'm going to use a community tab and start asking, start polling the audience. I got to figure this out.
Uh-huh.
Look, there's 5 of these questions, and we can't even answer the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they just want us to dunk on leftists. But...
Look at that. We want real MMT. We want not to. Triggered host. Of course, Sammy G says she wants Sitch in a dress. There you go.
That was one of his suggestions for a video. He said,
me in a dress?
Sitch should wear a dress for $10.
What? No, it was $100,000. What do you mean? Why would I lower myself to $10?
Because it's just spectacle. It's more of a spectacle if you do it for $10.
That's
if you humiliate anyone.
The money, Lebowski.
Anyone will humiliate themselves for $100,000. Someone who is willing to humiliate themselves for $10. Now that's a spectacle.
Do you like how Adam's trying to gaslight me into? He thinks I'm so stupid. He's trying to gaslight me into ruining my reputation for $10 fucking. Get out of here! Like,
why would it ruin your reputation? What are you talking about?
This because if I did it and it was like, oh, it's funny, it's just a joke. That but the way we're having this conversation, because you're just like, oh, it's a spectacle. You're degrading yourself for $10. This makes it funny, Sitch. This makes it a spectacle. You understand by saying that I can't actually do it, right?
Why?
Okay. If you have to ask, then you'll never know. All right.
I do think look, I agree with him on the premise that it's a video that would get a lot of views because it is a spectacle, but it's not worth destroying your reputation for a lot of views. Obviously there are a lot of content creators that will do that. I mean, there's people in the space that's basically their
that's
whole
all they
shtick.
do. That's their brand. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Right. Bring it down to $10,000. No. It's still 100, Sammy. You're gonna have to do a fundraising effort. Okay. It's gotta work. You gotta work for this. All right. Anyway,
I'll go 50, Sammy. He'll do it for 50. Okay, what is this?
So
we're doing a clip here. What is this?
So a fight nearly breaks out in the U.S. Senate.
A fight?
Yeah.
Look, I just see people sitting there.
Uh-huh.
They look very docile. This isn't a fight.
Okay, well, let's see what happens.
It's just people sitting around, entertaining, being happy.
Yeah. Well, you're in a congressional hearing. I don't think anyone's happy. So.
Okay. Senator Mullen. Do I need to know anything about him?
No, doesn't matter.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Like he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company. Myself and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Actively.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Schiff?
it. Hold it. If
Hold
we
on.
can, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing.
Where's the bird? I'm waiting for the bird to fly in.
I mean, listen, I base Bernie over here. Like, listen, you're an adult. You're a U.S. senator. Sit your butt down. What is this nonsense? This, oh, you want to go right now? You want to go right now? Right here? Stand up. Stand up. Like, what is this? Are we like back in grade school? Like, give me a
You
break.
stand your butt up.
Yeah, that's like, this is, and like, I know people are memeing, and it is funny, but it is like entirely pathetic. Like, you know, that people are acting like this in this U.S. Senate. Like, give me a break. And this all started from that guy that was the witness guy. He made some social media post that pissed off the senator. That's what he was reading out, and that's why he got all so triggered about it.
Oh, really? Okay, so
Yes.
so the guy in the hearing made some social media posts that the guy standing up, the senator, found offensive.
Yeah, that's what he was reading in the beginning, was
Right.
the social media post. And in the,
Down for the fight.
I mean, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, this is great. Okay. How's this make you feel about the coming Civil War, Sitch? Obviously. Obviously during the Civil War period, a lot of fights broke out on the floor of the Senate. It was like a growing trend. Someone got caned. Someone pulled a knife on somebody.
Really? I don't know about
Somebody
all this.
shot somebody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, if we have a situation where a senator pulls out a gun and shoots another senator, all right, then yeah, I'm a little bit more inclined to believe that we're getting closer to that dreaded Civil War. Okay.
Right.
That'd be good evidence of that. So,
But the fight didn't break out here, so we're cool.
no.
All right. This was fun.
Oh wait, so there's a longer clip on the AP right after this. After they break it up, the witness says, "You challenged me to a cage match like a 12-year-old."
Bring it up.
What's
Put
on?
it in the watch
Okay.
together.
I can't. You have to.
I have to bring it up.
You'd have to bring it up.
Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send to you right now. Some funny context. I mean, listen, I know it's all fun and games, but senators shouldn't act like this. They gotta be better people. Okay. They gotta be above it. They gotta be above this stuff, right?
Ready?
Yeah.
3,
He's
2,
like
1.
he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company. Myself and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth,
I think
we
I'm
can
playing
be two
the same
consenting adults.
clip.
We can finish it here.
Keep going.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Actively.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Schiff?
it. Hold it. If
Hold
we
on.
can, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing.
Same clip. Anyway. Where'd you go?
What happened? What are we watching? What are you doing?
The clip you sent me is the same one.
You didn't watch the 2 minute and 18-second clip. You watched a different clip.
I watched the same one that we watched before.
Okay. How long is the clip that you're watching right now? What is the time?
1 minute, 5 seconds.
Okay. So is it on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't send you a Twitter clip. You see right under it? I sent you an
It says AP
article.
News clip. Yeah.
Did you click on it?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. And that clip at the top of the page should be 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yeah.
And do you have that clip up?
No, let me bring that clip up.
Okay. Well, you could bring that up. I mean, the beginning of that clip was the same, so that's why I guess I was confused. But we can go to the 1 minute mark where it deviates.
Let's do it.
I sure remember working pretty
Or
hard.
I come to
long
blows
hours.
with Adam.
1 minute and 4 seconds. Here we go.
No, wait, what?
Let's continue.
Oh, okay. You're going to 1 minute 4 seconds. Okay.
Yeah. Here we go.
For Congress, let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies. And that's
Hold on. Gotta do a little light graphic design first.
Just go to the 1 minute mark.
That's where I'm at.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Gotta make it bigger though.
Make it bigger.
Here we go. AP News.
I don't like you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
Hold it. You have the mic. You have time.
all right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this because I did challenge you and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet.
Hold on.
You challenged me to a cage match, acting like a
sir.
12-year-old schoolyard bully.
Excuse me. Hold it. No, excuse me. I have the
I
mic.
will say exactly.
Senator
what you
Mullen,
said.
I have the mic. You have questions on any economic issues, anything that said, go for it. We're not here to talk about physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not
him
talking
in.
about. Of course, I
And,
did.
and let me show you his hearing because I want to expose this thug to who he is. And
Could you not point at me? That's disrespectful.
I don't care about respecting you at all. I
don't
respect people that
respect you at all.
respect. So
All right, hold it.
let me
Hold it. No.
You're one of
Yeah, hold
100
it.
of the most
Hold
elite
it,
people.
please.
Act it.
Please. All right. This is excuse me. This is a hearing to discuss economic issues. All right. If you have questions for Mr. O'Brien or anybody else on what he has said, go for it. But we're not here to talk about fights or anything else.
That was amazing. The context is better. Yeah.
Yes.
I dig
Yes. It's funny because it's like, oh, this is the Sitch and Adam show. Okay. Adam's trying to talk about some boring MMT stuff. People are like, no, fight. Argue.
it. Bring up the fight. Yeah, exactly.
Bring up the fight. Start fighting. I don't know. It's just very silly. It's very goofy. It's people acting like this. But
You challenged me to a cage match. Like a 12-year-old.
I mean, first of all, if that's true, if he did, well, actually, I don't know who started it. Like, that's kind of the $1 million question. You know, who challenged who to a fight first on social media? Because it seems like I thought that the article I read seemed like the witness guy is the one who started it, and then he said, "Oh, well, I'll go to a cage match" in response to him saying that he would fight him anywhere. So that seems kind of dishonest.
Yeah, I saw some documentary where they were talking about law enforcement and gang violence, and I guess they monitor social media to see gang threats on social media, and then they even go as far as contacting some of the people and asking them to remove the post because it will lead to violence, which is kind of strange. Exactly.
That's funny. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So look. Even in the Senate, it happens. It's just it's a more prestigious gang.
According to the article, it says the two traded angry insults for 7 more minutes, each calling the other a thug, with Mullen at one point suggesting, who's the senator, at one point suggesting they do a fight for charity next spring.
Wow.
There you go. O'Brien
should have brought up
declined.
the longer clip. I mean, obviously, these little tiny clips.
Yeah,
7
that's just
minutes of
what's around.
fighting.
It's just what's around. O'Brien declined and said suggesting they meet for coffee and work out their differences. Mullen accepted, but the two kept shouting at each other until the next senator started their line of questioning. That's funny. I don't like when one of the things I don't like is like when people get angry at each other and they get triggered and then they become very what's the word? They become very like they just want to point out every little thing to try to trigger the other person in a way that's not real.
Yeah.
You know, like he's like, don't point at me. I find that very disrespectful. It's like, really? Because he pointed at you. It's like
That's what
okay.
you do, though.
I hate it. It's so stupid. Don't point at me. Don't you point at me. Don't you point at me. I'll point at you. It's like this is, I don't know, it's so childish.
I love it. I love that stuff.
Okay.
It's the best. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Anyway. Clip it, CT.
There you go.
Had enough of this.
Okay, where's the jank thing? You can put in the wash together. And I'll read some supers. Become the Night $5 says we shouldn't focus on the fact that the Senate almost had a fight. We need to ask why they're fighting. There you go. Very funny. Become the Night. The Real Holtonator for $5 says, see, this is why we need duels. The guy wouldn't run his mouth then. Men used to fight for their pride and honor. There you go.
You want to bring back dueling? You think dueling is a good idea?
I think that's a terrible idea.
This is straight honor culture. What we just witnessed is honor culture.
Yes.
Not dignity culture. Dignity culture, you're supposed to gain respect by shrugging off slights and insults. That's not what happened here. Nobody shrugged them off.
Right.
Yeah. In an honor culture, you're supposed to protect your honor with your life.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was interesting. Speaking of that, there was that weird thing about the whole, Will Smith slapping Chris Rock thing.
Yeah, that's honor culture all the way.
Yeah, but it's even weirder because then we found out recently that like apparently him and Jada were like divorced already at that point or separated already at that point, which adds this extra element of like what's going on with that.
It more solidifies the honor culture than anything because he doesn't know they're separated. He's disrespecting Will. Will is standing up for his own dignity.
His own honor, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, it was such a minor thing, though. Maybe he was just mad because he's like, Jada's like a crazy person, and he's like obviously been cucked and emotionally tormented by her.
Right.
And he's just taking it out on a guy because he can't take it out on like his wife. That's how I read the situation. And like it's a very weird transference of rage.
Yeah. Okay.
Soto for $2 says, first rule the Senate. Don't talk about the Senate. True.
That's like a Fight Club reference. I get that.
There you go. You get that, yeah. A Swimmy64 for $20 says, hey guys, congrats to 300 episodes. Thank you. You should have a YouTuber named Pilgrim Pass on. He has great commentary on social issues and it would be great to see you guys talk. Sure.
I'll check him out.
Pilgrim Pass on. His name is Pilgrim Pass.
I'll look him up right now.
No, you got to bring up the jank video. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. I'll bring that up.
Supposed to watch.
Let's do it. Are all the super chats read? We can't do it until all the super chats are read.
No. Bring up the video.
Bring up all the super chats first.
No. Sotos for $2 says, didn't IRI say these things don't happen? LOL. I don't remember what was that in reference to, Soto?
We're gonna review that debate, right?
What debate?
Review our own debate with RII. RII.
No. Why would we do that? IRI.
He contradicted himself.
About what?
Lots of times.
Oh, okay. We're not going to cover ourselves in a conversation. That's too meta. Online versus real life discussion. Oh, you're right. Yeah. There you go. That was a real life conversation, but it started online. So there you go. Bonnie
It's
Friday
true.
says Senate races should be pro wrestling matches complete with smack talk. Part of me wants that. Part of me would fucking despise that. The meme part of me wants that. The Joker part of me wants that. Did you see that weird Lance tweet? Oh my god.
No. I
So,
think
like-
Lance blocked me.
Oh, that's hilarious. I'm just kind of shocked he's unblocked me.
He didn't block
He
you?
did block me. Hilarious.
Really?
Yes, he did. I was
Yeah.
like, oh no, wait, did he block me
With
or
Virgin.
did he delete the tweet? Wait a minute. I gotta get to the bottom of this. Let's see. The surfs. He deleted the tweet. Oh shit. I embarrassed him into deleting the tweet. That's funny.
Oh, really?
Wow. Okay. So let's talk about this. That's funny. So you
But
saw
first send me the tweet and we'll turn it into a clip.
okay. I mean,
Well, I guess you can't send me the tweet because
I can't because it doesn't
deleted
exist
it.
anymore. I mean, you
Well,
just see
send,
my response.
Send me your
to it.
response and you can
Okay.
describe the tweet to us.
I will describe the tweet to you.
I'll bring it up.
Wow, I shamed Lance.
Are you happy?
I am. It's kind of funny. Dr. Diller just sent me an article that said Senator Mullen is a former mixed martial arts guy. There you go. He needs to learn some discipline. Okay. Jesus, he's got like
Well,
1,
now
2, 3, 4,
now
5.
you
He's
know.
got 6 kids. Relax, buddy.
Now you know why he challenged him to a mixed martial art duel. He's like, look, I can win this.
Right. All right, chill, buddy. Okay. Do you have it up? Do you have it up, Adam?
Almost.
Hey, baby, you have it up, Adam?
Hey, baby, I do.
Yeah. Keep this
There
in
you
the
go.
clip.
No, this isn't part of the clip.
No, okay.
No, okay, it can be part of it.
No, don't put that.
What are
don't
we
put that.
talking about?
Don't put that in the clip. Okay, so anyway, did you see we talked about this. Jordan Peterson was on Bill Maher on last Friday. Did you see
I
that?
didn't see it. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said good stuff, I thought. And he said something I disagree with. That's fine. But he was wearing a very interesting outfit. And it was funny because I remember I saw it and I said, huh, that suit he's wearing looks very much like a Joker suit, like a suit you'd expect the Joker to wear.
Right.
Okay. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Probably should have done that first. Because it was like kind of purple and it had this like interesting little like thing in the top right that looked kind of like a flower. You know how like the Joker has a little flower with like he shoots acid or whatever.
Yeah, I got it. It's up.
Okay. You have it? Yeah, it's like a purple suit with a little red flower on the collar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks lame.
And, yeah, so I wasn't a big fan of the suit. I mean, the color is fine, bright purple, go for it. I don't want to like flower. But anyway, so I remember watching and thinking, that's weird. He's got like a little flower thing going on there. It looks kind of like a Joker suit. Well, it turns out it literally is a Joker suit because in another picture of it, you can see that the inside of the coat literally has like Joker in it.
Really?
Yeah, it's got like the face of the Joker inside the suit. And actually, when you see the whole thing, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Here, let me see if I can. I'll show you a picture of what it looks like. I can bring it up.
Tell me the story. I don't care.
Oh. Okay. So anyway, so he's wearing this Joker suit on Bill Maher. So Lance has this really weird tweet where he's like, now I'm paraphrasing because Lance deleted the tweet. But he basically tweeted out like, oh, I can't believe Jordan Peterson is wearing this Joker suit. Oh my God. Doesn't he know like the background of the Joker? Doesn't he know like that the Joker's killed people and skinned them alive? Doesn't he know that Joker's like raped people? Doesn't he know how bad the Joker is? He's trying to shame Jordan Peterson for wearing a Joker outfit because the fictional character, the Joker, has done bad things.
Right.
That's why I was like, Lance, You realize the Joker's not real, right? He's not a real person. This is a fictional character. My friend, he went to school. You know what he did? He wore a graphic tee with Darth Vader on it. Does that mean that he's in favor of of killing like rebels? You know how many people Darth Vader killed? This is an insane take. This is an insane take, Lance. And apparently, everyone agreed with me because the post was so bad that I guess I shamed Lance into deleting it because it no longer exists. He deleted the tweet.
Well, it is the internet, Sitch. And it turns out somebody screenshotted the tweet.
Oh, nice. You got it.
So it still exists.
Where?
Yeah. Sock dim lad. And thank you, Dan Irish, for tagging us in it. It says, corniest tweet I have seen from Lance. Nobody takes the Joker seriously. Let our boy, Mr. Peterson, cosplay how he wants. And he screenshotted the original tweet. Lance of the Surf says, it's pretty wild Jordan Peterson keeps doing this without any knowledge of the comic book villains he's embracing. Does he know the Joker has skinned his victims alive or mass murdered 19 cops? What about raping Shelley Frost or feeding poisoned cotton candy to children? The Surf's worried about the children here, obviously.
He's worried about the fictional children in Batman.
Right. Yeah.
So there you go. I'm glad I shamed him in deleting that embarrassing tweet.
Right.
Though it was funny when I looked at the replies to that, his audience was like, well, it was based that he killed the cops, though. There was like a bunch of replies like that. And
maybe that's why he deleted it. Maybe it wasn't the shame from you. Maybe it was a shame for everyone going, based. I like Jordan Peterson now. He's a cop killer.
Maybe. I mean, I did ratio him. Okay.
Oh, so, you did?
Did, yes.
Look at you.
Did.
Doing the ratio.
I did the ratio. Oh my God.
Is that your first ratio, boy?
No. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
I had a giant ratio on sock done left.
Sitch is getting addicted.
Oh, you know about that?
He's the ratio guy now.
No, definitely not. That's very lame, but it's funny to bring up. No, so did you see sock done left had the graphic, the meme of the guys at the urinal, and the guy like goes past all the empty urinals, says, "Do you condemn Hamas?" Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. My retort to him ratioed him.
Which was?
It's a guy with pink hair walking up to the guy and he says, do you condemn racism, sexism, transphobia, whiteness, ableism, colonialism, homophobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, blah, 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 blah. And I said, welcome to the last 8 years of politics.
True.
So, and that post was very interesting because I don't know who, but some big leftist account must have quote tweeted or something, because at some point I got a bunch of socialists replying to it. And I've never seen so many people so stupidly miss a point. Like they literally didn't understand the point of the tweet. We're like, yeah, but do you condemn racism? Yes, condemning all those things is good though. I'm like, you understand about saying that? You're saying that condemning Hamas is not good, right? You understand when you say that? That's the implication. Like, I couldn't believe how stupid these people were. They didn't understand it. Like, Stockton Left is complaining about people needlessly telling you to condemn Hamas out of the blue, what he characterizes out of the blue. Obviously, it's not out of the blue. And I'm like, this is the entire tactic the left has been doing for the last 8 years. It's like making you condemn every possible form of racism, isms possible before they'll listen to you. And if you don't, then they go, oh, we got you. We got you.
They don't care because they're like, as long as we're condemning the right things, you don't understand.
Yes. Yes.
It's just a fundamental difference in philosophy. It's kind of interesting.
Well, there was another insane tweet. Oh my God. I got to read this to you.
So are we done with this? Should we clip it, CT, or what?
This can be the last part of the clip.
Okay.
So there's an insane. So there's like the Marvels, the Marvels movie, female superheroes, not doing very well. A lot of people on the anti-woke side are very happy because they're like, ha, woke, put a woman in it, make it gay and lame, fails. right? So there's a tweet exchange where one person says, I'm never going to hear the end of it from those grifters on YouTube about the Marvels. I blame media news for not calling out the toxicity of these cretins for harming the movie. Okay, so the guy's saying that the only reason the Marvels did poorly is because a bunch of evil people on the internet told people not to see the movie.
Right.
That's, which obviously is BS, because a lot of people were crapping all over Barbie, and Barbie made, over $1 billion, right?
Right. Yeah.
So movie Blob, Bob Chipman, famous for saying there's no bad tactics, only bad targets. He responds to this tweet. Remember, this is a tweet about the movie Marvels. Okay.
Right.
Bob Chipman says, the trick, and I say this with absolute sincerity, is to remind yourself that the people that criticize the Marvels, that they aren't people and their lives don't matter. Truly, the actual service that they offer is clarifying that you're not, quote, imagining there's something spiritually diseased about subhuman stupidity.
Wow. He really does not like the anti-woke crowd.
So there's movie Bob seemingly advocating for the extermination of individuals because they didn't like the Marvels movie.
It is quite dehumanizing, Bob.
This guy is insane, and he's so unhinged. Oh my God. No wonder Lindsay Ellis was like, don't associate yourself with me.
He responded to one of my tweets one time, and I was trying to get him on the show, but he wasn't biting. So.
He's too much of a coward. I don't know if he's ever done any sort of debate conversation with someone who's disagreed with him. I mean, he said so many insane things. I don't even know how he could have a conversation.
Yeah, I was surprised he responded to a tweet. I never seen him in the wild like that. I was like, oh, wow. I think it was that one that blew up about April on Ninja Turtles. Kind of everyone responded to that.
Yeah, that sounds probably right. But it's funny because like we talk about the authoritarian mindset, like obviously
that is the authoritarian mindset on display. Yeah.
Yes. Well, what's interesting too is, usually when you see like the authoritarian lefties, you can very clearly seeing them triggering like left-wing moral intuitions, forwarding the authoritarian mindset. But with Bob, it's fascinating because he's really hitting the kind of right-wing purely discuss like Nazi-esque rhetoric.
Oh yeah, yeah. These cockroaches.
Yeah, he's saying that the anti-woke crowd are spiritually diseased and subhuman. That's not usually something you see from like left types. So it's very fascinating what's going on there. So total psychopath. I don't know. I'm glad no one takes him seriously anymore. He is just a living meme at this point.
Crazy.
Clip it, CT.
Clip it. Clip it. Clip it, CT.
Okay. Let's watch Jank.
You ready?
I'm ready. Is there a specific... Oh, you have it at the part?
I don't know. I just kind of randomly picked. Don't clip this part yet. Do we need... Look, we don't need a backstory here, right? Let's just see.
Well,
hey!
So this is a debate. Not a debate, I'm sorry. It's a conversation. Well, it's called a debate. I guess it's a debate. It's a debate between two hosts, Jank and... I don't know what the other guy's name is.
Israel's humanitarian pause leads to heated debate between TYT hosts.
Right.
So they brought this guy right after October 7th, which I actually thought was a pretty good move for TYT because they did give both perspectives a fair hearing, I thought.
Right.
I got to admit, I was a little nervous. October 7th happens. And I was like, what's TYT's coverage going to be like on this? I'm cautiously optimistic about TYT since, Anna and I have sort of become friends and she seems to be making a huge effort to kind of be less ideologically possessed.
Be based.
Yeah, at the network. So
yeah,
and I'm pulling for her, obviously.
So the guy's name is Ben Gleb, I believe is how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, let's check it out.
Let's check it out. Let's see what happens here.
Or retribution. They were bombing these buildings, and while again, I'll say it every time, the innocent loss of life has been horrific, it was not for no reason, and it was not indiscriminately. It was to get rid of strongholds, buildings that they knew had Hamas strongholds in them, so that when they go in with the ground troops that you yourself were suggesting were a better idea and are a better idea, that they aren't a complete suicide mission for the Israeli troops. Also, in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, you said, of course, Israel has to respond and is going to bomb. It's just, you hope that it's not a hugely disproportional number. You said, I hope it's not 10 to 1, 100 to 1. The numbers have been horrible. They've been 5 to 1 or 6 to 1. That's not good, but it's because we're trying to take out a terrorist force that also is a government. And so I do not buy the argument that there is ever going to be a solution where you just say Hamas gets to win. And so I think a much smarter way to approach trying to get what you want.
They don't get to win, Ben. They don't get to win. So look, at the end of the day, so look, 2 last things, and then you got more of the story to
tell us.
But
a smarter part, what I'm saying, a smarter way to do that is to not demonize people that are responding from this horrible terror attack, but instead say, great, thank you for a 4-hour every single day during war humanitarian pause and an extra humanitarian corridor. Actually turn the rhetoric towards something that is more inclusive and more positive and say we are moving towards the right direction, not immediately on day one saying that's not real. Maybe it's a tiny bit real, but it's not real. No, it's a major significant change in the conditions on the ground. It's Israel going against what it believes its objectives need to be, to listen to the world community, to give opportunities for aid to come in. That's the big source of outcry from all of the groups saying civilians are being killed. So let the civilians out. So they're doing that. Extra humanitarian corridor.
They're not letting anybody out. Gaza's a prison. You can't leave
because
Gaza.
Egypt will not open their border.
That's ridiculous. If Egypt opens the borders and the Palestinians go to Egypt, Israel's going to close the border and just take Gaza. No way. That's crazy. No way.
It's entirely up to Egypt to keep that border open or not. But certainly it's not going to open the border.
Okay, so to add some context here. So Israel agreed to do daily 4-hour pauses on the assaults. And that's what they're arguing about. Which obviously Cenk doesn't think matters or is not enough. But it's an interesting argument here, which is, so Ben is saying, Egypt should allow them to go to Egypt, and Cenk's response to that is if they leave the country fully, it sounds like what he's saying is that if the Palestinians leave the country and go to Egypt, that Israel will just take over the area and not let them back in. I think that's what he's saying his argument is.
Right. Yeah. Not let them return to their homes.
Which, do
you know if the answer to that? I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, the problem is so obviously, that's harkening back to 1948, right? Where that literally happened in 1948, where the people left their homes and they were not allowed back in. I'm more skeptical. It's not possible, but I'm more skeptical that situation could be repeated today, where if you had hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million or so people leave Gaza and go to Egypt, that Israel just be like, oh, you can't come in anymore. Because if they did that, first of all, if they did that, they would literally just destroy their relationship with Egypt forever. Egypt does not want, 2 million refugees, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm skeptical. I'm a little bit skeptical that would happen. But
Israel has said that won't happen. Israel has said they don't want to occupy Gaza. They want to root out Hamas and leave. They've said they don't plan on occupation. They don't plan on taking land. This is what they're saying. So,
well, it depends what they mean. Here's the thing. I think they don't want to hold it forever.
I don't know that they can do that, in all honesty. That seems like a pipe dream to me.
But I'd be curious as to what their exact language is, because I don't think I would probably wager that their statement would be something like, we don't want to occupy Gaza forever. We don't want to absorb it into becoming Israel. Because they don't, I understand they don't want to do that. but they are going to basically occupy it to an extent of saying Hamas will no longer be the government. Like, I don't believe, and if this was Israel's military goal, they're stupid. But I don't believe Israel's military goal is to go in there, kill Hamas, and then just leave. I believe their goal is to go in there, kill Hamas, and then basically take over the region or make the PA take over the region and basically act as security to force the PA to take over the region. Because they can't just leave and allow Hamas 2.0 to take over. They have to make sure that they have some other form of government.
Hamas is the security force there. They have to establish some sort of security force. I understand that it's the mob, basically, right? But they are the ones that are saying, you know, don't kill one another or we'll kill you.
Right. So, I mean, I do believe that they are going to occupy the area, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't let people back into the country necessarily. So
I don't know. It's, you know, obviously we're very cautious about what we're saying here. It's interesting that neither one of them are very cautious about what they're saying. Like they're just, no, this is a fact. This is what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, that's like most people talking about very, emotional. I mean, this is a very emotional topic, obviously. It's a very extreme topic.
I don't know that's the answer. Good, I mean, just to make declarations. I mean, we don't know the facts on this. Well, I'm not sure you can even know the facts on this.
Right. You know, that's what I was saying. I don't think Israel would, like, if 1 million people left Gaza and went to Egypt, like Israel wanted them to, I don't believe Israel would or even has the ability to deny them back in. I think that'd be just so devastating to their image, to their relationship with Egypt, to their relationship with the US and the rest of the world, that I don't think they have the political capital to do such an action. But I am sympathetic to the fear of it because Israel has literally done that in the past. So.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. They don't know.
Right.
You'd be nervous. Look, you're nervous if you're there already and you're forced to leave your home. I mean, I've seen some of the videos. It's crazy.
It is.
They've just turned the buildings into rubble. What do these people even have to go back to?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, it is devastating for these people to live in these areas.
Into their own country.
You know, Israel and Egypt have an alliance, and that's why. Look, so we have massive disagreements. So when at one point they had about 8,000 civilians killed and 13 Hamas members killed. No, they weren't trying to bomb Hamas. They were doing indiscriminate bombings.
13 Hamas members killed. Where are you getting that number?
I got it from a news report. We reported on it.
Hamas does not distinguish in their numbers between Hamas soldiers and civilians. You have no idea how many Hamas soldiers were killed in that 10,000.
Even Netanyahu at one point, and he's a grotesque liar, said, in an ABC report, well, 10,000 were killed, but 1,000 of those could have been Hamas. First of all, could have been. And if that's true, but you take Netanyahu's numbers, that's still awful. If you said to me, I've said this 100 times, hey, that guy killed your family members. There's no way that I don't want to kill that guy. I will be filled with rage. And you say there's 9 civilians around him, an aunt, an uncle, a grandma, a baby, etc. Would I bomb them and kill those 9 civilians to get the bad guy? Never. Because it is deeply immoral. I'm not going to do the same thing a terrorist would do. That's insanity. And Israel's saying, yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the ratio. I dropped the bombs. The buildings collapsed. The babies' heads are crushed.
But they are
defense.
That is a lie.
That's not defense. That's offense.
But they are not saying that. They are taking far more measures than any country that I know of to make sure the civilians leave the area.
They take the least amount of measures.
They make phone calls directly. They drop
who's
out of the sky.
We're both pausing at the same time. Who's saying, yay, we're killing a bunch of civilians? I don't feel like.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's some people in Israel saying that. I don't think that's what the Israeli military is operating under, a principle of yay, we're killing babies and civilians, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
And they are, to my understanding, they are trying to do what they can to minimize civilian casualties. The problem is, so Cenk has this question where he says, you have, someone who's killed your family, and then they're hiding in a room with 9 innocent people. You know, I don't kill them. I don't blow up the whole room just to kill that one guy, because that's what terrorists do. That's what terrorists do. And I say, okay, that's fair, but what do you do when that guy who's hiding in that room keeps killing you and your family and your citizens, and then running back and hiding in a room of 9 people? And those people don't have the ability, they're not your citizens. They don't have the ability or authority or even, you know, the power or the will to hand over that terrorist to you. What do you do at that point? How do you get that guy? Do you send in a bunch of people, you know, on the ground to create a long, protracted, bloody ground war where a bunch of innocent civilians will die, where a bunch of your innocent military defense forces will sacrifice their lives to protect the civilians of a foreign country's lives? This is kind of why, and I talked about this on Sunday. This is kind of why, you know, I understand the horrible human cost and civilian casualties to the Palestinian people, but I haven't heard someone propose anything resembling a reasonable alternative to me. For as horrible as what's happening is, I don't know what the alternative is, and I haven't heard anyone say anything that would make sense.
The alternative is the special forces go in and take care of business, kill all the bad guys, save all the hostages.
Yeah, but that's like a fantasy. That's not like a real thing.
That's the thing. I don't know if it's technically feasible. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you had magic special forces who could pinpoint kill all of Hamas without dropping any bombs, that would be what you would do. There's no reason that's not what you would do, right? Because then you would actually, you know, the population would probably be very happy about that, and you build a lot of goodwill towards, you know, Israel from the Palestinian population.
Right.
Like, I don't believe this idea. Like, some people push this idea that like the Israeli government just wants to just kill all the Palestinians and drive them all away, you know, so they could just bulldoze the whole area. And I don't think that's accurate. I don't think it's remotely accurate what's going on here. I think they'd behave very differently if that's what's going on. And even if that's what they wanted, I don't think they even could act that way.
Do you think there are elements that want that?
I'm sure there are.
Right.
But I don't think I don't think those are the people in power making decisions.
That's the question for me. I don't know how much of the Israeli population is in that element that wants that. And with the horrific nature of these attacks and the fact that they still are holding hostages, I feel like it's probably a high number and rising.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. Right?
Totally messed up situation.
Yeah, I definitely get it. But that's why it kind of annoys me about kind of the way this conversation is always had, is that it is a messed up situation. And you have a situation where you have a government that you can kind of interact with and deal with, and then you have one that you can't really interact and deal with because it's really a terrorist organization. But it's also holding its own population hostage too. And that's kind of the horrible tragedy of the situation is, well, how do you deal with that? I mean, you know, it's funny. I had this conversation with my parents the other day about this. And I said, because they were saying like, oh, it's, you know, it's just so horrible that, you know, because they see the rising number of Palestinians dying, and they have, you know, they're very left wing and they have a lot of left wing moral intuitions, and their immediate emotional reaction is to say, you know, Israel shouldn't be doing this. This is horrible, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I kind of said the same thing. I said, like, well, I don't disagree that it is horrible, but what is the alternative? I'm not sure I understand what the alternative is. I haven't heard anyone bring forward a convincing argument to me about what the better way to do this would be. If there was a better way, obviously I'd be in favor of it. But they're saying it's horrible that you have to kill all these innocent people to get to the bad guys, right? To get to Hamas. And I said, well, that is the tragedy of war. That's all war is. War is killing a bunch of innocent people to get at the people that are the actual bad people.
That are guilty. Yeah.
Yeah. Like all the soldiers and troops, just because they put on a military uniform, they're still innocent people, most of them. They're like, you know, they go and die for some king or some president or some dictator, that what do they give a crap about? You think they really care about this cause that much?
Dying to get justice. That's what they're doing here.
So it's just like
they're seeking justice, but they're still going to die.
Right. It's got like, I saw people that were like applauding, there are these videos that coming out of like Ukraine, and it's like some Russian soldier getting like blown up or something or dying. You've seen these drone footage things. And I see all these people like celebrating this. And I don't know. I look at it, I'm not celebrating it because I'm like, there's all these like Russian soldiers that are conscripted. They're forced into service by their government. Putin is an authoritarian dictator. The soldiers, they don't have an option. If they don't go into war, they're going to go to jail for like, maybe forever, right? So I'm not saying it doesn't mean you shouldn't kill. Obviously, the Ukrainians still kill the soldiers, but I'm not going to cheer it on and be like, haha, fuck that guy. It's like that guy is a victim too.
Yeah.
And this is like kind of the emotional difficulty that we have to grapple with as mature adult humans is a lot of times in life, there's the evil problems and there's the no-win scenarios and there's victims on both sides of a conflict. And just because it's victims on both sides of a conflict doesn't mean that you don't support one side, right?
Yeah.
So
it really bothered me that the United Nations made a declaration for a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't make a declaration to release the hostages. And people were arguing that, well, the United Nations can speak to the Israeli government. They don't have any control over Hamas.
Right.
But the declaration, they don't call them declarations. I can't remember what they call them. But the resolutions, yeah. Those resolutions are non-binding anyway. I mean, they say, Israel has to do a ceasefire, this non-binding resolution. They don't have to do the ceasefire, and they're not going to do the ceasefire. So why can't they do a non-binding resolution for Hamas, release the hostages? It's performative anyway. It makes people feel better. It's so stupid.
That's a great point. I didn't know that about the hostages. I know that I'd heard that the UN never put out anything official denouncing
They didn't.
October 7th.
Yeah.
And if they haven't done that and they haven't put out anything to release the hostages, you're right. It's completely insane that then they would demand for the ceasefire. And it is kind of disgusting and reprehensible.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put a resolution out. Look, these people's families are there. It's tragic. They're just, can you imagine going to sleep at night knowing that your wife or daughter is over there? Can you imagine that? Not knowing if they're alive or dead in some tunnel somewhere?
Right.
That's like, there's 240 people in that state.
Of course.
And everyone's, parading the bodies out on the news. And you got, college kids over here in fucking New Hampshire peeling down the missing signs.
Right.
It's crazy.
They make multiple statements on social media and on television.
Oh,
they
social
paused.
media.
They said 24 hours to escape. UN said it's impossible.
Escape to what? Escape to what? It's an open-air prison.
To the south.
To
and
the
then
south,
Egypt
which
can
they
open
also
that border
bombed.
if they like. They bombed it a little bit to get rid of also Hamas targets. It's not.
I don't like that open-air prison framing at all. That's like...
Right.
And look, if it's just, I don't like the escalation of terms, because one person says, look, I can call it an open air prison. Then another person can come along and say, well, all the Palestinians are jihadis. It's like, come on, let's try to accurately assess the situation here. Right.
Right. Or, people that call it a concentration camp.
Yeah.
That one is a big one. And then, because the thing that's annoying is like the rhetoric matters.
It does matter.
And unfortunately, it is word thinking. But word thinking is how many people think. Because if I heard like all the people that were like justifying it, either in, like soft or hard
That's
justifying.
their justification.
Yeah,
100%.
October 7th. Yeah, they would say, well, these people were in a concentration camp and they break out of their concentration camp. Of course they killed a bunch of innocent, young adults and teenagers that are dancing in the area. They broke out of their concentration camp, like as if that justifies anything. It's just insane. It's an insane comment to make.
Yeah.
The main area that the main bombing is happening. And so that is the reality of war. You're still not ever suggesting concretely how you suggest that Israel lives in peace and possibly
can
gets
I
peace.
answer, please?
Sure.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
Okay, special forces to take out the Hamas guys who attacked. No problem, I've said it from day one. Try to release the hostages, do negotiation, do power, do all the things that you do. Then, this is super important, end the goddamn occupation.
There isn't an occupation in Gaza. I'll say it till the day I'm done.
Okay, on the
That's a good pause. Don't be insane.
Well, just on the special forces guys.
Yeah.
Have you seen those tunnels, Sitch? The tunnels are 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide.
Yeah.
It's literally like a guy can walk through it single file.
It's like a death corridor. Yeah.
You don't think that thing is booby trapped all to
it is.
high heaven?
I've seen videos about they're all booby trapped to hell. And if they know you're coming down there, I mean, that's a death corridor to walk down.
It is, yeah.
Sure.
They got a howitzer at the one end of it, right?
Yeah. That's the difficulty of the situation, is because I don't know if they have I mean, I know they have all these sorts of techniques and stuff, but we don't have the magic drones that fly into the tunnels and can just, assassinate all the Hamas people in the tunnel. Yeah.
Have you seen the sponge bomb?
I have seen the sponge bomb. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just cool. But, that's why the whole, and I guess this is where the disagreement is. And I think this is a post hoc disagreement, which is that, or it's probably not post hoc disagreement. It's a disagreement based on how we're assuming people are operating. Because I think Cenk and other people are operating from a presupposition of malice and evilness from the Israeli government in terms of wanting to just kill all these people. As opposed,
I agree. Yeah.
And I'm operating and you're operating from the idea well, I don't believe that that's the presupposition that the Israeli military is operating from, that they do just want to get rid of Hamas. So therefore, this kind of magical special forces thing doesn't exist, or at least it doesn't exist in the capacity you're talking about. And if they were just to send individual forces into these tunnels to try to root out Hamas, I mean, the death toll on the Israeli side would be they'd just be throwing men in a meat grinder down there, essentially.
Yeah, the Israeli people would not be happy about that. You look, our friends and family got kidnapped, and then you sent my son and husband to die in a meat grinder. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not a good
look.
Yeah, not a good look. So
you do. Then this is super important. End the goddamn occupation.
There isn't an occupation in Gaza. I'll say it till the day I'm done.
Don't be insane,
There
Ben.
is a security and blockade of supplies. There is not an occupation. They voluntarily ended it in 2005 and removed forcibly their own Israeli citizens.
Hey.
How are you going to ask people to end an occupation that ended in 2005? And at least let's use words accurately, because I've seen too many times on this network people saying genocide when it is not one. People saying occupation when it is not one. There is an occupation in the West Bank. I admit it, because that's the definition and the words. But when the occupation ends, you say end the occupation. What are you asking for them, to end it again? Should they go back in and then end it again? Is that the request?
Ben, okay, if I come to your house and say, look, I'm not occupying your house, but I can cut the water and power anytime, and I could starve you, and I could make sure you don't even get any water, and if you disagree with me on anything, I could drop a bomb on your head. But hey, I'm not occupying.
It's called a blockade.
I'm not occupying.
It's called a blockade.
I can just murder you anytime I like, but I'm not occupying.
But it's not the word.
Okay,
it's called
so
a blockade.
Let's call it a prison. So Israel should stop imprisoning.
So, well, see, but this is always interesting. This is always fascinating to me, because this always happens, and I feel like when we get in these conversations where it's someone uses a word wrong and they're describing something as bad, and they try to hide in the vagueness of the term. It's well, but why are you if the word is wrong, if the word occupied is wrong, why are you using it? Why are people attached to using it?
Because it makes
a big deal.
Talking past the sale. It makes the argument. That's why they do it. They do it because it's sneaking in a premise.
Right, and it goes completely with the colonizer premise. You know, when America blockaded Japan from getting oil, you know, before our involvement in World War II, were we occupying Japan because we prevented them from getting oil? No, right?
No.
Of course not. And even then, it's like, you know, going back to Gaza, you can't just say like, oh, well, we occupied them. It's like, yeah, but if Israel is blockading Gaza from getting things, it's because Hamas is taking those things and turning them into weapons and tunnels, which what happened on October 7th proves undeniably. Does it not?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, imagine if all that time and energy and money and resources that Hamas uses, that either the Hamas people suck up for themselves and go live, you know, as billionaires in another country, or they use to make all these tunnels, all the time and energy and money to make all these tunnels. What if instead that was building infrastructure for their country?
Building
right?
Restaurants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Police
Building
stations,
highways.
restaurants, highways. Yeah. What if all that, schools, hospitals?
They don't want
like,
police stations. Are you kidding me? That threatens their power.
There you go. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and this is kind of why it's annoying when people say, like, you have to end the blockade. It's like this, everything that's happened has shown literally why they're doing the blockade. It just shows that they didn't do the blockade good enough because they were still getting all these materials somehow anyway.
Through tunnels. Tunnels
Sure.
from Egypt.
Yeah. Right.
You know, it's horrible. They're using the words that they're using so that they can smuggle in a number of presuppositions. Like if you accept the open air prison framing, then you're accepting all of these other ideas covertly, you know, that people don't have the ability to move freely, that people are being subjugated by other population.
Right.
Yeah. That they have no freedom, that they're oppressed.
Yeah, exactly.
Palestinians in Gaza.
And you know the big difference though is that when you have prisons, the people that run the prisons don't offer freedom to all of the people 6 different times, and they reject it when they get 85 to 97% of their requests. I've seen you shake off in interviews your head about saying they've been offered peace. You go like this, you go no, but they have been offered peace many times. So shouldn't they accept that? What is your plan? Why aren't you telling Hamas right now, release the goddamn hostages, accept peace, make a peace agreement, put on paper, put your money where your mouth is, and offer a solution. Don't just keep demonizing Israel and not offering a way to solve the goddamn problem, because that goes on forever.
So 2 things about that, Ben. One, no.
So before he answers, I just want to say this is a very interesting psychological problem that I've brought up before, and we see this a lot. People don't realize they're falling into this trap, and you need to, because everyone falls into this trap. This is the psychopath at work problem. There's always that one guy at your office who's like,
I know him.
He's like a piece of crap. Okay. He's like very difficult to deal with, hyper aggressive, or just like, he won't do anything. And everyone has to like work basically around that person. Right.
Yeah.
And I don't just mean like a boss or something. I mean, like, he'll just be like a normal employee, someone that could be, you know, potentially fired or removed. And the problem is, there's like this weird thing that happens in our minds psychologically when a person is very unreasonable. People just like accept it like they're like an animal. They accept it like there's some kind of force of nature you just have to deal with. You know, like, oh, well, this person's always going to be unreasonable, so I just put that into my brain calculation. So then I forget that they're unreasonable, and then I kind of like hold other people, like I hold the reasonable people responsible for their actions, but I don't hold the unreasonable people responsible for their actions. And we all fall prey to this. And this situation with Israel and Hamas is like the perfect example of this. And I think what Ben just laid out is so on point, where it's like the only reason that there's, well, actually not the only reason, because a lot of it is the oppressee white colonization lens, which is toxic. But putting that aside, people fall in this trap because they look at Israel. Israel is like a democracy. And so they look at it like, well, Israel's a reasonable country composed of reasonable individuals with a reasonable government that you can talk to, where Hamas is an unreasonable government filled with terrorists. And so since they're unreasonable, like, we just don't expect anything from them. And so we don't even attempt to make any sort of calls for them to do anything reasonable. whatsoever, because we just
I'm
accept that they're unreasonable.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because this plays out in the conversation perfectly. He's basically making the argument that, why aren't we making demands of Hamas?
Yes.
And people just always just brush that. Oh, of course, they're unreasonable. We can't make demands. They're murdering psychopaths.
Right.
Of course we can't. We can't make demands of them.
Well, so
why not?
Exactly. But that's the thing. Like, you're like, oh, well, then that has to be, that's why what's happening is happening, because you have unreasonable people that are psychopaths that you can't deal with.
Right. Yeah.
Except by killing them.
But everybody wants to put it on the reasonable people.
Yes.
Everyone's like, look, you know what it's like to deal with unreasonable people. We just have to suck it up and let them do what they want.
Yes.
No,
exactly.
No, we don't. Well, I feel horrible for the Palestinian people,
of course,
because they're just as subjugated by these monsters as
100%.
Israel is. Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
As Israel is.
But it's in this thing, and it goes into the thing that triggers me, which is I always get triggered when people penalize people for being reasonable,
for doing the right thing,
for trying to do the right thing, and they always incentivize people who are doing the wrong thing. And this is what this attitude does. People don't realize this is what's happening here, but that's exactly what's happening in this conversation. I don't mean this specific conversation. I mean like the general conversation.
No,
about Israel.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it happens in this conversation.
Well, we'll see.
Too.
I guess we'll find out.
Let's continue.
Number one, mission accomplished. Hamas, do a ceasefire, never attack Israel, recognize their right to exist, release the hostages. Obviously. And by the way, here, no, hold on. I'll make it even more like concrete. Hamas, stop being goddamn idiots. You're destroying the Palestinian cause as well as being immoral. Will you kill those innocent Israeli civilians? Now 10 times as many Palestinians have been killed. Are you happy? Was that mission accomplished? It is profoundly stupid. And it's easy for Hamas leaders to do that as they sit comfortably in Qatar and they condemn their own civilians to death. Ben, being against a terrorist is obvious, okay?
But having a plan to defeat them is much harder. And that's the whole
Ben,
point.
you have to stop imprisoning them. Look, Ben, if people come over, let's say they take, name any place. They take New Jersey, they take Texas, and they say, okay, now you're in an open air prison and none of you have any goddamn rights, and we get to put our boot on your neck, and now you are servants. You're subhuman. Now you sit there, Texas, and take it. And if any of you ever fight back, you're all goddamn terrorists in Texas. What do you think Texas would do? Texas would blow up, those Texas citizens would blow up every goddamn occupier, and you know it. They would murder every occupier, and you know it. How much patience can the Palestinians have? They're sitting there.
Is this an accurate assessment of what's going on in Gaza?
I don't think so, no.
Are the Israelis basically subjugating them like this?
No. Well, first of all, I mean, it's inaccurate for two reasons. Number one, as you said, I don't think it's fair to say like Israel has the boot on the neck of every Palestinian person in the West Bank. I mean, in Gaza, at all times, like that they're living in some open air prison / concentration camp, because there's like a lot of restrictions in terms of what can be imported or not. I think if you were to do side by side, Hamas being in charge of Gaza has probably
subjugated them more. Yeah,
he has like way more subjugation, way more responsibility for creating the bad living conditions of Gaza. And if Hamas wasn't that way, if they were reasonable instead of unreasonable, even with blockades and restrictions like that, their life would be, dozens, hundreds of times better. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that annoys me when people have this conversation about the blockade is Israel didn't just do the blockade because they're like evil. They did the blockade because when they ended the occupation, which is what the people wanted, in the early 2000s, Hamas and other organizations started sending suicide bombers into Israel and started getting weapons into Israel and started doing all these things that now that they're their quote own country, they could do. And so what is Israel supposed to do? If they're living on the border of a country that's importing all this dangerous weapons and material that is used explicitly to destroy Israel, what is Israel supposed to do? They can either A, blockade the country and be restrictive about what they let into it, or they could occupy them again. Those are the only two options.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a it's such a difficult situation because obviously it's a win-win for Hamas to keep the Palestinian people in terrible conditions.
Right.
Because it foments resentment against Israelis, which is the scapegoat that's keeping them in power, keeping Hamas in power. So Hamas there's no incentive for Hamas to make the Palestinian lives better. If they do make the Palestinian lives better, chances are their power will slip. Because of the population will be less resentful towards Israel. They'll start thinking women should be able to drive cars. Like, it's a mess. So yeah, Hamas is the problem here. Hamas has to go. So all this, like, I guess everyone agrees that Hamas has to go. We're just arguing over the strategy of getting rid of Hamas.
Yeah.
The West Bank doing nothing. They've been perfectly peaceful. And what did they get for the peace, man? What did they get for the peace? All they got was occupation. 56 years of occupation.
They've been offered peace 6 times. So when you keep somebody in a prison, as you say, what do you mean my ass? They have not been?
Yes,
they were
I will explain. I will explain. I will explain.
37, 48, 67, 2000, 2008.
Who's the guy that's just sitting on the side as these guys are like about to go to blows?
That's Mark Thompson. He's like, I'm not going to say anything.
He's just like, every time it cuts back to him, his chair is like another 4 inches away from the fight.
Slowly, like, just he like rolls the chair slowly off the set of TIT.
Hey, they
That'd
weren't
be
offered
an amazing like comedy bit. Like, this insane fight is going on. He just slowly, intentionally, like, every time there's a pan out, just moves further and
It
further
cuts
away.
back to him. He's like halfway, his split in the frame.
Yeah. But I was supposed to say, regarding their argument, it's interesting because what they're both saying things that are true, which is that, you know, what Cenk is saying is true. And this is what I've criticized Israel for what I think has been their biggest, most immoral fuck up in modern history, is the settling of the West Bank. Because you do have seemingly the West Bank is not, you know, there's violence going there, but it's obviously not like Hamas and Gaza. And so they're doing the thing. They're disincentivizing people to not be violent because, like, oh, you're not violent. Well, then we will have settlers come in and occupy and slowly push you out of your land, right? So Israel itself has a responsibility here because they are incentivizing people like Hamas and Palestinians to support people like Hamas because they look at the West Bank and they say, listen, those people were working with you and you fucked them. Or at least they were working with you to a better capacity of not being violent. And you fucked them, and you totally fucked them over, and Israel did. I think it's a completely true, accurate point. So that's completely true. But then what Ben is saying is true, though it's not directly related, which is that before all the settlements came up, well, there were some, but before they became as extensive as they were, it is true that, you know, there was 2-state peace solutions that were offered time and time and time and time again, and they kept getting turned down time and time and time again. So
the West Bank situation is closer to apartheid in that they have Israeli settlers in the West Bank that are protected by Israeli soldiers. And they've set up a bunch of checkpoints and made life difficult for the people who, you know, theoretically it's their land, it's their nation.
Right.
Yeah, their country.
Right.
So, I mean, that's completely messed up. That's not the situation in Gaza, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
So,
that's true.
You figure Gaza would have had a better shot. But
well, the problem is it's like Gaza and Hamas being violent gives the bad actors in the Israeli government the political capital to settle the West Bank in the first place.
You're right. You're right. Because they're shooting the missiles and Iron Dome is shooting them down all the time. But it's a constant provocation.
Right. Because they say like, oh, because this is a lot of, like, I've heard this is like the Israeli argument that are pro-settlement. They say, well, we pulled our settlements out of Gaza and look what happened. They became violent, horrible, you know, Hamas people, terrorists.
Right.
And so therefore, obviously, this is why we should be sending more settlers into the West Bank to prevent that situation. Now, I think that's a horrible argument, but that's the argument that they make. And so that's the issue. It's like you have bad actions from bad actors allow other bad actors to make bad arguments and do other bad actions.
Right. Is it a racist thing? I feel like maybe it is. Like there's the analogy of the South during like Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
Is there that kind of hatred going on between the Palestinians and the Israelis? It has to be in some places, right?
I'm sure.
Yeah. Took us a long time to get past that.
Definitely.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a long time to get past this.
Their own state, and they said no. So yes, if murderers and terrorists are going to keep killing you, and you keep saying, "Here, I'm giving you what you want. I'm giving you most of what you want," and you keep saying, "No."
Okay.
Nobody on earth, yourself included, would also allow themselves to keep being killed by them.
Okay.
That little thing that Jank did with the air quotes for the terrorists. Ugh. Not good.
When did he do? I wasn't looking. He did that just now or in the past?
Yeah, I mean, we can back it up. But he's in that action, he's basically saying that they're like freedom fighters.
Right,
they're not.
right.
They're justified in what they're doing.
Yeah. But who is he referring to? I mean, that's the danger of that, because like that's a lot of different categories of people we're talking about.
This is why I hate the oppressor-oppressed lens, because all of a sudden it's justified as soon as they're labeled oppressed.
Yeah.
I don't know that it is justified. Look, this is a Christian slave morality speaking up.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do bad things just because you're oppressed. That's called your cross to bear. Got to suck it up. You got to make the best of what you got, even if you are oppressed.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let's back it up.
Okay.
Giving you what they weren't offered their own state, and they said no. So yes, if murderers and terrorists are going to keep killing you, and you keep saying, "Here, I'm giving you what you want."
It's not good. That's not good.
Yeah.
You know, that's why the we're talking about like Christianity being the slave religion and all this stuff. Which, by the way, I know if you don't know what we're talking about, it's going to sound really bad. And it's kind of too long to get into this clip. But that's part of why, Marx was like, Christianity is the opiate of the masses. And religion is the opiate of the masses.
Yeah, because he wanted the master morality to step up.
Yeah, the dominant, might makes right sort of mentality to crop up. So
yeah.
I'm giving you most of what you want, and you keep saying no.
Okay.
Nobody on earth, yourself included, would also allow themselves to keep being killed by them.
Okay, so number one, 1937. At that point, Israel doesn't even exist. A bunch of people come over to Palestine and go, "Now, you guys, this is your land, but we're planning to take half of it. So why don't you just give us half? And move out of your freaking houses. We own that land now." Oh, you didn't take it. Well, what a bunch of bad guys. I was going to take your goddamn land, and I was going to make you march and then maybe die. Oh, you didn't take what generous offer that I gave you? 1948, I'm going to take half your land. Give me your land. You can stay. You get the hell out of here. I'm more important than you. Oh, you don't own your land anymore. Well, you didn't take it? Why didn't you take it? What a lovely deal I gave you, where I only steal half your land. Okay, now you move to later.
Okay, wait. My understanding is that's not even remotely a fair representation of the issue. Because my understanding, I could be wrong. My understanding was in the original 1948 deal, anyone could live in the other country. You could be an Israeli, a Jewish Israeli person and live in the Arab Palestinian region, or an Arab Palestinian living in the Jewish Israeli region. Like, that was allowed. They weren't forcing anyone to leave, and that you would have full right to the country. But it was just like, this is where the country is going to be. Like, and you'll have to live under the government. Like, maybe you don't want to live under that government. But I don't believe in 1948 they were saying, no, you have, like, could be wrong, but I don't think they were saying you had, like, only Jews were allowed to live in this area. Like, that came after the war when they were attacked, that they were kind of, more restrictive.
There's a reason 20% of Israelis are Palestinian, because it's a better economic system. It's a better place to live, right? better legal system, better economic system. So I'm sure people who have the opportunity are saying, look, I'm going to immigrate there, or they're born there and they're like, why would I go to the other place? Oh my God, it's fine here.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but I'm just saying, so his characterization to me, that's not my understanding of an accurate characterization of the situation either. And also, you know, when he says like, well, it's their land, you know, obviously there was a lot of Jewish people living there at the time. It was like 30% of the population was Jewish.
Right.
So it's not like they just said, oh, you know, we're just going to kick you all off your land because, you know, suck it up. Like, that's not really what was going on in the situation. I don't think that's a fair characterization. Obviously, the Palestinians should have 100%. And in retrospect, obviously, they shall, I assume everyone agree with this. In retrospect, the Palestinians should have 100% have accepted that deal. Like, if that deal was accepted, you know, this whole situation probably would never have occurred. But as we talked about, you know, in past shows, now there was a difficulty with like who exactly is representing the Palestinians in 1948, because it wasn't like they had an official government that was like unified as one voice, the way that like the Jewish population was able to kind of galvanize around like a singular like entity or body, because the Palestinians in the region didn't exist as a country that was independent. They existed as individual like cities or individual villages under the Ottoman Empire and then under the British. And then, so like a lot of the voices were not people representing the population. They were voices that were representing the surrounding Arab countries who didn't want an independent Palestine. They just wanted to absorb the region for themselves. So not a fair characterization in 1948.
Rounds, then it gets more complicated, because then they come back in and they go, I'll give you 87% of your house back, but I had 100% of my house. And by the way, you're not even giving me the 50% you already took. You're giving me 87% of the other 50%.
So there's no solution.
Okay, hold on. But at this,
well, then even that's like, well, you know how sometimes you hear people on the left say, listen, it's not cancel culture, it's accountability culture. Your words have
this is the argument he's making right now.
Right, like, you know, your actions have consequences, right? Your words have consequences. Well, if you go to war and lose, there's going to be a consequence to that.
Right.
You know, and I don't know what to tell you. Like,
well, he's making the argument that Israel should have never taken the land. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, there should never. I understand that, but I don't agree with that statement. I mean, I would agree with that statement in retrospect, right? But, you know, at the time.
Well, they went to war because Israel took the land, right? And Israel kicked their butts, and the rest is history.
Well, so you had England took their land.
Right, and gave it to Israel.
So, England took their land, and then it was such a hassle that they said, here, UN, you deal with this shit. And the UN drew up the 1948.
Was it the UN or was it the League of Nations? The previous.
It was the UN. This is when the UN existed.
Okay.
And yeah, so this is like one of the, I guess, his early days of the UN. They draw up the borders, 1948 borders. Israel accepts that. The surrounding Arab countries and whoever's representing the Palestinian people at the time don't accept that. Israel says, "Oh, you don't accept it? Well, too bad for you. We're just going to declare it Israel now," and they just did. And then the United States, like first country that recognizes them, and then the surrounding Arab countries go to war against Israel as soon as they declare that they're a country.
Yeah, they're going to take their land back.
Right.
Well, didn't work out that way.
Well, and also like, well, see, I don't even like using the word like take their land back, because again, the surrounding Arab countries, it wasn't their land. They wanted the land, right? You know, Jordan wanted the West Bank to declare it for Jordan. You know, Egypt wanted to grab the south part of Israel / Palestine to declare part of Egypt.
Okay,
like so it wasn't their land in the first.
So it was just a British colony.
It was because it was just so you had before the Brits had it. It wasn't a country. It was just the Ottoman Empire controlled a giant chunk of this region.
Right.
And all these independent cities and villages didn't identify as like Palestinians. They didn't identify as part of this region. They just identified as, well, we're part of the city that I live in, and we're Ottoman citizens. Like there was no country-based identification at that point.
It's just like America. We just pulled up and it was like, oh, look, nobody's calling this a nation yet.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. I mean, it's kind of what happened, right?
Well, this is the argument that Cenk is making. Cenk is saying, look, you took the land, made it into a country, colonizer.
Yeah, but that's the problem. And, I said this when we were talking aristocracy, is that we, are like, we're in a world where liberal democracies are the dominant force. And if you are a liberal democracy, you can sit down and make an agreement with a liberal democracy.
Right.
And the UN, a highly bureaucratic entity, needs another bureaucratic entity to interact with. And that was the big problem in 1948, was that like the Jews had a bureaucratic government system that they could interact with, and the Palestinians didn't have that at all.
Yeah, this is why it's so important when the U.S. comes in and recognizes it. It's like it gives it the sign of approval. Oh, look, another bureaucracy came in and said it was cool. So look, we did it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Exactly. Right. That's exactly the thing. So
seethe and cope.
I mean, that's essentially what they say.
How it's been 50 years though, right?
It's been 70 years.
Okay, so where we pulled up in America, decided to make it America.
Right.
Where were we at 70 years into it? I feel like we were still fighting about it.
Well, it depends where's the starting
Maybe
point.
Not.
It depends what the starting point is. Like, is 1776 the starting point? Or like, because obviously there were,
oh, you're right.
European settlers fighting with Native Americans long before 1776.
For like 100 years. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
and not only that, it was kind of culturally the norm to pull up and just take the land away from people who, I mean, master morality reigns supreme over the various nations.
Even though it was a Christian nation. Yeah.
Yeah. Took a while.
But yeah, no, well, yeah, because I think it's more like liberal principles that were like, maybe we shouldn't be like doing this.
Yeah,
because colonization was the norm back then. So
maybe we should think about the rights of the individual, especially since we're taking all of their land and turning them into refugees.
Right.
At the same time, well, do I wish 87%, 83, 97, whatever the goddamn number was that both sides took it? Yes, I wish they both took it. And I wish Israel made a better offer, and I wish the Palestinians took a bad offer.
So that's the solution then?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
but at this point, both Obama and Trump have said Netanyahu doesn't want peace. He hasn't offered peace. He doesn't want peace. He wants permanent occupation. So for God's sake, fire Netanyahu. If it's a democracy, fire him. Because if you don't fire him, you're saying, yeah, I like what he's doing. We're going to occupy these poor people forever. In West Bank, there's no violence except by the settlers.
On that, I totally agree.
But they're still occupied. But they're still occupied because they like it. They like occupying that.
People were trying to remove Netanyahu, and then there was a horrific terrorist attack.
They brought him back like 4 times.
Yeah, look, he's not a partner for peace. I agree with that 100%. He was funding Hamas to help make sure there was not peace that happens. That is true. But now we're in a reality that is now very hard to unwind unless some concrete solution is offered, not just simply telling one side, we know the other side is terrorists, and so we have to just give it in.
No, don't give it. 67.
But that's exactly what I said, which is that the bad actions of Hamas and other people is what creates the psychology in Israel where people support someone like Netanyahu or support the more nationalistic, anti-Palestinian thought process. Because like if everyone was nice and peaceful, I don't think you'd be having these issues, right? If the Palestinians didn't have like suicide bombing and all this other stuff, that like, I mean, that really like fucks with your head, right? When you have people coming across your border and like blowing up school buses and blowing up like cafes and stuff with suicide bombing, obviously that's going to make people like clamp down and become the unreasonable people, right? They're going to say, well, there's unreasonable people attacking us. We need to become unreasonable ourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. So look, I say it all the time on the show. Sooner or later, someone's got to put down the guns.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, somebody has to say, look, enough fighting. Let's be
Right.
friends. Let's
Right.
work this out. The Abraham Accords seemed like a step in that direction. It seemed like people did want to move in that
Well,
direction.
not for the. I mean, the Abraham Accords didn't really help Palestinians at all. But,
No, but
I mean, I guess it helped. Actually, it helped prevent Israel from annexing the West Bank, but it didn't
well,
help
and
them directly.
all of these nations at one time or another have had a Israel has no right to exist mentality.
Yeah.
The Abraham Accords were a turn away from that.
Right.
So obviously it would be much better if Palestinians or Palestine or whatever you want to call it are part of that, but got to get some other people to do it and talk them into it.
Sure.
7 borders, end the occupation. Occupation is a core evil, and if you don't end the occupation, I would do it unilaterally. Here, 67 borders, good luck. You guys are sovereign now, you can have your own police, military, do whatever you like. You cross over and then we come and obliterate you, okay? But
look, that's exactly what happened, Jake. What is he
What do you mean?
talking about?
What do you mean?
Well, look, he said, listen to exactly what he said.
I would do it unilaterally. Here, 67 borders, good luck. You guys are sovereign now, you can have your own police, military, do whatever you like.
You guys are sovereign now. You can have your own military. You can have your own police. Do whatever you like.
You cross over and then we come and obliterate you.
If you cross over, then we can come over and obliterate you.
That's
they
what
crossed
happened in
over Gaza. Yeah.
Right. He's referring this to the West Bank.
Yeah, but why is he? Look, he's complaining about Gaza when but basically that's the plan he just laid out. That's playing out right now.
Right, and that's a good point. I'm just saying but that's kind of the issue, is the kind of the misstep in the mental process here, is because he's saying like, yeah, that's what they should do with the West Bank, and then
but that's fine. Why are you complaining about? That's exactly what they're doing with Gaza. They're literally following your plan to a T.
Right.
Okay, but they made a peace deal with Egypt. Do a peace deal. It's not that complicated. Israel, you have got.
I guess he would argue that they're an open air prison and they're subjugated.
Because of the blockade and all that.
They never got their yes.
Right.
I think if they got their police force and military, it would have probably been a lot worse. But
Not to let them go. We all want to go to Israel. We want Israel to be a beautiful, safe place filled with loving people, which it is. But we can't go and we can't root for you and we can't do any of these things if you kill citizens at this enormous rate and never give any hope to those Palestinians. And they go, they should know that they're defeated. They should know that they are going to stay occupied for the rest of time. Because
so much of it, he's playing into like the dignity frame that we've spit on the dignity of the Palestinian people, or Israel has spit on the dignity of the Palestinian people.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So much of his framing involves that kind of sentiment. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Because they're savages. Savages. They can't ever have peace.
I mean, I'm listening to a lot of coverage on this. I guess maybe, even on Fox News, I've heard them throw around the savages, monsters, but they're all talking about Hamas. They're not talking about the Palestinian people. Cenk is making the argument.
Well, some people are, but not most people. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm talking about the news media. I'm not hearing it in the news media. Like some Yahoo on Twitter, I'm sure he is like, oh, they're all Muslims are monsters, right?
Right, yeah.
But who is he? Cenk is making the argument that somebody is saying all the Palestinian people are monsters. And I'm not hearing that in the media, in the mainstream media.
I think he's saying he thinks this is what the leadership of Israel is operating under, this idea.
Right.
They're always doing violence. We're going to occupy them for another 50 years.
Again, they're not occupied, and the savages are the leadership that is holding them hostage, the Palestinian
But you know what?
hostage.
Israeli leadership are also savages. And at this point, they've been 7 times as savage as Hamas, which if I'm an Israeli citizen, I'm sickened by that fact.
The numbers are horrible, and it's in self-defense, and you know that's a difference. You know that's a big difference.
Yeah.
There was so much more to this story. We don't have time to get to it now, but I'll just...
So let me ask you a question, and I feel like people kind of like miss this in the moral calculation here. Okay. So you have one scenario where there's 5 people in a room who are sitting there eating breakfast, okay, minding their own business, and you walk into the room and you pull out a gun and you shoot all 5 of those people, right?
Right.
Is that a
That's
morally
not cool.
is that a good action or a morally bad action?
That's very bad. Easy,
Okay.
hands down. That's an
Easy,
easy
okay.
one. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Here's scenario 2.
Right.
Someone has developed a nuclear missile.
Right.
A nuclear missile. Okay. And they're gonna fire it off from this base. It's gonna shoot up and it's gonna land somewhere randomly in America and just set off a nuke. Okay, on a random American city.
Right.
Unfortunately, this nuclear missile is underneath a nursery with 20 babies in it.
Oh no.
20 innocent babies asleep. Okay. 20 innocent sleeping babies.
Right.
The only way, if you try to, because it's a hypothetical, if you try to disarm the nuke in any possible way, it will blow up where it is. Or actually, it won't blow up where it is. It will go off. It will get launched, okay, and do its nuke thing to some random place in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only solution you have is to drop a bomb on the nursery to destroy the nuke, but would kill all the babies.
Yeah, you got to kill the babies, man. It's a terrible, terrible thing, but you got to kill the babies.
Right. And so obviously that's like a horrible, horrible situation to kill 20 innocent babies to potentially save a city in America from being nuked. But that's why the morals of the situation are very different and seem very different. And I feel like when people have these conversations, they kind of like do this like move, or they like do this jujitsu move where it's like, well, we pretend like it's just a 1-for-1 trade, or we pretend like the intentions of the actions no longer matters, right? When obviously the intentions matter very much in the context of people dying matters much. It's not just like a numbers game.
Yeah, they want to employ their proportional fairness intuition. They want to say, look, they killed 1,400 people. You got to cap your killing at 1,400 people or it's unfair.
Right. That's right. Exactly.
When they're totally ignoring, well, we have an objective here.
Yeah.
And we're going to kill as many people as it takes to achieve that objective.
An objective which you actually agree with. You don't agree with the way in which it's being done, but you agree with the objective.
Of course they do. Yeah.
Now to be fair, to be clear, doesn't give them carte blanche to do whatever they want. We're saying like you have to enter that into the equation when you're thinking about these from like these moral perspectives is, what is the intention of the action? So
yeah. Well, this is why they told him to clear out. And look, I get it. They're basically, it's an unthinkable ask. It's like you leave your home and all your stuff and, go into a place that's probably dangerous and you don't know anyone.
It's horrible. It is definitely a horrible thing. Right.
But the bombs are going to go off here.
Right.
Yeah. It's so messed up. It is so messed up. I can't stand that people are making it out to be simple. It's so easy, so simple. Look, there's this, you just employ the special forces and everyone survives, but there's just these evil people that just want to kill people indiscriminately.
Right.
That's a very uncomfortable world to live in. I mean, I think it's better if we live in a world where, people don't want to kill those 20 innocent babies.
Yeah.
But,
so I get it. I'm fine with it. I'm just, it's people's moral intuitions. That should be their moral intuitions, but.
Well, no, I think it's better that we live in a world that people, like in Jank's world, they're killing the innocent babies because that's really the objective.
Oh, right. I understand.
Instead of, they could call it the special forces and settle it the easy way, but they're really just angry and they hate these people and they're looking for an excuse to kill those people.
Yeah.
That's a scary world. Like that is the world of the Holocaust.
Yes. It is a scary world. Yeah. And that's just not accurate at all.
It's a much better world that the people are very, very upset and have massive trepidation about the fact that they're dealing with a hospital situation, and they don't want to kill innocent people.
Right.
They're tortured by the fact that they don't know who the innocent people are and who the bad guys are. And when I look out into the world, that's what I see. I do see people that are kind of torn up over the situation.
Yep.
So, all right, I think we're almost done.
Just briefly summarize, as a reminder, not just are the leadership of the Palestinian people in Gaza, the terrorist organization Hamas, they are backed by one of America's enemies, Iran, and they just again celebrated annually, as they do, the other day, the 1979 taking of Americans hostage at the US Embassy, and there were the chants, death to America, death to Israel, by the people that sponsor the suicide attackers and the terrorists in the Palestinian territories, paid for by Iran. And who was speaking at that rally was one of the leaders of Hamas, the envoy of Hamas to Iran in his official office and official capacity. And those are the people that are funding, that people are siding with and acting as though just tell Israel to deal with it. No, how about get the world community to stop funding terror and actually be a true partner for peace? So this time when it is offered, perhaps they will take the offer and not dwell in the past forever, because everyone's past is very painful in this scenario. The only way forward is to move forward.
Iran does fund Hamas. I despise the leadership of the Iranian government. They're mullahs, and they would kill me in a second for being an apostate. I got no interest in them. But that doesn't mean that we should increase hostilities. Get back into a peace deal. We had a peace deal with Iran. We had a peace deal, but the idiot Donald Trump pulled us out of it to start more conflict. And then, hey, look, Iran, which funds Hamas, all of a sudden Hamas attacks because they're pissed. And by the way, screw them for chanting death to America, but nevertheless, understand where that came from, because we did a coup of their democratically elected government. We got rid of them and we put in a Shah that stole all their natural resources and gave it to our corporations. Do you think they're chanting death to America out of nowhere just because they despise us for no reason?
Native Americans don't chant death to America, and we did all the exact same things to them.
I totally agree, but that's why you have to have a peace deal. Mark, last word.
Well, I just think that on the Iran thing,
he speaks.
There you go. I love it.
He speaks. Do you want to hear what Mark has to say?
Sure, let's listen to Mark.
Oh, okay.
it is that they hate the West, Cenk. I mean, I don't know even that anybody chanting death to America in Iran right now is necessarily responding to what you've correctly pointed out was the installation of the Shah and the removal of somebody who was democratically elected. I also think we have to be a little careful about the rhetoric. We can get a little too caught up in the momentum, and the rhetoric can deny certain facts. And even I noticed when you guys going back and forth, all of a sudden we're starting to say things. I know I'm not saying that they're indefensible, but I'm saying some of the rhetoric.
Oh, they are indefensible. They are.
Is a contagion. And before you know it, I'm seeing it on college campuses, and I'm seeing the rise of anti-Semitism and an anti-Muslim sentiment that I think is response to a lot of the rhetoric that's around right now. Those are sort of some general comments, but wow, it's an ugly situation every which way.
Guys, huge emotions here, as you can tell, and different perspectives.
I did not notice that.
But that's okay. As heated as things get, and as upset as we get about the policies and the issues, we have to have the conversations so we can get to a better place. So I appreciate Ben for participating and being forceful with his perspective. I appreciate Mark for what he does. So let's come back and let's do it again.
Does the heated debate get us to a better place, or is it calm and measured debate would get us to a better place?
I mean, I don't know if like one that specifically gets you to a better place than the other one. Because obviously the heated like if this was a calm debate, we wouldn't have watched it. Right? That's like, I mean, that's like the bad part of this. But I don't think, I mean, I'm not sure the heated debate necessarily gets you there either. But I do give Cenk a lot of props for at least saying what he said at the end of the that segment right there.
Yeah, we got to find solutions to this stuff, obviously. Right. So yeah.
Well, I'm glad to watch it. I mean, it was definitely an interesting conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I guess we're kind of entrenched in this until Oh, there's some kind of resolution. Sucks. It really sucks.
And on that note, clip it, C2.
Clip it. Clip it. Anything else?
Just supers, I guess.
Okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
You run to the bathroom. Ed Wood Sr. for $5 says, could you riff on the term colonizer in the context of Israel? I thought a colony is an area different from but associated with a mother country. Well, I mean, I don't know what the exact definition. My understanding of colonizer is what you're saying, is where you have one country. I guess it's usually, one country. There's usually distance. It's usually, I don't think it usually refers to on your borders. One country sends its citizens to another area of the world that's somewhat like, that's not attached directly. And the citizens, live there and sort of claim that area of the country, as part of their homeland. Where what Israel is doing would be more, even with the West Bank, you wouldn't really call it colonizing. You would call it annexing, because that's really what's happening. You might say, well, what's the difference? Why does it matter? Annexing another foreign country is still bad, but it kind of goes back into the whole calling it an apartheid, calling it open air prison. It's interesting. All these terms that they use are all in that like leftist socialist framework of trying to get that energy of like evil white colonizer colonizing, non-white native person. And that's what all this language kind of revolves around. Because you're probably right. Using the word colonizer, even in the West Bank, doesn't really make sense. So that's a good point. Stug for $5 says Squidward, quote, people talk loud when they want to sound smart, right? Jank, correct. There you go. I mean, I think people just, get angry. I think that's what's going on with Jank. People get angry, they get heated, they get emotional. I'm the same way. So I don't fault them for being loud, but Orca for 4 months says, you guys have inspired me to eventually try to make content. Oh, well, that's awesome. Nice. However, like Sitch's face reveal, this could take a while. Love y'all and praise Wormy.
Praise Wormy. I love that. Wormy has got a hankering for beef jerky now, which is not a good thing.
Because you've been feeding him beef jerky because you're trying to get him fat.
Well, no, he's a little beggar now. He's always begging for my beef jerky, so.
You gotta get some like cat-friendly version that you can give him.
I just give him some beef jerky.
It's probably not good for him to eat that shit.
Oh, it's definitely not.
Yeah, so don't do it. So don't do it.
He won't go away.
I said you could get some kind of like cat-friendly beef jerky.
He's got all kinds of cat treats, so.
Okay. Yeah, but you have to have them ready when you open your beef jerky.
That's a good idea.
Have them ready. You have to treat small pets like small children. Okay, you have to distract them. They come begging, you're like, oh, listen, you want this? Oh, what's behind your ear? Oh, it's a treat. Look, it's a treat. Eat this instead.
I don't want to touch the cat treats with my hands that I'm going to touch my beef jerky with, though.
Why?
Because it's gross.
It's like the cat treat, like not hygienic, isn't it? Just like some, like you don't want to eat it, but it's like just touching it, you're gonna get the germs of the cat treat on you. Or is you don't want the flavor gonna get on your fingers? Is that the concern?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, use chopsticks. There you go.
Excellent idea.
Give him some shrimp or something. Libertarian Sasquatch for $20. Thank you. Says, I served in Iraq and Afghanistan with the 75th. Jank has watched way too many movies. Direct action raids take meticulous planning, super dangerous, and are incredibly limiting, not to mention unrealistic in an urban setting. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly my understanding of it as well. I think that maybe that's the problem is that, people, unfortunately, we kind of create myths of reality based off of like movies and television shows. So
it's not good to perpetuate those. This is why.
Right.
I mean, it's easy to lead you to believe that Israel is evil and just wants to intentionally genocide the Palestinian people if you think, oh, they have this easy solution that they could totally do, but they're just not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I have a very unusual and unique worldview that allows me to sort of accept like the fucked upness of the situation.
Yeah, so do I.
Right. And most people don't. And so it'd be like very emotionally difficult, if not impossible, for someone like Jank to just say, like, okay, well, I acknowledge that the special forces thing is not possible. And I acknowledge that this is just like a horrible, wicked tragedy that has no actual solution to, and just, there's going to be like shit tons of people are just going to, innocent people are just
That's been our position all along.
Right. But I just think most people won't accept that. And I'm empathetic to the people that won't accept that, but I don't, that's just the reality of the situation.
I feel sad for the people who can't, who are being just in gut-wrenching torture over this. It is torturous.
Yeah. Right. Fondue for $5 says, it's like how the bully gets a slap on the wrist, but the good kid gets the book thrown at him for getting in a fight. Exactly. That's exactly it.
The unreasonable bully.
Yeah. Demon Bunny for 16 months says the Israel-Gaza situation is like the U.S. dropping the nuke on Japan. It's terrible, but the alternatives are worse. Yeah, that's exactly, it's funny because when I had my conversation with my parents about this, I even brought that up too. Because that's kind of the same way that I look at it. As it's like, yeah, you have this really kind of fucked up situation where, U.S. killed all these civilians, but the alternative was worse and you had to stop Japan. And you had to stop them quickly. So what is the alternative? Orca for $5 says, S-Class is winning me over these days. We have Wormy, though, so A-Team reigns supreme. P.S. Shout out to my super smart optometrist friend, Parker. Well, there you go. Shout out to Parker, the optometrist.
Sweet. I love optometrists.
Rockley for $2 says, watch Sunday versus Destiny versus Masabi versus Willie Mack. Was there some Destiny President Sunday conversation recently on the Israel situation? I'm sure it's very awful.
Could be cool.
I'll check it out. Rex Vectum for 3 months says they should have a kids' table with tiny chairs in Congress that people get sent to for acting stupid like this. Yes, I like that. That's funny. That's good. The real Holtonator for $2 says, no, don't actually bring back dueling. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Dr. Diller for $2 says the fight in Congress reminds me of Southern Hospitality. Like the movie Southern Hospitality? Or the TV show. I haven't seen those. Or just the phrase.
Yeah, I don't know. Southern Hospitality? I've heard of Southern Hospitality. That's when you let your guests be racist, right?
Wow, how dare you?
Look, every time I bring up living in the South, the chat just is super bent. And I understand it because we don't have a large racist contingent in our audience. We do have a lot of right-wingers.
Right.
And since they're non-racist right-wingers, they want to believe no one on the right is racist. Which is great, right?
Sure.
I don't think
political cartoon Southern Hospitality. Oh.
I don't think it's true, but
I'm unfamiliar.
I think there's a lot of racists all around us.
I mean, there's some. I don't think there's as much as, the left kind of pushes, but.
Equishaddock says, Alabama is a great place, Adam. Yes, but it's an open air prison.
Right.
Have you been to the open air prison of Alabama?
I have not. Actually, that's not true. I've been to Alabama.
Their
I have family
beaches
that
are
lives in Alabama.
awful.
I've been to Alabama
Yeah.
a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh, when you say, are you talking about there's that famous political cartoon called Southern Chivalry? And it's like of like the fight that Adam was talking about with like the guy who was like caning someone in Congress. I think that, yeah, that kind of reminds me of that. It says Southern Chivalry argument versus clubs. The club being the cane.
When is the Civil War over?
Do you mean the new Civil War?
This Civil War that we're in now.
Well, it's not going to happen. So
When is it over?
it already ended because it didn't start.
If it does start, when will it be over?
Right.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. Why? How would I know the answer to that question?
I told you the answer.
What's the answer?
2033.
Oh, okay.
Why
Some
are you
arbitrary
laughing?
date. You just some arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's not arbitrary.
What month? Do we have a month? Is it on a Wednesday?
Well, first of all, 2033
March
is
3rd.
2033 is a
2033.
guesstimation.
Right.
Is an estimation.
Mhm.
It could be as early as 2030.
Okay.
It could be
that's
as
good.
late as 2033.
I hope
depending
I
upon-
hope we go for 2030, right? Less is better, right? 7 years
7
instead
years.
of 10 years.
Yeah.
Sure. 7 years of open civil war in America. That's a lot.
I hope we see the cage match between that senator and the witness. I hope
Right.
that's part of the Civil War.
Right.
Come on, it's for charity.
There you go. The Real Halcinator for $5 says, "What's the largest piece of beef you've eaten?" For me, it was a 28-ounce prime rib. There's a your mom joke in there too. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I don't. That's not a thing I've ever kept track of, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, what's a?
Do you know what was like the biggest
I
piece?
have no idea.
Yeah.
Like there's some steak that is so big, and you're like, oh, that's so delicious. I'm going to eat it all. I've eaten Wagyu beef. Wagyu is funny. The first time I ate Wagyu, it was to die for.
Mhm.
It was just amazing. But every time I've eaten it since, I'm like, what happened?
Are you
This
sure
was
it's
so delicious.
like the same restaurant or is it a different place?
Different place. And it was a friend of mine gave me a Wagyu steak that he bought from this special place that he was
Mhm.
like, oh, this is the place that has the Wagyu beef. So, and I've only eaten it since at some restaurant, it's on the menu. And I think, oh, look, I have had Wagyu. It was delicious.
Well, I can tell you why. So your friend probably actually had a Wagyu beef.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's a problem in America, which I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but it's a stupid reason. In America, land of the free, home of the brave, we do not recognize the foreign trademark of foods from foreign countries specifically. And so if you're in a restaurant and they have Wagyu beef, it's like
It's
99%
trademarked.
of the time not Wagyu beef.
Right. It's trademarked Wagyu.
It's not. Yeah. No, it's just made up. It's fake. It's not really Wagyu beef.
Right.
It's the same thing with like if you see Kobe beef, unless it has a little like TM or whatever, it's probably not really Kobe beef, et cetera, et cetera.
So I've only had Wagyu beef probably once.
Probably, yeah. The other ones were
Yeah.
probably like fake. So
That's kind of what I suspected. I kind of worked that out in my head. I was thinking the same thing.
like, what's going on here?
Yeah, the difference is immense.
Mm-hmm.
I can still taste that Wagyu beef in my head. That steak, my friend.
What did it
gave
taste
me.
like? What was like so unique about it?
Well, first of all, it was so tender. It just
Okay.
like melted in your mouth. Oh, it was so good. And it was very, very flavorful. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't know that I could describe it. It was just such a delicious taste.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had like Wagyu beef or Kobe beef or I've never had any of those like special food items that are supposed to be so good. So
Yeah.
sadly.
Hmm.
In terms of biggest meat, I still don't know. I mean, there's some places I've gone to where they had like these giant prime rib things. I don't know what the ounceage of it was. So, but anyway. A real wholesale for another $5 says, let's be fair, I could go on Prawn Hub and watch people humiliate themselves for free. That is true. That is true. PC for $5 says, it isn't fair to compare just a fork to a chopstick. You need at least to let the fork and knife team up for a reasonable challenge. I don't agree. I think just a fork on its own is superior than chopsticks. One fork is a superior utensil than two chopsticks. Okay? I stand by that statement.
Really?
Because with a fork, if you can cut things with a fork, if it's not like super tough, like if you're eating if you get your Kung Pao chicken or your orange chicken or whatever the hell you get from Pan Express, what do you get from Pan Express usually?
Me?
Yeah.
I like the Kung Pao chicken.
Right. If you get your Kung Pao chicken from Pan Express, you can it's usually tender enough that you can cut the chicken with the fork if it's too big a piece.
Sure.
Okay, so you can't do that with the chopsticks. There's no way to cut something with a chopstick.
You bite it in half. Eat it sandwich
That's not cutting. That's you doing a social faux pas, which is to bring food to your mouth, only bite a piece of it off, and then hold the rest of it in the utensil, which is generally frowned upon in polite American company.
No, you can do that with Chinese food.
Well, if you're using chopsticks, you have to do that, right?
Yeah.
Because you're using a chopstick. If you weren't using a chopstick, if you were using a fork or a fork and a knife, you wouldn't have to do that.
You can't really use the fork in your Panda Express styrofoam box. I mean,
well, put it on a plate. You shouldn't be eating out of styrofoam anyway, Adam. Come on.
Look, the chopsticks are perfect for eating out of the styrofoam.
That's true. There you go.
You haven't seen the Axios article on Trump, have you?
What's the topic?
How Trump is basically interviewing loyalists so he can replace a substantial portion of the federal government with these people that will do whatever he wants.
I didn't read that article, but I have heard this a bunch. Yeah.
Well,
I believe it's true. I believe
we've postulated it on the show.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when the article came out, I was like, yep, nailed it.
There you go.
Can you imagine? He's like, last time around, Bill Barr kept telling me no. I didn't like that.
I need someone that's going to tell me yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Have they watched that movie? Was it Yes Man?
That's exactly what's going on here.
I want Jim Carrey. Can you get me Jim Carrey?
That's what Trump is doing.
Sir, Jim Carrey hates your guts. I don't care. Get me the Yes Man version of Jim Carrey.
I want 400 Jim Carreys, and I'm going to replace everyone I see. That's also when he did the meeting that we covered, the January 6th meeting, and he said to the guy, you're not going to fire him, right? And the guy says, well, look, I can't fire him. You can. I think Trump, like the light bulb went off. Oh, I can fire anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's bringing all these people in. He's like, I know where I messed up.
There you go. Sitch. Oh, Kevin Sprigoo for $10 says, Sitch, thank you. Sitch, it is inappropriate to teach my niece and her friends how to pickpocket. Oh, is it inappropriate to teach my niece and her friends how to pickpocket and do card tricks while under my care? Well, I would say, yes, you can teach them to do card tricks. No, you should not teach them to pickpocket. Okay, that is inappropriate. Yes. Inappropriate. Do not teach your nieces and nephews to rob people. Okay.
Well, what if they're oppressed?
No.
Is it okay for them to pickpocket their oppressors?
No. No pickpocketing. All right.
God, it's a respect for the rule of law that's so important, isn't it? That's why so many of these countries are shitholes.
Right.
It's because they have a population that has no respect for law.
True. Mr. Ubercross, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The real Holtonator for $2 says plastic wooden forks exist too, Adam. There you go.
Yeah, they're terrible. Look, at least tell me, Sitch, you'd take chopsticks over one of those plastic forks.
Over a what?
One of those plastic forks that they're.
No, of course not.
You'd take
You know
one of
those,
those
like-
plastic forks that bends. You can barely cut. You can't really cut anything with them.
Yeah, you know those like terrible plastic forks or sporks that you get at like a cafeteria in school?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would did you ever do the thing? Oh, did you ever play the spoon game? We'll talk about spoon game in a second. I would take one of those terrible plastic sporks, those garbage plastic bendy sporks in a school lunchroom over chopsticks. I'll take every utensil and every derivation of a fork or spork over a chopstick.
Now you're just being irrational.
I'm not. Chopsticks are the worst. Listen, you witnessed me attempt to eat with chopsticks. It
You
doesn't
did
work.
great.
It's just terrible. It's
You
the
did
worst thing
fine.
ever. They're awful. They're stupid.
I thought you did pretty good.
Did you ever play the spoon game?
Can I bring the picture up? Have you eaten with the chopsticks?
No. Don't dox me. Don't do the face reveal. Okay. You can bring it up after I do the face reveal. How about that?
Okay.
Did you play the spoon game?
The spoon game.
Yeah.
That's where you magnetize yourself and stick the spoon to your arm.
What?
What's the spoon game?
Wait, is that a thing? Is this how you get free Wi-Fi with your COVID vaccine? Like, what are you talking about?
Supposedly the COVID vaccine has magnets in it.
Right.
But once you get vaccinated, you can stick a spoon to your arm.
The spoon game that we played, I don't know if this, I'm assuming this would like exist in other schools, where you would get the little plastic spoons or sporks in the school lunchroom. And the thing was like, like the tops were like kind of bendy, so you can bend them without breaking them. So you would bend the handle part down to make it like a little corner, a little corner piece, like a curve down. And then one person would hold their spoon out and you would like bend your spoon back and you'd flick it really hard with the goal of breaking the spoon part of the other person's spoon. And the goal
was
was
to play that with pencils.
How do you play that with a pencil?
Where you try to break one another's pencil.
But the pencils don't bend; they just break. What do you mean?
Well, you would hold the pencil, in your hand, put your pencil up for breakage, and then someone would take their pencil, but they'd pull their pencil back wave bar and then smack.
Oh, they try to smack it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And you
but
go
then
back and forth.
Then you're out of pencil though.
You'd go back and forth until the pencil broke.
Okay.
And whoever broke the pencil first was the champion. But it seems similar to that. You're just playing with spoons.
Yeah, we're doing it with spoon. Well, see, we were doing it better because you actually need your pencil. This was with like throwaway utensils that you didn't need.
These are plastic spoons?
Yes.
Okay.
They're like little plastic spoons you get in the lunchroom.
We would do this with metal spoons. Plastic is for babies.
You cannot break a metal spoon this way. Okay. That is like impossible. You do not. I don't know if you know this, Adam. You don't actually have super strength. Okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here.
You never played the pencil game?
No.
Oh man.
We play this. I said we did it with plastic spoons. So.
Kids today, they have to play it with iPads.
Only they're playing it against each other on the iPad. They're not actually destroying anything. So it's like a virtual. I know. They're actually going to destroy their $1,000 plus iPad. Okay.
Are we done with super chats?
No.
Look, we've had a full
J-Mac,
day
our
today.
surrogate father, thanks so much for being 19 months outside the simulation.
What's it like out there? Can you see the Matrix? Can you see the squiddies?
You can, yeah. Says, talk about crabs.
Oh, yes. Did you watch that video?
I didn't watch that video yet, no.
Oh, it's so good.
It's good? That's the YouTuber that JMac recommended that we watch?
Yeah, look, I'll put it in the chat. You guys can watch it too. It's a great video. Basically talks about a bunch of different crabs. Land crabs that live their lives on land, hermit crabs, all different kinds of crabs.
From the YouTuber Zafrank. And it's
Yeah.
called True Facts, Incredible Crab Stories.
It is kind of in the same vein. I think the original of that was the honey badger, right? Someone narrating something that is very wild. What was that old show, Wild Kingdom?
Well,
they
the
had
honey badger meme was not narrated by an official. That was just like a guy like doing a funny internet meme.
Yes, but this has the same kind of narration style where it's just like comedy. It's like trying to make you laugh. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's what's so cool about it. Yeah. It's hilarious. It's totally hilarious.
Are the crab is he saying like true things too?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all accurate things about well, I'm assuming it is. I mean, I didn't do a deep dive into checking his sources, but he does thank the people who did the actual footage and the scientific study of the crabs at the end of the video. He's like, look, this wouldn't have been possible without them. But I do like that. Those, like Wild Kingdom, I think was one of the shows. I feel like there's more, but I don't know what they are. Those animal shows, like Animal
Oh my God,
Planet
there's
type
like,
shows.
I'm kind of scrubbing through this video.
Mm-hmm.
There's like these like teeny tiny little crabs. There's like millions of these little crabs.
Yeah,
you can't
little
walk
baby
without like
crabs.
crushing them.
Yeah, little tiny baby crabs.
Yeah. It's weird. Like my mom says that when she was a child, she lived in the same city that I live in now. That was a different area. Like they would have this like crab season where they just have like thousands of crabs would like walk all over everything. And I've
This
never
is Christmas
seen
Island is where those crabs are.
Oh, okay. And I've never seen that. So I don't know if all those crabs got like annihilated or something, or it still happens, but just not where I've ever been, my part of the city.
Yeah, they go along with a leaf blower to blow them off the road so they don't
Get like annihilated.
Yeah, so they don't get splatted.
You should just eat them.
Crabs are delicious.
Pick them up raw and just go. I mean, you can't do that because you would die, but.
Yeah, crab shell. Crab shell would kill me, but.
JMac for $5 says it's accurate. He partners with educational institutions. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I like this idea that some guy made this honey badger video and the world realized, why are we being so serious with these documentaries about animals? These could be hilarious. Let's throw some dick jokes in here.
There you go.
Right? Hey, look, I think he's got 2 or 3 solid dick jokes in that video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. It's very funny. I want to learn, but I want to laugh at the same time, Sitch. Why is the world so serious? Why does education have to be boring? It should be fun.
Did you read PC's Discipline Equals Freedom for 14 months? I was trying to come around to Brianna, but I can't abide this. Chopsticks are inferior language. They offer so much utility, and you only need one hand. No! Brianna was correct. That was the best take she had the entire stream, even though she's pro chopstick. Chopsticks are inferior. True. You only need one hand to use a fork. Why are you using a fork? Two-handed fork there, PC?
That's exactly what I said.
Oh, okay. I'm confused by that one.
I know.
Very confused.
I said the same thing.
Right.
I was like, what?
He's got a two-hand.
You double fisting your fork?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you using it to kill a vampire?
Did you read the one for that too, Real Haltinator, about how to defeat the left without resorting to their tactic?
No.
Real Haltinator for $10 says, look, I'm sorry, but can you please lay out how centrists and liberals plan to defeat the left without resorting to their tactics? It would help my mental health a lot. Well, using their tactics won't solve the problem, because that just shows that the tactics work. So even if you, quote, defeat the leftists, you'll just recreate another version of them that uses the same tactics, because the tactics are part of the problem. Calling everyone racist, sexist, using these tactical lenses of oppression, blah, 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 blah. So that won't actually solve the problem at all. I think the way it gets defeated is everyone just gets fucking sick of it, which is happening.
Isn't the problem the tactics, though?
Well, hold on a second. Number one, the way to defeat it is that either A, you have a very woke politician who gets fucking annihilated by the Republicans. B, and this actually, and I think this is what's happening a lot when we were talking to IRI. It's kind of, I'd noticed this, and this happened with Trump. People really need, when it comes to like tribalism and team playing, people really need alternatives. Okay. And it was very interesting. I don't know if you remember, like there's all these people that were like, really, 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 really support Trump. And then when an alternative sort of like creeped up, there was still a diehard contingent of people that support Trump. But as soon as like DeSantis kind of seemed like an alternative, there was a lot of people who very quickly jumped ship.
Yeah.
As soon as an alternative presented themselves. Now that energy has kind of gone away because people think DeSantis will fail. So that's a different issue. My point is, when it comes to this like team playing, look at it this way. And I was trying to explain this to my dad because he's very like anti-Republicans. And I was saying like there's a lot of people. Did
you tell him you are a Republican?
I did tell him that, yeah.
You should tell him that just to see what happens.
There you go.
Go, Dad, look, you're talking a lot of smack about the Republicans, and I just want you to know something.
I'm coming out of the closet.
I am Republican.
Yeah. I said like,
tell him I'm Republican. I am technically Republican right now.
There you go. It's true. You have a lot of people that are Republicans or will vote for Trump. And same is true for the Democrats. A lot of people that vote for Biden or Democrats or whatever. And they'll do that forever because the alternative in their mind is worse. And there's this like, the right has coined this meme, blue no matter who.
Yes.
Which is true for a lot of people, but they're very stupid if they don't acknowledge that
they are.
The reason the Republican Party is in the position that it's in is because Republican voters were vote red no matter who too.
Yes.
Like all the horrible, and this was kind of weird when I hear people like a lot of the right-wing populist people, they complain about things. I'm like, you realize it was literally non-populist right-wing economic policies that created the entire environment that you're complaining about. Like, that's what's kind of funny about it. It's like you have left-wing social policies and right-wing economic policies created this fucking disaster soup. When it seems like everyone wants to go to left-wing liberal, not socialist, left-wing liberals economic policies and right-wing social policies of like the 50s. But that's a whole nother story. So I'm like, yes. So, and that's because like part of the reason that Trump was so popular, even though he wasn't a neocon, is that he was the alternative. As soon as a viable alternative like exists, people will flock to them. Well, before they'll make a million excuses. People used to make a million excuses for George W. Bush or, right-wing neoconservative movements and right-wing neoconservative candidates. And as soon as Trump existed, like the attitude shifted almost overnight to, oh yeah, the neoconservatives suck, right? As soon as that alternative exists, who's not a Democrat, as long as that non-democratic alternative exists, people just like fucking seem like they just come out of a fucking stupor, right? They wake up because they still look at it through the tribal lens of like, well, I can't go against the neocons because then I'm like a Democrat and the Democrats suck. And I think you were seeing this a lot with IRI. So I'm intuiting this. This is my intuition for IRI. And sort of that mentality is that you're seeing that with the Democrats when it comes to like the leftists and the woke left, is that a lot of people are going to exist in this fugue state of these people don't matter. We shouldn't talk to these people, downplay these people until the alternative exists. When the charismatic left-wing candidate who shits on wokeness comes out, I think you're going to see all of a sudden a bunch of people like, oh yeah, I fucking hate wokeness. Like they're going to be like, oh, I've always hated wokeness. Like you're going to see like suddenly like a huge amount of people are just going to be like, oh yeah, that's terrible. It's like, well, where the fuck were you guys like the last 10 years? So unfortunately, I just think that's sort of the reality of the way the psychology of all this works.
They were making fun of the right and going, look, it's between wokeness and fascism. I'll take wokeness.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's a good way of putting it. That's how they think about it. So,
but are they ever going to accept that the right isn't inherently fascist? I don't know. I feel like they gaslight themselves into. I feel like they've gaslit themselves into thinking that the right is categorically fascist, inseparable from fascism. Voting for anyone on the right is akin to fascism.
So this is what you're going to see, and this will be very interesting too, to sort of defeating wokeness. Because you're right, a lot of it is like wokeness versus fascism. Most people on the left would choose wokeness over fascism. Like in a theoretical world where Trump loses.
Well, I think this is why they also deny that woke is even bad or a thing, is because they're like, well, I have to live with it. So
because the alternative is worse. Yeah, no, you're completely correct. Yeah. So in a theoretical future, say Trump loses the election, you know, he's kind of like removed from politics. Going forward, the Democrats and the media will do a thing where they will try to say that whoever the new candidate is like just as bad as Trump. Oh, it's Trump 2.0.
Oh yeah,
Trump 3.0. They're gonna do that move, right?
Of course,
but it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Trump is a singular figure. Well, unless there is some actual Trump 2.0, but I don't believe there will be. I think Trump is kind of a singular figure who has a very specific type of energy to him that I don't think will be replicated again, at least in my lifetime, or at least for a very, very long time. And I think while you'll hear pundits say all this shit, you'll hear all the pundits say, oh, it's Trump 2.0, blah, blah, blah. The people, the voting base won't actually believe it. They won't actually believe it. So.
Well, according to generations theory, the next president is going to be like Lincoln or Hitler. FDR or. So, I mean, do you see any of the candidates out there that are Lincoln? I know Tim Scott was pretty close, but I know it's funny just even imagining it.
No.
Who is the closest personality type
to Lincoln?
To Lincoln or FDR?
Currently and in our politics, I don't know. I have no answer to that question.
Of the people who could potentially be president of the United States,
I have no clue. None of them. I don't know. I have no clue.
Really?
I mean,
look, it's a simple question, okay?
I don't have an answer.
All of the candidates could be a gazillion miles away in your mind. You have to pick the one.
But when you say
like
what, like when you say like, well, yeah, but that's what you say when you say like, I don't know what is Lincoln? Like, what does that even mean? What is Lincoln?
What is okay? So that's a good question. What is FDR to you? What is FDR? What is the defining personality characteristics of FDR?
The most based president that ever lived at, obviously.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Look, nobody knows what you mean by based.
That's the meme.
Based
I'm never going to explain it, right? I'm just
based how? Because he like cheated on his wife 3 times a week. He had a new hussy every.
Listen, he didn't let being in a wheelchair slow him down from fucking other women. Okay?
He had a new hot piece of tail every night.
I mean, his wife was not a looker. I don't know if you've seen Eleanor. Okay.
Look, I've heard FDR slept with over 1,000 women. So
wow,
is that the based part?
That's pretty based, right?
So who is closest to that FDR?
I don't know the answer to this question.
Is it Tim Scott?
No.
Who may or may not have ever slept with a woman in his entire life?
Let me say, I'll answer this question, but why I think it's kind of a silly question. Like obviously, if like policy wise, Biden would be the closest, though he's still like fairly far off, right? But wait, hold on. Before you fucking laugh, okay?
Too late. I'm laughing and
pointing. No, I'm gonna say this is why I said I think this is a silly thing. Wait, I don't even know how you could laugh at that. Obviously, from an economic policy wise, you have to literally agree with that. That Biden would be the closest to FDR. They're both at least on the spectrum of left-wing policies, theoretically. Are they not? So I don't know how you could even laugh at that.
Okay.
Wait. How can you disagree with that? Literally, how can you disagree with that?
Well, I didn't really ask policy-wise.
Well, that's why I was trying to answer, but you interrupted me to try to mock my answer. Okay. So that's why I said, if we're just talking about policies, obviously the answer is Biden. However,
was FDR
ever, if we're talking about attitude, okay, attitude, well, actually, just not even attitude. There's one element of FDR's personality that Donald Trump has more than any other of the candidates, which is the I will try to do whatever the fuck I want attitude, regardless of what the law says. Because FDR did have that attitude, right?
He did. He definitely had that attitude.
But then obviously FDR, I would argue, was tempered by a much better attitude of like the good of the country.
Was he?
Donald Trump? Yes.
Look, everything I've read about FDR was he was boxed in by the institutional constraints. But it wasn't just, my love of the country. It was when he tried to do his court packing scheme, people rebelled. The institutional constraints.
No. What I'm saying,
what
I'm saying is like what I'm saying is that I'm assuming here that FDR is like when he's packing the court to push the policy he wants to push, it's a policy he thinks is for the betterment of the country, right?
You don't think Trump thinks his policies are for the betterment of the country?
I think that the very egregious things that Trump does, where he says, I'm just going to do whatever I want, are for himself and not for the betterment of the country. That's not the primary goal. I think his primary goal is himself and his legacy. Which I assume you agree with.
Yes, I definitely agree with.
Okay.
I agree Trump does do things that are for himself, that are selfish and for his legacy. But I also think he has done policies that he think will be good for the people because that will be good for his legacy.
Sure,
I
don't
help him
disagree.
get reelected. Yeah.
Right. But that's not
in the same way that FDR did.
Right. But so that's why I'm saying your question to me is silly, because if you were to take FDR or Lincoln, you could like put them into a bunch like a pie. You could take a bunch of elements of who they are and you could assign them to a bunch of different candidates. I don't know. There's not one that I would say is like clearly the closest thing.
Well,
but anyway,
look, let's finish.
Okay.
The reason I find it interesting is because if generations theory is correct, which look, I don't know. I know that I'm going to be alive for the next 10 years. So in 2033, we can both go, oh, that was funny. Of course, it never came true. We can go, wow, it totally did come true. According to generations theory, the next president of the United States is going to be a transformative figure in the same way that FDR and Lincoln were. And temperamentally, I'm looking at the candidates for the next FDR and Lincoln. And I'm thinking, well, who could be that? Who would be that historical figure?
Okay, I understood. That's why I understood that's why you were asking the question.
You're saying nobody, though.
I'm saying nobody. Yeah.
You don't think it could
even
be...
if Trump wins? It's not going to be well, the only transformation that would occur if Trump wins is probably be towards negative transformations, right? I don't think there's going to be a positive transformation if Trump wins, because I think he's going to spend a lot of his candidacy going after Democrats and trying to arrest them.
Oh, he's going to go after. There's going to be a lot of revenge.
Yeah, which is not a positive transformation for the country. Okay. Anyway,
it depends. I mean,
okay, I don't think.
If it gets, let's say we get a lot of revenge, a lot of people, a lot of indictments, a lot of people being brought up on charges, a lot of Democrats being, it's like the McCarthy era, a lot of Democrats being dragged in and made uncomfortable in front of Congress.
Right.
But he passes universal health care and UBI and like a million
That's not
other.
going to fucking happen.
Look, it's a hypothetical, Sitch. Okay. I am laying out a hypothetical.
Yeah, sure. If that happens, then yeah, great. Okay, wonderful. Okay, good for Trump. He's gonna arrest Hillary Clinton and Obama and Biden, but we're gonna get UBI out of the deal. I'll take it. Okay.
But
I'm on board.
would that be a president that would be like a Lincoln or an FDR that people would look back and go, wow, that was some crazy shit?
I don't think it'd be an FDR or Lincoln. I think they look back at it and say, wow, that was some crazy shit. We somehow got UBI and the jailing of political opponents that didn't deserve it.
Well, look, some of these bitches do deserve it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Look, if
sure
Nancy
Right.
Pelosi gets thrown in jail for insider trading, are you going to shed a tear?
No, but you can't retroactively have a law like that, right?
Look, you could enact a law. Let's say on day one, he's like, no more insider trading. And
Okay.
that's his plan. His plan
That's
is,
good.
look,
I'm in favor. And if she does it after then throw her, then lock her up.
so this is Trump's plan. He's like, day one, executive order, no more insider trading. You guys got 30 days to sell your stocks, knowing that these greedy motherfuckers are going to hang on to their stocks. And then 30 days in, he starts, making indictments.
That's fine.
He's like, look, you didn't sell your stock.
Yeah, good.
Time to throw your ass in jail.
It's a good policy.
Look, so now
Can
you're
we
in favor of
please-
that policy.
Can we please move on? I want to read the rest of these super chats. This conversation is like killing me. It's killing my soul.
Why?
Because it's silly. It's a silly conversation.
Look, this is so. Every single person is like they're gonna blame you for TDS, just not wanting to admit that would be super based.
No. That's not. Okay, I'm not gonna say why this conversation is killing my soul, but I'll tell you off stream why this conversation has nothing to do with what you're thinking of or what the chat is thinking.
You're just tired. You got to go. Okay.
It has nothing
let's
to do with
finish
it.
up.
The creature formerly known as Sprout for 2 months says,
Clip it, CT.
Thank you. Don't clip that. Thank you for all the hard work and thank you for all the great fans that help make this community so special. A team, but only for Corn Adam. There you go. Nice. The Holtonator for $5. Thank you. Holtonator gave a bunch today. Says, so then I think if liberalism is to survive, Adam must abandon UBI, since that will create more leftists if it becomes public policy.
Why? Look, I don't understand this whole idea that you guys think we're at war with the leftists and that they're going away. No, they're not going anywhere. They continue to. There'll be a problem forever.
Well, wait. Pause. I don't buy the premise. Why would UBI create more leftists?
Yeah.
I mean, a big reason that they had a lot of these social security and social safety net programs that FDR put in place was to gatekeep socialism, and it worked. So I don't know why. And what IRI was saying is true to a degree, which I agree with, which is that people having bad material conditions does allow them to fall prey easier to extreme revolutionary ideologies.
Like socialism.
And so I don't agree. I would say the exact opposite. When you have UBI and other things like that, I think it's going to hurt socialism because then people won't be like, well, do I really want to tear down society when I'm getting my, nice UBI check in the government, once a month. So I don't agree.
And all my 6 kids are all getting a UBI check.
Let's see.
Look, the UBI is inevitable. I don't know that it's possible at the moment, to be honest with you.
It will be eventually, but I think we're you think it's going to be closer than I do, but. CT for 2 Canadians says, thank you, Brianna and IRI for the clips. The clippets. Love CT. Well, there you go.
Yeah. I can't imagine DeSantis being an FDR type. It doesn't fit. I
Because
can't
he's
see
too
him in
boring.
I can't see him in a history book. I can't imagine everyone looking, the big picture on the wall is DeSantis right next to Lincoln. It's like Lincoln and George Washington.
And you can see that with Trump?
Meatball Ron.
You can see that with fucking Trump?
Yeah, I kind of can.
Okay.
I can.
Okay. That's like insane to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Look, people hated Lincoln. People thought Lincoln was a tyrant.
It doesn't. Okay. It's interesting. Unless we have a complete fucking revolution in this country where like the left just gets fucking annihilated, which I don't perceive, right? History is going to look back horribly on Donald Trump. In a way that's not even fair to him for all the bad things he does. Like the TDS against Trump will be cemented in history books. He'll be portrayed, even worse than I think he actually is going forward. Because it's usually people on the left writing all these fucking history books and teaching all these fucking classes. And I don't see that changing unless, as I said, it's some sort of like massive cultural revolution to the right, which I'm highly skeptical of coming into pass.
I mean, we're in the second act. We're halfway through the second act.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Well, let me ask you a question. If Donald Trump loses the election, okay, how's that going to make you feel about generational theory?
Depends upon who wins.
What if it's Joe Biden?
Oh my God. It's like, I think probably generation theory is wrong.
Yeah, okay. So Joe Biden wins the election. You're like, generation theory is wrong.
Completely incorrect. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Look,
okay.
It might be some sort of complete irony. I mean, imagine Joe Biden. Like, we lived through sleepy Joe Biden, and history remembers him like Lincoln. Well, first of all, what would he do? Lincoln is Lincoln because he saved the Union.
Well, let me ask you this question, then we move on, because I fucking hate generational theory. So this is why it hurts my soul every time you bring it up.
Why do you hate it so much?
Well, because like kind of the way that you're framing this is a part of the reason I hate it. Even if generational theory is true, I would imagine it's like there's like a vague range of time periods that it could exist in. Like, it's just more like the way I would imagine it should be conceptualized as someone who's never read it. So you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
it's not that there's
read
like,
the fucking
wait,
book.
I'm asking the question I'm assuming that they don't set up their theory like there's a strict time period where like every 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, this has to happen. This has to happen. This has to happen. It's more like there's a trend of this attitude exists. That attitude shifts to this new attitude. That attitude shifts to another attitude. That attitude shifts to another attitude, which then repeats the cycle, right? It's just like, they're just saying that there's like attitudes going from attitudes going to attitudes.
Correct.
And so even if generational theory is true, it's very possible that Joe Biden would win. And then there is no revolutionary change, but then someone after Joe Biden is the revolutionary candidate, right? That changes everything.
Well, 2024, and then we're 2028. So yeah, no, it could be the president after Joe Biden.
Okay,
it
so
could
but I'm just saying,
definitely be
like,
the president
right.
after Joe Biden.
So I'm saying, like, don't hamper it on like there being some specific time deadline. I think it's just more be thought of as like shifts go, like how the pendulum shifts going forward, as opposed to like, no, this next election has to be like the deadline for something to occur.
It's interesting just as something that you can look out in the world and say, did these guys get it right? I'm always fascinated by anyone who's going to make some sort of tangible predictions like this.
Have they made a prediction for 2024?
Yeah. Look,
Okay.
no, they haven't made a prediction for 2024.
No.
They've made a prediction that the period that we're in, the fourth turning, the climax generation, will be over by 2030 to 2033.
Mhm.
So, and the other periods that were the same point in the seculum were Lincoln in the Civil War, FDR and World War II. So we're some sort of transformation. It's likely that some sort of transformational candidate will be seen. It could not happen. I mean, they lay it out in the book that several different things that could possibly take place. This is just one of them.
Right.
And I think it's interesting because I'm looking out at the candidate selection and I'm thinking, well, if there is going to be some sort of transformational candidate, and I do think at this point, like, I agree with Mr. Important about how we've got the, like, the American dream is dying, and there does need to be some sort of transformational change in our politics. That needs to happen. I agree with generational theory on that point. I'm just wondering how it is going to happen and what kind of political candidate could make it happen. I think Trump is the most likely candidate because he is definitely, he's the kind of guy that is going to say, look, we're going to do things different now.
Right.
That's why I laid out the stock thing, because that's something that completely pisses people off. And I mean, is it going to be harder for the history books to be written that Trump was a fascist if he does something like that? Like you're saying, it's impossible for that to happen, but if it did happen, I don't think the history books could be written that way.
I think nothing's impossible. I think it's highly unlikely that Trump is like, Trump would have to win the presidency and do something fucking incredibly miraculous in a second term in order to repair or revitalize his image going forward for the history books.
He doesn't though, because as soon as he's in office, he doesn't have to worry about being reelected. So his image is complete. Like he's literally going to be doing everything focused on his legacy. And the insider trading thing is, how is that not drain the swamp? It screams drain the swamp.
What I'm saying, no, I just meant, okay, you misunderstood what I meant. I meant whatever, he's going to have to take some action in his second term that's like so amazingly loved that action repairs,
rewrites history
and rewrites history and makes everyone overlook like the fucked up shit in his first term and presumably the fucked up shit he'll do in his second term. And I'm skeptical that whatever that, I don't know what that miraculous action is, but I'm skeptical that action will take place.
I am very skeptical that action will take place too. But I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Trump.
Okay. Stug for $5 says, if we spend time calling out the bad actors, if we don't spend time calling out the bad actors, then how are we going to get Nick Cage memes? There you go. I like it. Moondoggy for 3 months says, look, IRI and Brianna Wu are not my cup of tea, but I'd rather work with people who can come around than people who just want to wank off their hate boner. True. That's true.
What's that mean?
Like you'd rather talk to people that'll come talk to us and try to do something, as opposed to people who just like sit in an echo chamber and, whack off their hate boner. What do you mean?
I totally agree.
Right.
I was surprised.
Seriously, like people don't be nice to Brianna. Well, I don't know what she means by that. Like if you want to leave, you can leave whatever comment you want on this channel, but don't fucking hassle her or something.
Well, look, she reads the comments. Let's be nice to her in our comments.
Okay.
I don't like why do you have to be mean?
Be constructive. Don't be an asshole.
Right.
It's nice enough to come on the channel, talk to us. And she's definitely, even though we disagree on stuff, she's like, 1,000 times better than most of the people
it is
that we talk to who are on the left.
Look, it was an uncomfortable situation for me because she was basically saying, because look, I thought she'd be able to articulate my position at least, somewhat clearly. But because she couldn't do that, and I said you couldn't do that, she basically implied that people were going to attack her because she couldn't articulate my position. Which, how's that my fault?
It's not your fault. And that's why I said I said to her, I thought it was unfair for her to change the conversation to that arena. So. But
yeah,
anyway.
I think she's smart enough. I think she could articulate our position. There's a little bit of.
Well, no, she can't because she doesn't understand our position or agree with what our position, she doesn't agree with what our stated position is, that it is our stated position, which we found out in this conversation, which was interesting.
It was interesting. Yeah.
Artemis Fowl for $5 says, anti-white is not prevalent. Anyone figure out the pattern of why the news doesn't mention the race of specific groups of people? Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's, it is weird.
We talked about this on our 300 show.
About that, yeah. Loser Beer for 13 months says, just curious as Brianna. Oh, I read that one. CT for 2 Canadians says, there are dozens of us Parasite Eve fans. Dozen. There you go. Sammy G for $10. Thank you, Sammy. Says, Brianna says things about working together, and I get all pumped and hopeful. And then she says the right is blind, and who knows if Ben supports white nationalism or not. We have a long way to go, LOL. There you go.
Yeah, I don't. It's an uncomfortable situation to be in because I don't like to feel that, we're on a mission to change her over to our perspective. I think a more modest mission is just getting her to articulate our perspective.
Right.
Like, I'm not asking you to adopt my perspective. Just don't straw man it. Right?
Right. Artemis Fowl for another $5 says, I find it funny that Adam and Sitch are grilling Brianna Wu harder than I did on Wick's show. Well, there you go.
Well, we've built up some rapport with her, so I feel like that makes it possible.
Right.
I don't know if you're going in for the first time. I don't think. I guess a lot of people do that. That's like their modus operandi. They really only want to have one conversation with somebody and then never talk to them again. It's like bridge burning on the first date.
Right.
Yeah.
WTF 1A for $2 says, CT, clip it for Dev. There you go. Well, I forgot to say, Dev was like, tell Brianna I want my rematch or something.
They did a talk and I saw you posted it. I was going to listen to it, but I didn't. I listened to a few minutes of it and then got on to doing other things.
Mm-hmm. Artemis Fowl for $2 says, gatekeep, gaslight, girl boss. There you go. Joe the Maker for $5 says, it would be even easier to cancel someone for their opinions if there was no anonymity. I agree completely, which is the argument I was making. Soda for $2 says, we used to duel to the death over real world disagreements. We still do. Sam C for $10 says, yeah, we like accountability offline. Online accountability is turned up to impossible standards depending on the crisis of the moment, day, or year. That's very true.
Yep. No one can handle it.
Can't believe Brianna didn't know about EFAP. How sad, right? Terrible.
I don't think she's a big content consumer.
Terrible.
I think she's focused on getting Democrats elected. That's her passion.
Clyde for 9 months. Thanks so much. Says the only rational solution to conflict is to turn it into Disney Stan. The free market wins again. S-classes, bis-class. True. Why don't we just take over Gaza and every other area that has violence and we just make it into a giant Disney World? And all the residents just have to work in the park. Like that's their economy. I mean, yeah, the happiest place on earth, right?
We'll call it hell on earth. I mean, the happiest place on earth.
There you go. All the Hamas people, they have to wear those like the big hot, cartoon mascot outfits. So
love it.
J-Mac used to do that. Remember?
I do remember. Yeah.
A man of many talents. D5280 for 1 gift of membership. Thanks so much. Death by Sloth for $2 says, disease is a real issue, but hypochondriacs exist. Great point.
That is a great point.
A great point regarding our conversation with them. Slate King for $5 says, when someone objects to your methods of analysis, you can't get angry that they don't agree with your conclusions. Yes, that was where there's a big disconnect going on there.
Yeah. Yes.
Slate King for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says, don't forget the game, quote, as a majority report fan, I believe, ... And that's why I get my news from Sam Cedar. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's we're at a standoff with she's going to say that we're biased, that we're dismissing all of her good evidence, and we're going to say that she's biased because she listens to Sam Cedar and thinks that is actually evidence. So that's the standoff that we're going to have. But getting her to recognize the standoff that's the next logical step in this, right?
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, why? Because there's no repercussions. I think that's where we're getting the crime thing. Yes. Your good friend, your best friend in the world, Adam. Dialogue always.
Oh, I know. Look, you must be going up.
I am. I'm going backwards.
I keep trying to follow along.
I know.
Here,
I'm intentionally fucking with you by reading the super chats in reverse order.
I don't know why. I do so much better when I can read it along with you. Dialogue always for $10. Look, I'm giving Dialogue always a heart. It might be a mistake. I'm gonna hope this is a good.
How many times are you gonna get tricked?
Okay. I'm gonna hope that this. I haven't read this super chat yet, but I'm gonna hope it's. Look, it ends in a lull, so he's just. He's kidding.
Okay, you read it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You go read Dialogue always.
No, I want. Look, I'm gonna read the one above it. While you go to the bathroom.
Okay, fine. I'll stay here. You read it.
We'll do Dialogue. No,
read
go
it.
to the bathroom.
No.
We'll do Dialogue always together.
I already read the one above it.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
So once again, the moment nuance is applied to Adam's collectivist versus individualism straw man, Adam immediately places you on the other side. Who'da thunk it?
I'm not even sure I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, Dialogue. You do this. We thank you for the $10 super chat, but I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
He's always making some very esoteric point where he's like, well, listen, a month ago you said this, and now you're saying this, so therefore you're a hypocrite. And you're like, wait, what?
So I object to the oppressor-oppressed lens. It is collectivist, but there are forms of collectivism that I don't object to. So I'm not objecting to the oppressor lens because it's collectivist. I'm objecting to it because it's cancer.
Right.
And it just so happens to be collectivist. And I don't think you can really fight racism or sexism or homophobia unless you're using an individualist lens.
True.
Yeah. So if that's really your mission to fight those things, you should avoid the collectivist lens.
El Caliso for 13 months. Thank you. Says the progressive left and the radical left are coming to a crossroads. What will happen? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. A team is elf class. Well, there you go. I don't know what that means, but sure.
Making fun of me for the ears thing.
Oh,
Here, I'll read a super chat. You go to the bathroom.
Albert Katstein. See, part of the problem with me doing it backwards is I can't just sneak out and then you read it because you don't know where we are.
I don't care. I'll read this.
Albert,
read one in a second.
listen, I'll suffer through.
Look,
Albert
Christian Baller's aimed at
Katstein.
me. This is a perfect time for you to go to the bathroom.
Okay, there you go. You read your money debt thing.
Albert Katzen, Free Will Seeker, welcome. Christian Baller for $5 says, Adam. Oh no. Oh no. Here it is. Are you guys ready for the MMT stream? We have close to 600 people watching the stream right now. Let's see if we can get that number down to 200. We're going to talk about MMT. Christian Baller for $5 says, Adam, if the debt is the money supply, how did Bill Clinton have a surplus in 2000 and people still had money? Christian. I just wish that you would learn the principles of economics so you could answer your own questions. Okay, let's look at this. What is the deficit? Well, the deficit is the amount of government spending minus government taxation. So if the government taxes $1,000 and spends $2,000, the deficit would be that extra $1,000. So that happens every year. I think this year we had we overspent $2 trillion. So we added another $2 trillion to the $32 trillion deficit. So what Bill Clinton did was Bill Clinton balanced the budget. Bill Clinton started bringing in more money in taxes than he was actually spending. So instead of adding $2 trillion to the deficit, he took in an extra $1 trillion in taxes and took $1 trillion off of the deficit. Okay. So the deficit still existed. I don't know what it was. We would have to look it up. But he was bringing the deficit down. Now, as he was bringing the deficit down, he was shrinking the money supply. As the government debt goes from, I don't even know what it was at the time. Let's just say it's 10 trillion. As it goes from 10 trillion to 9 trillion to 8 trillion to 7 trillion, the money supply is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And if he had completely paid off the government debt, the money supply from government spending would have gone down to zero, zilch. They still could have money because you could take out a loan, and that would create money. Every time somebody takes out a loan, it creates money. So the money supply is loans and government debt. So there you go. There's your answer.
Did you explain the difference between annual debt and total debt?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Because that's the answer to the question.
Yeah, the annual debt is,
not the total debt. Sure.
But the MMT people did come in when Bill Clinton did balance the budget and gave him a heads up. He said, listen, what you're doing is you're basically draining the savings accounts of all the people in the economy. And that's going to backfire. And it did backfire. It backfired in the .com bubble burst.
Right. I wonder, and here's your conspiracy pill here. I wonder if most politicians completely are aware
they might
that if they reduce the debt and they go into a government surplus, that it will cause, even if they agree with it morally, it will cause a recession, and nobody wants to preside over that recession.
Yes, I think chances are that is happening, but they realize nobody has the cognitive architecture to understand this. It's kind of like, being an atheist and knowing, look, atheists are never going to get elected. So I was just going to say, look, God, we're all praying to God here.
There'll be an atheist one day who gets elected to be president. I don't think never.
But people do.
I mean, I wouldn't vote for one, but I'm just.
People do tip their hat to God in the political sphere because they know that's what people want to hear, right? I think a lot of this happens with economics as well. They know
we already
people
had
want
an
to hear.
atheist president, Adam. I don't know how you can even say that.
I'm
Do you know
writing
who it was?
The atheist president?
Yeah.
It was Jimmy Carter?
It was Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump does not believe in God. Okay.
Look, Donald Trump has done so much wrong. He believes in God. He's doing his best to get into heaven.
No, he does not believe in God.
I don't know that he doesn't believe in God.
Okay. But he was holding that little Bible up in that weird way with his hand. He's not
upside down and backwards. We'll do an MMT stream where we explain it from the bottom up. Last time we talked about it, someone in the comments was like, I finally understand it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
It is very obnoxiously complicated, as all economic policies are.
It's not that complicated.
It is. But you know what isn't complicated? Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
That ain't complicated.
And thank you, Caleb the Cynic, for the 5 gifted memberships. Lieutenant Sasquatch for $5 says, it's funny how Hasan has spent his whole career calling everyone else's chat Nazis, and it turns out they were in his Discord the whole time. Very true. J-Mac, our circuit follow for $5 says it's accurate. Oh no, that was about the crab guy. Okay.
Right.
Look at the Streamlabs. I'm gonna bring those up.
We're almost there. Almost there, guys.
Dr. Dealer for $2. No, they want us to go forever. I don't know what you're talking about. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, regarding the seismic thing, it's hard to move forward acknowledging a lot of how people feel when they give zero credence to Occam's razor and Hanlon's razor. How many feminists admitted the wage gap debate was folly? True. They only admit, see, that actually plays perfectly in my alternative thing. They only admitted that that was folly until they could like rebrand it to some different problem, right? And they'd be like, oh, well, you know, the wage gap still exists in this other format. Then they would finally acknowledge that it like was bullshit.
Right.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says it's super easy for you to advocate that nobody should have anonymity when you voluntarily gave it up. The arguing that other people shouldn't be allowed to is fundamentally selfish. Ooh, there you go. Dr. Dealer for $2 says it feels like Brianna is suffering from tribalism, namely the mental hangup of, you know, I'm mostly right. You're just being dishonest. You see it so often. There you go. Dotems for $3.25. Thanks so much. Says we should try this no anonymous experiment. We could call this new utopia Facebook because of the whole face thing. But seriously, I think most are trying to keep some separation between, say, work and their deviant art accounts.
So true.
That is interesting. Yeah, all these weird porn sites. How would that work if no one could be anonymous on the internet? So there you go. You could have a fake. I mean, I know because I had a bunch of those fake Facebook accounts, right? I mean, there obviously were a lot of people that had like real Facebook accounts, and obviously Facebook is just much a hive of, you know, trolling and anger as any other place. But you could very easily have fake anonymous Facebook accounts.
There's tons of them.
Yeah. Because I used to play, like, this was like years ago. There's some, you know, remember those like awful Facebook games? And then they'd be like, oh, you can play this game for free, but you have to like sign up your friends. And I'm like, listen, I'm not going to get any of them. I'm not going to like force this garbage on my friends. So I made like 6 fake Facebook accounts.
Did you really?
Yes. And I just signed them all up to like play the game. And I was like, look at that. I beat the system.
Do you know what that game it was? That was designed by Cambridge Analytica.
That was
the app to get all the information.
Well, they got a bunch of fake information, so
I know. That's why I think it's funny. It's hilarious.
There you go. I beat the
Take
system.
that.
Take that, Cambridge. Let's see. Dr. Diller for $2 says you can look at it as a pessimistic that people are naturally selfish, but on the other hand, we've done a lot to overcome our deficiencies together. Got to the moon before world peace. You've come a long way, baby. That's a good point. That is a good point.
Yeah.
We have come a long way. Arithmus for $2. Thank you. Says as a longtime viewer and donator, I have to say that I will riot if you start unlisting the Tuesday streams. I try to watch it live, but sometimes I can't and have to catch up on Wednesday or Thursday. Well, you can. So what we were going to do is make it members only. So you can watch it. You just have to be a member. So there you go. It's easy. You can still watch it. Just can be members only.
Doesn't he super chat a lot? Isn't that like being a member?
Yeah, I think Arithmus is a member though, so he would definitely be able to watch it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we weren't gonna. Yeah, so you can watch it. You just have to be a member. The idea would be, I think it would be significantly better for our channel if on Tuesdays we're not going to touch Sunday. Sunday will be kept pristine and pure. But on Tuesdays, what we're thinking about doing is clipping out all the segments and then setting the stream to members only. And then we'll put up the clips of each segment up individually.
Let's lay out the issue. The issue is we're obviously when we post clips and people don't watch the clips, it's bad for the channel. If your subscribers don't watch your content, that's how your channel begins like the downward spiral. So we're kind of trying to make it so we're not double posting content. So we did a bunch of videos in this stream, and people, if we leave it up, people can choose to watch the stream, and many do, or people can choose to watch the individual clips. When that happens, it's like half of our subscribers are watching one and half of our subscribers are watching the other. And to YouTube, it reads as only half our subscribers are interested in our content. So
Yes.
don't show it to other possible audiences. So we're kind of trying to solve that issue. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you are subscribed to the channel, any YouTube channel, and like new content pops up that's recommended to you and you don't watch it.
Because you've already seen it.
Or no, just if you don't watch it for any reason.
Right. Exactly.
That
But the
sends a
reason
signal
that you
to
wouldn't
YouTube.
watch it is because you've already seen it. Yeah.
Right. That sends a signal to YouTube to not recommend it to people that are not subscribed. Because YouTube says, well, if your subscribers aren't watching it, why would like random people watch it either? And so part of the reason I think that our growth has been slow is because of this problem with the clips and the essentially double posting content. And this is why, if you notice, like almost every other content streamer, they do the exact same thing. You know, Destiny, Young Turks, I think almost all of them, they all do the same thing. They'll do some long stream and then they either unlist the stream or make the stream membership only, and then they just put the segments up on their channel individually. Yep. And so we're going to start doing that for Tuesdays. We'll leave Sunday the way it is because we've been doing it for so long, but we're going to start doing that with Tuesday.
But I don't know that we're going to clip Sunday. We're going to do Sunday clips anymore. We may do a second channel for Sunday clips just for people who want Sunday show clips.
Yeah, right. What we're going to try to do is not have double content up at the same time on the channel anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Diller for $2 says, do you think it will give them any pause that they couldn't describe your position, but a viewer, me, was able to correctly identify the source of IRI's thought process immediately? No. No, but you're very astute, Dr. Diller. So. The real Holsteinator for $5 says they already called DeSantis Trump 2.0, and every Democrat I know in real life said DeSantis is Trump 2.0. Yeah, they're going to listen. They're going to say it. But the normies are not going to feel it. Okay? They're not going to feel it.
Right. I'm reading the chat on the clips thing, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Anyways.
Is that it?
I mean, I don't think anyone wants to hear me rant about Loki for an hour, and I'm hungry. So
I'm starving.
Yeah.
I need to do something though.
What?
Because last time they couldn't hear the harmonica outro because I have a new noise suppression filter.
Oh, what's the new thing that you have?
That is as good as the noise suppression on
Zoom.
Zoom, yeah. It's pretty badass. So badass it cut out half my harmonica solo.
What is it? What is it called?
It's called noise suppression.
Is it like a program? Like, or just like what is it?
It's a filter in OBS.
Oh, it's not OBS. Okay, so you got to turn off your OBS filter first.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready to rock and roll.
Anyways, Rebellion Merc for 4 months says, as a member, I will never watch the clips when I can watch the full VOD. That said, I hope this new plan going forward works out. Well, there you go. And as a member, you will have the option to watch the full VOD. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Did I skip your super chat, EcoShadox? I did. Wait
What's
a minute.
going on? Why would you
What is
skip?
wrong with me? How am I so bad?
Are they at the top? Because I kept
No, they're at the
wondering.
bottom.
Okay.
Sorry, EcoShadox. Thank you for pointing that out. EcoShadox for $5 says Sitch has family in Alabama. Based. S-Class might indeed be best class.
Oh, wow. EcoShadox, are you really in Alabama? I saw you in the chat
Bam.
saying
There you
that
go.
you were.
Yeah, my it's kind of funny. My uncle moved to Alabama for some reason. So there you go. We're saying,
It's
you really
cheap.
want to be Jewish in Alabama?
It's definitely cheaper.
He said yes.
Is that it,
Blaine's escape coin for $10 says wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but it's because they crossbreed Wagyu in Oregon. There's also Australian. If you read the labels, it will say Kobe style or American Wagyu.
Oh,
Just had some.
interesting.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, so they'll throw in some like modifier. Oh, it's American or it's style. Yeah, there you go.
Wow. I wonder what I had.
Right.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I'll look for
because in a restaurant, it just says it on the menu. It usually doesn't say like the specifics.
Mr. Ubercross for $2 says no. Do Sunday clips. I watched them. Well, look, we're talking about doing them. We're just on a separate channel. So
yeah, it would be like a Sitch Adam clips channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we had one before, so
we did.
All right, is that it? Should I?
Anyways.
Okay.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you, Brianna and IRI, for coming on. Always a good conversation and nice to talk to you guys. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the show. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime protagonists of life. You are the true captains of industry, the true enlightened centrists, the true Neos never ciphers. Remember when that was our slogan? Don't be a cipher? We need to bring that back. Don't be a cipher. When you were the true Neos, when you were the true harmonica players on the train of life. And we thank you all for coming, and we'll see you all next time.